righty, we are live on all platforms. We are live on TikTok. We are live on YouTube. We are live on Facebook. We are live all over the place.
And Eminem is live
and
as well.
Eminem is
Yes,
live
sir.
in Detroit.
Come on.
2024's Taylor Swift, if you will.
Bad joke.
He's on one tonight already.
Whew, we're on a heater. We're on a heater.
Welcome into a very special edition of the Fantasy Football Fellas podcast, a live stream of the entire first round of the NFL draft. We are, Jackson, how many strong are we over on TikTok right now? We was like 500 when we started.
819.
819.
Go.
Welcome to those of you all who are tuning in over on TikTok. We will see those numbers rise over on Facebook and YouTube as well. Lucas Wenzel, Cameron Lawrence, Tyler Plath. We're all with you for the first round of the NFL draft. We will be answering all your questions. We will be answering all of your picks in real time. We will be going head to head in a mock draft battle to see who has the best mock draft. We will put that up periodically throughout the live stream as well. You'll see that over on YouTube and Facebook. I hope I didn't tell Jackson how to do that, so Jackson should be able to figure out how to do it himself. He's a big boy.
Probably not.
A lot of faith in Jackson for a little new rodeo here.
This is why he gets paid the big bucks, though.
It really is.
He gets paid the big bucks.
It really is. So here we go. We got look at Barry Sanders strolling out now.
We had Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Aiden Hutchinson, then Calvin Johnson, Megatron, and Barry Sanders. If that's not Detroit Lions football, I don't know what is at this
Where's
point.
Dan Orlovsky?
Yeah, that's who we're missing. We're
Dan
missing
O?
Big Dan Orlovsky. That's who we're missing.
Come on. John Kitna, baby. Those are the only two
John
lines I
Kitna,
know.
he says.
The only two of
But yeah,
any importance.
As we've mentioned throughout the night, please drop your questions in the chat. Jackson is going to be swinging them through to us as soon as he can. We will take care of as many as we can across YouTube, across Facebook, across TikTok, across Twitter as well, or X.
Look at us.
X, as the kids say now, I suppose.
What is this? Is crazy.
I'm stoked. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. It feels like in previous years, we have had somewhat of a grasp on what the draft is going to, how the draft is going to unfold.
Mm-hmm.
I get about 25 different senses on how the draft is going to unfold this year. And
That'd be nuts.
that would be nuts. And so I think we can all agree Caleb Williams is going to go number one overall. Does the draft start at 2?
I don't think so. I think everything over the last hour has pointed to the Patriots staying at 3, and it's been linked to Drake May. So I think it's Jaden Daniels then it's Drake May. Then it starts at 4, really? Does Arizona just get desperate and try to trade back? But I think it starts at 4.
I would even say it starts at 5. I don't know why. It feels so chalk to just assume Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be an Arizona Cardinal, but that's the biggest need for that team. There is very little reason why they should trade out of that pick. I know Austin Ford could get cute and trade back for quarterback needy team with the Giants if they really want to come up and get McCarthy and still land a Neighbors or a Dunze potentially. But I just feel like when you have so much draft capital when you're the Arizona Cardinals right now, there's literally no need for you to do that.
You've got what, 6 picks, 5 picks in the top 100. It's time to start using those picks to bring in good talent.
Yes.
Right? Like, you guys are picking 4th for a reason. Use these draft picks to bring in good players.
Apparently, Ty's cut out on TikTok now. You just get to hang out with you.
That's okay.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, apparently Jackson can see him on our stream. Can you only see me, Cameron, or is it like half of me?
Yeah, I can see half a Ty and all of you on mine. On my TikTok. Oh, Jackson can see you.
Did you just get that message? Oh, that's the I see. Okay. So yeah, hopefully everybody can see us all right. But yeah, we are here for the whole draft here. What's the question I want to ask here? Because the Chicago Bears, they are officially on the clock now. Chicago Bears are on the clock. Over under. You can let us know in the chat as well over on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Over under. Chicago Bears lock this pick in with 5 minutes left on the clock.
Oh, it's going to be like 3 minutes, so I'll take the under. I'll take under.
So,
on
okay,
that
let's
one.
shift the line to 3 because I think 3 is probably more appropriate. They got to milk all the promotion out of here. They got to milk all the ads. Everyone's already forecasting that's going to be Caleb Williams. We all already know. Okay, over under 3 minutes when they lock in this pick.
I still go under.
Cameron, over under 3 minutes.
Oh, I think they take the entire time. I bet it's all 10 minutes. Ryan Poles going to soak this sucker in. That sounded
just
so
gonna milk it
weird.
in
Oh,
that
I'm
thing.
sorry. If you were in Utah, I apologize. It's probably offensive.
You're Jeez. It's gonna be
You've
out
been-
of control.
You've been
Got
watching
Caleb
too
Williams
much
on the screen.
McAfee. You've been watching too much McAfee, brother.
Caleb Williams on the screen. He knows who's going number 1.
Everybody
overall.
knows.
Smile. I'll turn.
It should have been like it hit 9:59. The pick should have been in. Like
It literally should have been. But the problem is, you know what the NFL does? The NFL just says, no, you know what? We need to milk out all this ad time. We need to make sure Daniel Jeremiah and Charles Davis get to talk for the entire 10 minutes here. We got to make sure they get their word in, even though we all know the Chicago Bears are going to be picking Caleb Williams with this pick. It's no surprise to anybody.
No.
So, okay, so let's jump to 2. I don't want to get premature. I don't want to work ahead of ourselves, but I figure we can kind of take the top 3 picks to start answering some of the questions that people will be having in the chat. So, Jane Daniels at 2. How certain are we that it's going to be Jane Daniels?
I'm like 95% confident it's Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I would be shocked if it went any other way. I'd be shocked if I mean, it just feels like at this point they've, everyone's been hinting at it, leaning towards it. I mean, it would be a pretty big surprise. I think it shakes up quite a bit if they go Drake May there, though. I mean, I think it'd make it a lot more fun if they went Drake May, just because then everyone's kind of like, what is going to happen next?
Well, I'm going to jump to that then. Lizzie, did this specific Lizzie make sure to make it known that they know this person is by the name of Lizzie? I just want to make sure, because I have a student that I work with and her name is Lizzie, and she's a big fan of the fella. So I want to make sure I give
Shout out to Lizzie.
I want to make
Shout
sure
out to
Lizzie gets her shouts. So what do we think of Drake May? Because ideally he is probably going to land to the Washington Commanders or the New England Patriots. I would much rather have him in Washington. I really, really would. I do not want him in New England. I think he's set up to fail in New England. That being said, if I'm the New England Patriots, I kind of need to grab my quarterback of the future because next year's quarterback class is pretty weak. And you could look at free agent quarterbacks, but it's no guarantee that those guys are going to hit the open market. So what do we think about Drake May and where his fits are within the top 3?
I would say it's Washington too. I think if there's any way Minnesota can get into the top 3, which it doesn't sound like at this point, but Minnesota, I think, is ultimately the best, but least likely landing spot for him. Then you're probably looking at Washington. The Giants are still making way, trying to get into the top 3. It's kind of a debate between them, Washington and the Giants, but I would still say Washington over the Giants then.
Cameron, are you in agreement that it would be much more enjoyable to see him in Washington versus seeing him set up to fail in New England? Are we all?
I think that's for really any quarterback at this point.
True.
I mean, New England, you hope next year, right, they can really add to it. But at this point, I mean, at this point, they kind of feel like the Giants were last year, just offensively, where it just feels like there's nothing out there, right? I mean, Daniel Jones, even if he was playing out of his mind, he didn't know what to throw the ball to. Like it was Saquon and now in New England, it's Ramondre Stevenson and nobody else, like
Pop Douglas, my boy Pop Douglas, baby.
Hey,
Pop Douglas.
you got a team full of wide receiver 3s and a pretty decent running back, and that's kind of what New England has right now. So it's if you're a quarterback, you're hoping no matter what that you're going to the Commanders, because then at least you get Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, Austin Eckler, Brian Robinson. You got an offensive mind in Cliff Kingsbury. Say what you want about him, but
right.
It's better than Alex Van Pelt.
Yeah. I don't know. It's tough.
So we're approaching 4.5 minutes left for the Bears on the clock. I think this is actually going to go under 3. I think they are going to take up the whole freaking time.
1,000%.
Waiting for the grandfather offer to come in. It's not going to happen.
Checking on Justin Herbert. Seeing if he's available.
Wait for the Los Angeles Chargers to dump $100 million in dead cap.
Ben Solak said that, I think, on his over on the Ringer. He's like, if I'm Ryan Poles, I'm walking into a quiet corner where nobody can see me, and right before I make my pick, I'm just calling up the Chargers and saying,
pick is in.
Hey,
did you guys want this? So I don't know.
The pick is officially in. The over smashed.
The over smashed. What?
We-
But it's actually probably going to take closer to another 5 minutes.
Oh, no,
until
that's how
the
it
ball
always
comes
is.
Back out.
That's how it always is. Do we have the sound effect too, Jackson? Sorry, that was you're doing a lot.
Come on, producer.
World, Jackson. I just want the people of Facebook and YouTube to get to experience it.
If you're on TikTok, I'm sorry you didn't get to hear that sound.
Yeah, I was gonna say you on TikTok, you got cheated out. Hopefully, you're listening to maybe you're listening to your TV live, maybe you're not. But it is the same NFL draft jingle when Roger Goodell hits the stage. And you hear the da 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 da.
I hope we don't get copyrighted for that for some reason.
It's used everywhere. I
hope we do.
Cameron hopes we do. So look, we got Bryce on the chat. He said he has a feeling that New England actually doesn't take a quarterback and that they instead trade down.
I mean, it's a possibility. I don't know how likely it is, but it's at least it's an option that's on the board at least.
What are the odds the Giants come forth with an offer that the Patriots just can't refuse? And they trade up only 2 spots, and the Patriots fall back to 6, and JJ McCarthy is still on the board. Oh, here comes Roger Goodell.
We'll talk about that after.
Strolling up to the stage. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First pick of the night. With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback out of USC.
Wow.
To nobody's surprise, we wasted 10 minutes of television waiting for them to make the obvious pick. Caleb Williams, say what you want about the guy. A lot of people want him to fail. I've seen a lot of people in our comment section saying Caleb Williams is going to be a bust. He's too emotional, doesn't express himself the right way. You talk to his teammates, they say the absolute opposite. They absolutely love this guy. Chicago is getting a winner, and they are getting Siri, why are you popping up on through my AirPods right now? I might need to go over it and cancel Siri. But Caleb Williams, my goodness, way to derail me. Caleb Williams, Chicago is getting a winner. One of you two talk about Caleb Williams because I need to go deal with Siri.
No, I mean Caleb Williams is the ultimate playmaker. He can play off script. He can also play on script. And I think that's the biggest criticism from this past year is that he just tried to be the hero, tried to play the home run every single play. But when you look at it, like you've got Brendan Rice, Taj Washington, not so great offensive line. I think a lot of people are criticizing him too harsh. And I think he is one of the best quarterback prospects in a while since Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, and some of those guys. So he's going to absolutely take this Bears team to another level because he is just that good of a talent.
Yeah, I mean, it's just he's playing hero ball 24/7, right? I mean, every single game, every single snap, it was hero ball. It was similar. I mean, not quite the same. Obviously, USC is a big step up from Wyoming, but similar to kind of Josh Allen his last year at Wyoming. Of he's just trying to make the big play every single time. But yeah, there's a reason that people are talking about in the same breath that they, kind of the same way we talked about Trevor Lawrence as a prospect, similar to Andrew Luck right up there. So, yeah, he's incredibly talented. You don't win the Heisman, last year, before you can declare for the draft without being pretty good. So
I also got, we got a message in the chat asking if we could show the screen. Now, the problem is if we show the screen, that's how we get copyrighted. That's how we get banned from TikTok, banned from YouTube, Facebook. So unfortunately, we are unable to show the screen. This is merely just a watch party, right? You get to come and react with us. You get to dialogue with us in real time. We're here. We are going to be going through our mock drafts as well. We all had Caleb Williams at number 1, correct? No surprises there?
Yep.
Do we all have Jaden Daniels at number 2?
Yes.
I have
do as
Jaden
well.
Daniels at number 2 as well. So not much discussion there. We'll see if Jaden Daniels goes number 2 overall. There's been a lot of conflicting reports with him as of recent, bringing in all the quarterbacks, playing top golf against one another. Jaden Daniels apparently wasn't too happy with that. What are we thinking about that? Any concerns as the Washington Commanders will be put on the clock here shortly?
Well, the dude is just a child. He should go undrafted at this point if he has a problem with playing top golf with just straight up runners. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look, if someone were to say, hey, we're going to take you to Topgolf, but we're also going to bring 4 other people, and 4 of those people are my friends, I'm not going to be mad at all. So I don't get why Jaden Daniels is mad. He should actually fall out of the first round. He should probably be a day 3 pick at this point. Like, it's just child behavior.
To the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, until 11, until your favorite football team wants to take him.
I mean, hey, if I get to, maybe say a couple things beforehand, drop back, get a play for either Antonio Pierce, who I really like, or play for the Minnesota Vikings, I might take that chance of going, I wasn't too happy with my visit. They shouldn't, I don't want to say you shouldn't draft me, but if you want to pass on me and let me fall to a team I really want to play for, then by all means, go ahead.
Do you think that's what it actually was about?
No,
like he was trying to
don't
put his stock down to get to Vegas range.
I mean, I think you got to throw a dart at doing it, but then when he comes out and talks with Shannon Sharp about, I'm going to be happy wherever I play, right? Yeah. He came out and he said the right things afterwards. So
and it was really his agent that was saying it. It wasn't even
correct.
Jaden himself.
Correct. Go ahead, Cameron.
And I like the Eli Manning situation. Like, I feel like we blow that out of proportion. Like, oh my gosh, he's saying, like, that's kind of like a one-of-one thing, right? I mean, I know other guys have done that in the past, but 99% of these guys are, okay, you draft me, I'm going to come play for you, and I'm going to give it 100%. I'm not, nobody's going to be dogging it out there once they're on a team.
True.
So the Commanders are on the clock. They have 3 minutes left to make their pick by our television screen. Cameron made us aware that we are actually darn near a minute behind, which that's
mine says pick is in.
The pick is the pick actually in? Well, we're not gonna do that then. People will be spoiling the chat, but that's okay. I'm guessing the pick will be in here in the next 30 seconds or so based on our live streams. One thing that people might not have realized, though, before the draft even started, here we go, just popped up on our screen, the A.J. Brown and the Philadelphia Eagles, 3-year, $96 million extension, $80 million plus of that guaranteed.
Oh,
yes.
That was signed right before the draft. Literally within 30 minutes, Jackson, we can get your voice in here. Jackson, 30 minutes before the draft that came through?
Yeah, 30 minutes or so.
Yep, about 30.
So this is interesting.
$32 million a year?
20.
No, 32 a year.
And over 80. Ian Rappaport here. What is he doing here?
Ian Rappaport is spoiling the pick on live television.
Oh,
know it.
He's pulling a Dov Kleeman.
He's pulling Dov Kleeman on Twitter. Good. The pick is in here. We all think it's Jane Daniels.
I do.
If it's not Jane Daniels, who then? Is it Drake May? Is that who we all have next in line? Can we take care?
I would have Drake May, but don't sleep on JJ McCarthy.
Hey, I would love it. I'm going to turn off my live stream because I don't want it to spoil before you guys see it. So I'm going to wait and let you guys tell me what the picks are going forward. So
fair enough. So when you see the pick is in, you're just turning your stream off.
No, I just turned it off completely. I'm not even going back. So I'm blind.
He's not even watching.
I mean, if you pause your stream and wait until we
say, that would have been so much smarter.
Now here we go. Roger Goodell showing us the stage of the card. Chat, who do we think it is? A lot of people in the chat probably already know who it is. So I maybe I shouldn't ask you all to put it in the chat who it is. But with the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU, Heisman winner. Nearly 5,000 total yards this year. Ty, who is Washington getting here as their new franchise quarterback?
They're getting an absolute weapon, whether it's in the passing game or in the running game. The dude is just a playmaker. And, Caleb Williams is also a playmaker, but Jaden Daniels is the actual playmaker in the sense that he can make something happen out of anything, right? He's going to be a nightmare for defensive coordinators to scheme against because you may have him in the pocket and then all of a sudden he escapes. He's got an arm as well. One interesting kind of stat that, or I guess note that I made during his film study for me, the dude can throw a slot fade like nobody else. Like, it is perfect. It's got touch. It's got accuracy. So I honestly cannot wait for Jahan Dotson, for Terry McLaurin to catch some of these slot fades, because they are big plays and they are almost, I shouldn't say guarantee, but you know what? It's going to be, if you're a Washington fan, you should be very, very happy and very stoked.
So here we go. We just got some news in here as well. Jackson, you're more than welcome to hit the breaking news at any point and come in and drop these too. Here we go. I just want Jackson to do it because this is super fun. So here we go. There is a 0% chance, according to Adam Schefter, that the New England Patriots will be trading pick number 3
because they want JJ McCarthy.
Chance. So here's the interesting thing, because in the last 48 hours, there has been some steam around the Patriots potentially taking JJ McCarthy with the 3rd overall pick. Apparently, the Kraft family really likes him. That being said, I still think this is a Drake May pick here.
Yeah, the ceiling for Drake May is way high and is higher than JJ McCarthy. And like we've talked about it before, that New England is the least favorable landing spot for any of these quarterbacks, but New England just has to go get a guy. They need a guy.
They absolutely do. They need a quarterback, and I think this is one where you take the quarterback and you worry about it later.
Yep.
And in our mock drafts, do we all have Drake May going number 3?
I do.
I do.
I do not.
You got that.
I got JJ McCarthy going.
Oh,
3.
he's doing it.
I got JJ McCarthy going 3.
The Patriots.
Hey, I am like 0 for 2 by a lot in these mock draft things, so I'm swinging for the fences here. All right, I'm going.
Could you explain real quick how the points work in
Yes.
our mock draft battle real quick?
Yeah, Jackson, do we have that graphic that we can throw up on the screen? I think we should have that under the video clips as well, kind of by where you hit that breaking news. So we are doing a mock draft battle as the Fantasy Football Fellas here. And how the scoring works is we all filled out a mock draft. There you go. They're all up on the screen right now on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Sorry, TikTok. We'll get this to you eventually. But essentially, when one of us gets a correct position, that is when, let's say, instead of Jaden Daniels, Drake May went at number 2. So we would all only get 1 point because we got the position correct. If we get the position and the player correct, that's 3 points, right? So that'd be 3 points. We all have 6 points thus far because we all had Caleb Williams, Jane Daniels 1-2. Now, here's where we spice it up a little bit. If you predict a team trades out of their pick, you get 5 points. You get 5 points. And then if you predict the team, the 2 teams that are involved in the trade, that is 7 points. So there is a max total of 10 points that you can earn. There is a max total of 10 points that you can earn on a given pick. So far we are all tied at 6 points. This is where the tie will be broken. We can take those off the screen now. Thanks, Jackson.
Pick is already in for New
The
England.
pick is already in for the New England Patriots.
Holy cow! They were not waiting a second.
I got my live stream figured out, by the way.
They literally did not waste a second. When Adam Schefter said there was a 0% chance, there was a 0% chance.
They need to get the boom arm guy out of the shot. And it's just straight at.
Hey guys, stop! I don't want anybody to know. I don't want anybody to know. It's Gerard Mayo on the screen.
I get you're trying to get your audio for your video, but dude, you cannot go right across the middle of the TV shot. That is not a good look.
So this doesn't add any clarity to the pick, though. With how quick they locked this in?
No, not at all.
Joe
Joel.
Oh, Marvin Harris
out a little bit. So here we did have a question come through while we're waiting for Roger Goodell to stroll up to the stage. Why don't we all name our favorite player in the draft?
Should we do offense and defense, or just our favorite one?
Favorite player overall.
Favorite player overall. Personally, it's Roma Dunze. It's Roma Dunze.
I like me some Rome. I'm a big Brian Thomas guy too.
You are. I was gonna be shocked if you didn't say yours was Brian Thomas.
I've kind of started to fall in that way, so we'll see.
As Roger Goodell strolls out to the stage here.
Whoa. We've got some time. Who's your favorite player?
Well, that's what I was going to say. As Roger Goodell strolls out to the stage, I will let you know my favorite player in the NFL draft this year is either Malik Neighbors or my guy, A.D. Mitchell, man.
Mitchell.
So here we go. The Patriots with the third pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May, quarterback out of North Carolina. Cameron on a fast track to going 0 for 3 in our mock draft.
Hey, I still got a point there.
True.
That's true. He did get a point. You
But
get
we
a
got
point for the
plus
position.
3,
Tyler, it's the power of being in person, Cameron. Suck it.
Hey, you know what? We can all whatever. I'm not even
You
concerned.
said
You literally could just say you'll be back home in a span of a month. And
Hey.
you'll be here next year. It's okay. We
Yeah.
kind of miss you.
Well,
All right. Now the draft the draft doesn't even start yet. Next, we got this. This is Marvin Harrison. If
So
this
yeah, okay, so
isn't-
here we go.
this is where the draft starts.
So here we go. So here's
don't
where we're
think
going
it
to ask the
does.
chat. Who do we think the pick is? Who do we think the pick is here? Do all of us have Marvin Harrison Jr.? I have Marvin Harrison Jr. here.
I have Marv.
I have Marv as well.
I feel like the Cardinals got to be just unless if they're one of the teams that has Malik Neighbors higher than
Which, if-
Marvin Harrison Jr. in this draft, which they could. They very well could.
If that is the case, then they should be calling the Giants right now and saying, "Hey, do you want to come up to 4 for Marvin Harrison, and we'll take him Malik Neighbors then at 6."
Right.
Or do they?
But the
roam
problem
more than
is
everyone?
Oh,
I mean, there are some teams that are absolutely in love with Rome, man. That is 100% possible.
ooh!
Hey, you want to hit that again?
Hit the graphic.
Jackson is he's the people's champion over here tonight. Adam Schefter. I didn't ask you, Siri.
Siri, stop it.
There is a 0% chance that Arizona Cardinals trade the 4th pick according to Adam Schefter. That is just it.
I hope he sends one of these, and then the team trades like the second the tweet is sent. Like he said, there's a 0% chance, and they go,
Yeah, trade.
"We are trading forward to everybody."
We are actually going to trade this pick.
Jackson, you
Just
should
kidding,
say hi to
Adam.
the people real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, Jackson could pop in here, say hi to the people.
Say hi to the people.
How's it going, people?
Yeah.
Look at that,
Producer
Wow.
Jackson.
Producer
Unreal.
Jackson, he is the one behind the scenes making this live stream happen. Not only to get your questions answered on TikTok, but only to make this happen over on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter as well, answering all of your questions.
And the resident Steelers fan for the pod.
There it is. He's the
Yeah.
resident Steelers fan. Out of
Yeah.
3 Vikings fans here, we also need to have at least one winning team in the bunch of us because we all know the Vikings aren't winning a Super Bowl anytime soon. But
I will just say,
I
think
mean, the Steelers got Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Let's not act like they're contending anytime soon. Yeah, you can go 9-8, 17 years in a row, but let's not act like we're real contenders here. I mean, come on.
Let them cook.
I was gonna say the Vikings should take credit for all the Steelers' success because where did Mikey T come from?
Oh, Minnesota, baby.
Minnesota,
baby.
All comes back to the purple and gold.
So with the 4th pick, we all have Marvin Harrison Jr. And we'll do a quick recap. 3 quarterbacks in a row have been drafted. It's been Caleb Williams to the Chicago Bears at number 1, Jaden Daniels to Washington at number 2. We just had Drake May out of North Carolina go to the Patriots at number 3. With the Arizona Cardinals now on the clock, expected to make this pick themselves. Again, all 3 of us have a consensus Marvin Harrison Jr. here.
Kyler to the Vikes.
Find it. Say it again.
Kyler to the Vikes here.
Vikes trade up, get Kyler, not trade up, but somehow fire Kyler
Gosh.
Murray. All the Vikings rumors have just been absolutely nuts recently. It has been disgusting. That's the word I'll choose. It's been disgusting and disgraceful.
Justin Herbert's 100% a Viking. $100 million cap hit doesn't hurt.
Can we
Doesn't
kick him?
matter.
Can we kick
Can we
him?
kick him?
Mute him
Is
for
that-
like
Can we mute Cameron?
helmet.
We turn him down.
2-minute minor. 2-minute minor.
Two
For,
a 2-minute minor. That's what we need. Where's the helmet? Where's the helmet?
I'm in a different
Uh,
location because I'm in.
We any more questions rolling in, Jackson? I fear again.
Oh, but
Oh,
the pick
Oh!
is in.
the pick is in. We'll get there. There's a jingle. The pick is in
Huge.
for the Arizona Cardinals. We are not wasting any time here tonight, gents. Again, I think we're all in consensus. It's Marvin Harrison, unless if this is one of the teams that does have Malik Neighbors higher on their board, which is a total possibility. Chat, who do we think it is? Pick is in. Marvin Harrison Jr. Malik Neighbors, little Roma Dunze.
Brock Bowers,
Love
double tight
Brock
end.
I was just gonna say, do you go Gauntlet tight end, Brock Bowers?
Is
That would
this,
be awesome.
I mean, look, no one's gonna be excited for this when I say it, but Joe Alt, because they do need a left tackle, but it's got to be Marvin Harrison or Malik Neighbors, one of the two.
Jackson, we got answers on who the chat is saying. Maybe it's a spoiler because Roger Goodell is wandering out to the stage, so it's a spoiler. All right, nope, no spoilers allowed.
No spoiling.
We won't say it. With the fourth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, botched it. The Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver out of Ohio State. No surprise there. Fairly chalk here through the first 4 picks, and dare I say, this is where the draft begins.
Truly where it starts. I mean, there was kind of the small chance that someone would trade to 4, but it truly starts here with the Chargers now.
So the Chargers have a multitude of different ways in which they can go, okay? The rumor on the block has been offensive line, because that's all Jim Harbaugh has been able to talk about this offseason. There has also been some now regained hype of, hey, look, these guys just need a wide receiver. The time Greg Roman was offensive coordinator over in Baltimore, they drafted 3 wide receivers in the first round during his tenure.
That is true.
So is there a chance they do take a Malik Neighbors? Is there a chance they do maybe like Roma Dunze, the best out of the trio? It is truly interesting here on who they'll go with. And maybe the one that I haven't said yet within the last 48 hours, JC Latham, right tackle out of Alabama. That is who I have mocked to the Chargers here at the 5th overall pick. That has been Daniel Jeremiah. That has been Lance Zierlein. That has been Todd McShay. That has been our friend over at Underdog Fantasy, Josh Norris. He has been all over that as well. And the hole is at right tackle for the Los Angeles Chargers. So I personally love JC Latham. The more I started digging in to his film, the more I saw how much of a big, athletic, aggressive mauler he can be that can rotate inside or outside.
It sounds weird having a guy like JC Latham going ahead of the guy like Joe Alt, who is the blue chip tackle in this class. But I think with the ceiling could be worth investing in for number 5. Cameron, you suck. Chat on everywhere. Cam just said no one cares. So no, I
was responding to Jackson's message, not talking to you. You were great, Ty.
Sure
you were amazing for the camera. The answer's awesome.
Keep discussing. Who do you all think the Chargers take here? I have to go. My computer's about to fall asleep. So you all discuss who you have at 5 here. I have JC Latham.
I also have Latham just because I think the steam has just been so heavy over the last 48 hours. But I would love for this to be a wide receiver pick, just because then everything about offensive line and all that kind of stuff, it was just all smoke then the entire offseason from the Chargers, right? Just give me it, like just some chaos, right? But I ultimately do think this will be an offensive line pick.
Well, I had the Vikings trading up for Drake May here, so we're a little off. I still think that's within the realm of possibilities of the trade up for JJ McCarthy now. But if they don't go quarterback, I think it's Latham. But man, I want it to be a wide receiver so badly. I want Justin Herbert to have someone exciting to throw the ball to.
Yeah, no,
giving Malik Neighbors would be so much fun, but Roma Dunze would be the perfect Keenan Allen replacement.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. And I think if there's a wide receiver that Jim Harbaugh would like to have on his team, I mean, besides Roman Wilson or Cornelius Johnson, it would be Roma Dunze, because Roma Dunze is the definition of like do it all wide receiver, not afraid to do the dirty work of blocking and having to play bigger than the position requires, if that makes sense. So I think if there was a receiver, I would say that Rome Odunze.
This just in, the Chargers are keeping their pick. No trades.
Oh boy.
So
You have my heart going so fast there. That was so unfair. We are 3 Vikings
We
fans.
had
And you're really
four.
gonna.
It just took 4 picks, and we nailed it. We absolutely nailed it. We got Cameron so good.
Oh,
So the Chargers are
man.
keeping their pick here.
That's unfortunate.
You don't have to worry about a trade up. Cameron, I'm sorry you don't get bonus points for predicting a trade.
There's no points for predicting a trade. Right. You have to get you
can predict a trade. You get points for predicting a trade. You
How
get
many?
5.
5 for just the trade alone.
Just for the trade. If you mock a team to trade out of their pick, you get 5 points for that. Because some of it we can generate from rumors, but a lot of it sometimes on draft night we're all just shocked by.
Yeah, true.
So it's like an extra bonus. So as we go through the mock draft, you can kind of see. That was already up on the screen. So that's old news. I was clearly looking away, but you saw our mock drafts up on the screen there. We're gonna get the timing of this down eventually. So far, Ty and I are 4 for 4. Cameron is 3 of 4, and unfortunately, he will be going 3 of 5 here. Unless
nailed the later
surprise
half.
everybody and take JJ McCarthy as a backup quarterback to Justin Herbert.
Oh gosh.
If the pick isn't in yet, we got any spoilers on chat? Who do we think is going to be chat? We got tackled. We got quarterback. JC Latham, or a wide receiver. Excuse me, that's not quarterback. I meant wide receiver. JC Latham. Is it Malik Neighbors?
Or chat. If you are a fan of one of the 4 teams that has drafted already, put your grade in the chat.
There it is.
Put your grade in the chat. If you wanted Drake May, what do you think about that pick? Jaden Daniels, again, Marvin Harrison. Give your grade. Give your grade. So far, through 4 picks. I don't know if someone says a grade below a C, I'm seriously going to question.
I would invite you to follow our channel and tune into our videos, and we will help you understand why these are actually very good picks. No, but for those of you who are hanging out over on TikTok, over on YouTube, over on Facebook, how many viewers are we sitting at?
We got 322 on TikTok right now.
322 on TikTok right now. We're hanging at a nice, healthy number over on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube as well. The pick is in for the Los Angeles Chargers. We'll get the jingle coming up here. Last call, fellas. Who do we think it is?
Yeah, like I said, there's been too much steam over the last 24, 48 hours for JC Latham to say that it's going to be somebody else.
I need it to be Neighbors right here. I need you guys to get this wrong. I need this to stay tied. It would make me happy. Let's go Neighbors. It's not
So
going
we get a Panda Malik Neighbors in the green room built by Lowe's with an
Does not
awkward.
look like he's going to be taken.
That's not a man with a face who just got a phone call from a team.
Or he just doesn't like Jim Harbaugh, and he's just upset.
Or he just doesn't like Jim Harbaugh. That is also true. Look at how nice and lined up and neat they are in the draft room. That's too professional.
It's the Jim Harbaugh way, baby.
Yeah, can we zoom in
Can
on
we
the
zoom in on the
draft
big
board?
board in the back there?
Can we please zoom in on that?
Talk about rookie mistake. Oh my gosh.
Please.
They're saying, cut out of it, cut out of it.
Why do we got Harbaugh in dark pants too? How can he not be rocking the khakis on draft day?
How's he not rocking khakis tonight?
Oh man, come on,
khakis.
man.
We get a general consensus of what chat was saying about this pick, Jackson.
That's crazy.
He's pulling that up for us.
JC Latham isn't even on Daniel Jeremiah's like top 10 available, but everything looks like it's going to be him.
A lot of Latham.
Lot of Latham.
Seen across the streams.
Lot of Latham.
Didn't Strager have this too?
Schrager was the other one who had this too. Yes. So, and here's the thing: when a guy like Daniel Jeremiah speaks up and says, "Hey, over the last 24 hours, this is what has been picking up steam." Last year, if you recall, when the Houston Texans traded up back to 3 with the Arizona Cardinals, Daniel Jeremiah was all over that in his final mock draft. So he is a guy that within 24 hours of the mock draft, I am paying very, very close attention to. When he speaks, I listen. That is why I have JC Latham at 3 as Roger Goodell strolls up to the stage. With the 5th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle out of Notre Dame. They did.
Wow.
They were led astray.
They did. They really started blowing smoke elsewhere. They ultimately ended up going the offensive lineman. Now, if you're a Chargers fan, Chargers fans, we see you. We see you. Hey, we know you're not happy with that pick, but we'll just say my guy Tyler Plath here was mocking this back in January.
January. And I got toasted. I got roasted for that. And guess what? Maybe I know a thing or two about ball. Maybe, just maybe. I don't know.
He bookmarked it. What was that comment we got up on stream there? I wanted to see him land in Tennessee. Yeah, so this is what's fascinating now is because this is where I had Joe Alt in Tennessee. Joe Alt was where I had Tennessee taking.
Yeah.
Shakes things up a little bit now. Things up a little bit.
Hey, real quick. Joe Alt, Minnesota boy. Minnesota talent.
Is he really? How did I not know this?
Mm-hmm.
Where from?
Was he Cretan?
No, Rosemount.
Oh,
Producer
Rosemount.
Jackson. Producer Jackson, could you look this up for us?
Where is Joe Alt from?
As Jackson's looking,
I'm pretty sure it was Rosemount.
That sounds about right.
He's from North Oaks, Minnesota.
North Oaks, Minnesota.
Where did he go to high school?
You listening on TikTok?
Yeah, so I'm off. That would not
That's
be
fine.
Rosemount.
That would not be Rosemount. But recapping the pick so far, we're through the top 5. We had Caleb Williams to the Bears off the top. We had Jaden Daniels, number 2 to the Washington Commanders. Drake May, number 3 to the New England Patriots. Marvin Harrison Jr., number 4 to the Arizona Cardinals. And now Joe Alt, who was consensus top tackle in the draft for almost everybody in the industry, goes 5 to the Los Angeles Chargers.
So who moves to the right side now for the Chargers?
Yeah, so this is the question as we take a look at the mock drafts here over on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. So far, Ty and I have racked up a total of 13 points because we get 1 point for the JC Latham pick. We got the position correct. We just didn't get the player correct.
Mm-hmm.
But because we guessed accurately on the first 4, we got 3 points for that and no trades yet as well. So go ahead, Cameron. You had popped in there with a question.
Oh, God.
Yeah, who moves to the right tackle, right? Because Slater and Alt both left tackles. I mean, do you move the veteran or do you just have the rookie transition to the NFL as a right tackle?
So this is what's tricky. I think you got to move the vet over to the right side because this is why I thought it was JC Latham. I thought forget the question. JC Latham is big, tough, athletic, versatile. We'll just slide him in on the right side. He's the natural fit there.
Yeah.
So who that is? I want to think they moved the vet over there to give Joe Alt an easier on ramp. The pick is in for the New York Giants.
It's definitely going to be. He is not just taking Malik Neighbors if he dressed up in a suit and tie.
I mean, to be fair, John Harbaugh was in a suit jacket as well. Dable seems like the kind of guy who would dress up.
McCarthy had 2 visits there.
Best
to
the NFL draft.
McCarthy spent the most time with the Giants. That's what he said on Rich Eisen today. Or yesterday. So
this could be a JJ McCarthy pick. I currently have it mocked Roma Dunze to the Giants here. The rumor was that if the Giants were to take a wide receiver here, they did prefer Odunze to Malik Neighbors. I got that from Todd McShay.
Gosh, I mean, as Vikings fans, I think all 3 of us are like slightly concerned, slightly worried that this will be JJ McCarthy.
At the same time, though, I think I've been mentally preparing myself for disappointment.
True.
And when this pick is JJ McCarthy and the Vikings make the pick, and it's going to be somebody who they could have gotten at 23, they just reach for it 11. Jackson's got a peculiar look on his face. So breaking news here.
Not breaking news, just got the pick spoiled for me.
Oh,
Thank you, Schefter.
Oh,
Shefty! As Roger Goodell is out to the stage. Who do we all have? Again, I mentioned it was Roma Dunze.
I got Malik.
So we all have a wide receiver here. With Jackson's look, I'm questioning if they take offensive linemen now. 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver out of LSU. Well done, gentlemen. Well done. I was going back and forth on Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze. I figured it was going to be one of these two guys because the New York Giants, my gosh, they need a pass catcher.
Yeah. When your top receiver is Wandale Robinson, Darius Slate, and you needed Isaiah Hodgins in 2022 to be your leading receiver. You need someone like Malik Neighbors.
You gonna say something? Just take a deep breath.
I'm just thinking it gets real interesting right here, right? I mean,
it does. Oh, it totally does.
Because
Joel is off the board.
Yeah.
I mean, who are you going with?
Is this the Rams trade up that was being talked about?
See, that's what I'm thinking is right now, I think Tennessee's phone is blowing up. You got Rome. People are wanting Bowers. People are going, oh, shoot, Alt's gone. Do we got to go up and get one of these tackles? Do we want to be the first team to get a defense? Is Minnesota going, hey, I'm not risking Denver and Vegas trading up here for McCarthy. I got to, I got a feeling their phone's blowing up. I think they're going to take their whole sweet time. But you got to imagine
they're going to take all 10 minutes. There's no question. This pick will take all 10 minutes because I think Tennessee was a popular trade out candidate.
Yeah.
Which, again, based by my mock drafts, I didn't quite understand because of Joe Alt was right there for him. That was the obvious need, letting Andre Dillard go to the Packers this offseason. But yeah, now that Joe Alt isn't there, do they take the next highest guy? Do they take Talise Fuaga? Do they take Olu Fashanu? Do they take, dare I say, JC Latham here?
Yeah.
Or do they keep adding to this offense? Do they take a Rome Odunze here?
With D-Hop and Calvin Ridley, they are like two veteran aging wide receivers, but I just don't think a wide receiver is exactly the first round kind of pick that team needs.
So here we go. We had a question pop up over on YouTube here. So now that Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr. are both off the board, how much of a likelihood is it that Rome Odunze ends up with the Chicago Bears? I believe that the phrasing was, if I read it correctly, Jackson, was Rome to Chicago for sure, ? I say no.
Mm-mm.
I think the New York Jets would have something to say about that. I actually think the Chicago Bears are more of a trade out candidate than they are a Rome Odunze candidate.
That was reported like an hour and a half before the draft started that the Bears were letting teams know that, hey, the number 9 pick is available. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think it was Daniel Jeremiah that had it in his mock that it would be Olu Fashanu, and it is Fashanu.
Fashanu, thank you. Yep.
I think it was Daniel Jeremiah that had it in his mock. I feel like it's not wide receiver. I think it's offensive line or it's defensive line for Matt Eberflus's sake and getting some interior presence other than Zach Pickens and Jervon Dexter.
I think that's what I feel. I feel like you go defense here. I feel like, you got DJ Moore, you got Keenan Allen, right? I mean, if you really want to let Caleb Williams develop, don't have it where every time he steps on the field, he has to score a touchdown, right? Give him a defense that's going to slow people down so that he can go in, he can constantly be getting into rhythm. He can be looking at these guys and not just trying to hit the big play all the time, because that was what happened at USC. So I think they go defense. I think they should go defense, or I think they trade out here. And you know what? I mean, I think these next 3 picks could all be for sale, right?
And I think they
absolutely
are. They are all for sale right now. This is where you heard a lot of the analysts in the industry saying after 5 through 10 could get pretty dang wild.
Mm-hmm.
This Jackson is making Curry's face. This is a disadvantage. Oh, the pick is in for the Tennessee Titans here.
Okay.
They are making their pick.
Really?
And it was heavily predicted in mock drafts that it was going to be Dallas the first edge to go, and that Jared Verse was going to fall like 20s somewhere. I think if that were to happen, whoever gets a Jared Verse that late is
they're going to be so happy.
Oh.
They're gonna absolutely love Jared Verse. But the pick is in for Tennessee. Let's resort back. We spent a lot of that time talking about Chicago. Who do we think the pick is here for the Tennessee Titans?
Man, I don't even know.
Yeah, if we're thinking offensive line, who has the highest ceiling of these remaining offensive linemen?
I think Olufashinu.
I would say it's Olufashinu.
I would as well.
Yeah,
the same
he's the
time-
best, better pass blocker too.
Right.
Right,
Yep.
and that's what you're building your offense for right now.
Yeah. I also think edge is very much in play.
Yeah, the Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner makes some sense.
Do we get a surprise Brock Bowers here?
My guy Chigakonkwo.
I don't think they go Brock Bowers.
I don't think so
You just
either.
You just want chaos for Brock Bowers to go.
I would love chaos rest. That's the fun thing about the draft is when you're sitting here and it's like, okay, this is the chalk pick. This is what should happen, and then some team is just like, nope, I'm taking the third quarterback. Like it's just, that's I love that. Yeah, exactly.
I'm actually surprised Tennessee isn't trading out here though.
Mhm.
Because here's the thing. I was going to touch on. All the reports were saying this week that there are teams calling left and right to trade up for tackles.
Yep.
For tackles. And you just look at the top 10 picks in this draft. Almost every team inside of the top 10 needs a tackle.
Yep.
So I don't know what teams are thinking of they're going to accomplish by expecting the Tennessee Titans to strike a deal with them when their biggest need is offensive tackle, when the Los Angeles Chargers have been rumored to be taking an offensive tackle, when if the New York Giants weren't going to take a quarterback or wide receiver, they have a need on the offensive line. The only team that might not inside of the top 10 is the Atlanta Falcons.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, the Giants were pretty set with tackles. I know Evan Neal has struggled, but like that would be the other team that would come to mind for me that, wouldn't necessarily need a tackle. But thing is, like, these tackles can play guard, right? JC Latham, you can
Yes.
slide him into guard. You can slide a Talize Fuanga. You could slide a Troy Fautanu. You can slide a Graham Barton. You can slide in. I wouldn't do Amarius Mims.
No, not Amarius Mims. I would not slide into Amarius Mims.
Your
But all
quarterback
those,
should be
other,
able
but
to
all those
see.
other guys go, no, you could totally slide in, which again, we'll get into the later picks of this draft when they come around, but that's when it's going to start getting interesting is when do those guys start flying off the board later in the draft? Because you're going to see a lot of teams in the back half of the draft that are, interior offensive line and tackle needy.
I will say, though, to the report of everyone trying to trade up for a tackle, it would make sense if Fashanu is the pick here, because then that's 2 tackles in the top 7 picks. Then you're looking at 4 in the remaining 28 picks, right? So then teams are going to be desperate enough to try to trade up for them. So I would say it's going to be Fashanu here, but I think anyone's guess is as good as mine. So
Yeah, it's
Pick been spoiled yet? Dang it.
don't
I was going to ask. I was going to ask the chat. Not on TikTok.
TikTok, don't spoil. Oh, that's right. They added Mason Rudolph. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I think
Mason Rudolph.
the thing too is like, right, we're thinking quarterbacks. There might be that run early, but I feel like the 3 real quarterback needy teams right now are saying we're gonna wait because I don't know what the separation between JJ McCarthy and the other 2 is for these 3 teams.
So Roger Goodell is at the podium with the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Tennessee Titans select. That's J.C. Latham out of Alabama going number 7 to the Titans.
It's a +1 for me, though. I had Joe
I had
Alt.
Joe Alt there as well. That's a +1 for me as well. But hey, look,
Just had him
this
flipped.
confirms the report. The league was insanely high on J.C. Latham, where most in the industry did not have J.C. Latham inside, their top 15, top 20 available. Here's J.C. Latham going 7th overall to the Tennessee Titans, where, massive team need just outweighed everything else. And my gosh, is the Tennessee Titans getting a tough physical mauler up front.
I love Latham for the Titans because you can play Latham at right tackle if you want him to. Feels a little rich for the number 7 pick just to put him at right tackle. Latham is raw enough with very good traits to go over to the left side. And when you have an offensive line coach, I think his name is Bob Callahan, who is Brian Callahan's dad, Brian Callahan, the new head coach.
Yeah.
He is like the top offensive line coach in the National Football League.
Big bear hug from JC Latham for Roger Goodell's. He's dying. He's let me go, bro.
Dude, I think Tennessee can. Siri thought that. Anyway, back to Latham. Barely. If there is a place that's going to get the most out of JC Latham, it's going to be Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's really something to be said about good offensive tackles coming out of Bama, right? I mean, that's just Saban just had an O-line factory for his entire career there.
Right.
But my favorite thing is watching these O-linemen walk up on the stage and they're hugging the other players, and you just realize how massive these guys are. I mean, he made Terry and Arnold look teeny. I mean, this is a professional, like an NFL cornerback, and he's walking up, giving him a hug, and he just like completely surrounds the guy. It's crazy.
So let's move on here. The Atlanta Falcons at number 8. They have a choice here. They can go edge rusher. I was watching our friends over at Underdog Fantasy, their mock draft live stream last night. Josh Norris decided to get a little bit chaotic. Why not round out this wide receiver room and take Drake London, Kyle Pitts, and Rome Odunze? Cam TV over on TikTok says, why not? There's a need for wide receiver 2 here. Now, let me say this. If it were Malik Neighbors, I think we have a conversation. If it's Rome Odunze here now instead, the problem is he and Drake London are, I don't want to call them one the same, but they're both big, physical, perimeter wide receivers. Mm-hmm. I think they siphon more from each other than they complement each other.
No, and I will call back, I don't know how long ago it was now that we did a podcast episode talking about dynasty buys, and I had said that Drake London was a buy, and this was before the Kirk Cousins signing. So
we're no longer a buy.
He is no longer a buy.
That window closed real quick.
But I had mentioned, like, if it's Malik Neighbors, I think I would be a little less enticed to go buy a Drake London because they complement each other. Versus a Rome Odunze and Drake London, I think they are similar enough where they won't necessarily take away from each other. I'm still not really a fan of wide receivers. I feel like this needs to go defense.
There needs to be a trade here. There needs to be a trade here, I think.
I'd go defense, or I'd go defense or trade. The thing about the offense, I mean, you're giving Kirk Cousins $180 million on the offense, right? You're going to have to pay Pitts soon if you want to keep him. You got to pay London soon. And I think it's an underrated fact that they paid Darnell Mooney 3 years, $39 million. Like, right, you're already paying your third option on offense, fourth option behind Bijan Robinson, 3 years, $39 million.
Wow. Wow. I'm waiting for them to drop. The Atlanta Falcons are taking their pick here at number 8. I had the New York Jets trading up here. So I'm striking out on all cylinders unless if they do take Rome Odunze here with. I'm looking at Raheem Morris. That's a guy who is getting on with who I think is going to be Dallas Turner here.
Yeah, that's what I've got. I think they need an edge rusher very badly. We talked about Latu as an option, but I think Dallas Turner gives you a higher ceiling, and he's more of a scheme fit than Latu, who doesn't exactly have like the athletic traits to really get somebody invested in a top 10 pick because of a ceiling or from a ceiling standpoint.
Cameron, who do you have here at 8 to the Falcons?
I had Rome going to the Jets, so I mean I'm out on that.
Oh, wait a second. No, I had Dallas Turner. So I remember in the TikTok video I had the Jets training up, but
yes. Dude. Oh, Jackson's giving us a look. Oh no. Oh no. Roger Goodell's at the podium. I'm scared to know that. Oh no. With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael.
Whoa!
What?
Wow.
What?
Atlanta, what are we doing?
That's insane.
What are we doing?
So Kirk's a 2-year deal.
It
And you're taking, but you're taking Penix at 8. Why are you drafting his insurance policy now? Do we lose TikTok? Oh no!
Did the live end?
Yeah, live ended on us. Live crashed. For the biggest moment of the whole night.
Oh my
What?
Atlanta. What?
YouTube and Facebook got it though.
Oh my Atlanta.
That's insane.
What?
Michael Penix Jr. Can you believe that?
I can't speak. I am making a TikTok tomorrow of the top 5 worst picks in the first round. This is number 1. There will be nothing worse than this. There will be nothing worse than this. Ty, go figure out your phone. Go do your thing. Why?
That's crazy.
Why?
I cannot believe that. I'm shocked.
Do you don't have any other rationing for this?
No, they're
Right? I'm not dumbfounded for
This
no reason.
is crazy. I'm wondering what all these Falcons fans are saying.
I know we need to get the
You gotta be
TikTok back
going-
up, man.
You gotta be
Oh, for
going nuts if you're a Falcons fan right now.
Oh my goodness.
That
The
is
Chicago Bears are off the
insane.
clock. But there is no reason Michael Penix Jr. should be going at the 8th overall pick to the Atlanta Falcons. There is no reason.
What
Yeah.
just happened? What just happened?
TikTok, are we back?
TikTok.
What?
TikTok. Sorry. What the heck happened? What just happened?
We crash on TikTok because of how stupid. Let me repeat. Stupid.
Stupid.
The
I don't get it.
4 years in a row on the offense.
I don't get it.
I'm probably maxing out my mic for the poor TikTok people. I feel so bad.
Yeah,
The
that's-
Bears pick is in.
The Bears pick is in. They are taking 9. I'll get my.
They're going
Oh
Rome
my
here.
Atlanta.
This is Rome.
What
I
is
think
hap-
this is Rome. I think this is Rome.
Byron.
I got Byron Murphy. That's who I got.
I
Actually,
have
nope.
Indy trading up for Brock Bowers.
No, I had the Saints trading up for fashion here. So we're
So
all over the place.
So this could be Byron. Okay, so I will retract. I think this could be Byron Murphy. I think I'm a little bit trapped in the madness of what just happened with Atlanta at 8 with Michael Penix.
That is
Oh
insane.
my
How do they go
Lord.
Penix?
I honestly don't care who Chicago takes right now. I honestly don't, because if you're the Atlanta Falcons, why do you
You-
not trade back?
yeah, honestly,
Why did you not trade back?
unless like they didn't want to trade behind Vegas because that was the
wow. Schefter said earlier in the week that Penix at 8 was in play. He said that he's heard that.
He did.
And I
He
thought
did.
it was stupid. I thought it was like, there's no way. And then
It was the classic. It was the classic.
wow.
96 hours before the
That's
draft.
great.
What's great? Oh,
Oh boy, here we go.
They gotta be. I'm sure. Oh,
hold on.
Jackson, hit
you got
that breaking
something coming,
news.
Jackson?
We got something
Hit that.
going.
Yeah, one moment, pulling it up.
Oh man.
Oh, but there's got to be a juicy bit from the Falcons.
Easy.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded up to 10.
Let's
They
go.
had to. They had to. I'm sure
That's our guy.
they had to go get McCarthy.
Yes,
Go.
JJ. Yeah.
Watch them take Knicks. Watch them take
Oh,
Knicks.
time
Don't
out.
celebrate yet. Don't celebrate until they tell us the name, because this could still be Knicks.
Point. Very good point.
With the
Oh.
9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver out of Washington. I'm gonna be honest, TikTok, Facebook,
Can't blame
YouTube,
him, though.
Twitter. I don't blame him. I hate the pick though.
We're gonna have to wait a year or two, maybe. I mean, Keenan Allen has 1 year left on his deal, but
Yeah.
who knows? Like, he signs like a 1 year extension, something like that.
I don't think
Get
it's a
wise,
JSN. See, that's what I think people are going to worry about. I don't think it's a JSN situation. I don't think we're going to see like 40 targets for Rome, right? I mean, you're taking with the 9th pick. You know how good he is. I think and the thing is, Seattle didn't run any 3 wide receiver sets. I think you're going to run a lot more on Chicago right now, especially with Caleb Williams. And can you blame him though? You got Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze on cheap deals. I mean, as far as like if they pan out for the next 4-5 years, I mean, it's from a team building standpoint, from an offensive building standpoint, it is really hard to blame him right there for those picks.
No, I mean, I know I don't blame him for Rome Odunze. I don't, because this is so appealing. It's so appealing to have 3 phenomenal pass catchers. You're setting up your rookie quarterback. Everybody was begging, please, please, please get our quarterback some weapons. Mm-hmm. Got DJ Moore. They went out and got Keenan Allen for cheap. They went out and now they drafted Rome Odunze. Ryan Poles is hearing you all. He's got a plan. He's putting his money where his mouth is in terms of signing these guys to big deals, going out making trades, and getting Caleb Williams now weapons. He is trying to make this as foolproof as possible. I don't blame them. I don't like it though, because it's a luxury pick. I get it, but the Minnesota Vikings are on the clock though at 10. If you missed that, the Minnesota Vikings traded up from 10 to 11, up one, or from 11 to 10 for one spot.
Oh, you hit it.
You hit it.
Yeah,
hit it.
All right, let's see. The Vikings traded up to 10. They now get 10 and the 203. Jets have 11, 129, and 157.
So the Vikings are giving up fourth and fifth round picks to pick up a 7th round pick in return to move up one spot, which,
gosh,
that's still a little steep, but
you had to, because you had to beat Denver and you had to beat Vegas.
You did,
right?
because if your guy is falling this far, you got to get ahead of him. You got to do what it takes. And if you keep 23 in the process,
yes, you got to be so happy about that.
Process, you keep 23 and you're third in the process, and you can start building something from there.
Gosh, why am I so nervous all of a sudden?
No, because you're a Viking fan, because you know we're going to screw
it up.
Because they're going to go Byron Murphy here.
Oh my gosh.
We might.
Brock Bowers, baby.
We might.
Ooh.
Hey, TJ Hawkinson out with ACL injury.
Yeah.
It might be Brock Bowers.
Not justifying it.
Chad, who is it? Who is it here at 10 for
No
Minnesota?
spoilers, though.
No spoilers, though.
All right.
Who do we think
Before
it is?
Before I get worked up on this, I'm going to say this every 5 minutes tonight. What the heck is going on in Atlanta? I know we just talked about it, but man, gosh.
Atlanta.
How do you
something?
The pick is in Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, it's a 6th. Okay.
It's a 6th. Correct.
I thought it was a 7th.
I thought it was a 7th too, but it is indeed a 6th.
You guys can't math.
So you give up a 4th and a 5th to pick up an additional 6th. You keep your 3rd rounder and 23. Falcons are stupid.
Thank you, Sport God, over on YouTube.
Put that on a t-shirt. Falcons are stupid. I would spell that double O-P-I-D.
Double
even.
O.
Double
I
double
cannot
O-P-I-D
believe
moment.
that. What do you think Kirk's thinking right now?
Kirk's thinking, I wish I never would have gone to Atlanta.
Well, I got to say, they probably told him. They had to have told, like, right? You don't sign a guy to that contract and not, and surprise him with the 8th pick. Because they didn't even trade for it. It's not like he fell, right? That was a reach on Penix at 8.
Did they Aaron Rodgers him with Jordan Love?
Yeah, but it's different though, right? Rodgers was there for a while. They've been, that relationship was getting they just got Kirk. They just brought in Kirk. Like, I just don't get it. I do not at all. That's
that makes
so
zero
insane.
sense.
We kept pick 23 though.
Yeah, we did. Did you not hear me say that twice?
What is going on in your brain over there, Tyler?
I'm worried.
Michael Penix, that's what's
worried.
going on.
I'm stressed.
He's worried, brother.
I'm stressed.
You're not, brother.
User over on TikTok. Over on TikTok, we got user 63189455782. Ever since 28-3, they've been in a downward spiral. Talking about Atlanta. The carryover's still there.
Nicely said.
Oh no. Which it's unfortunately true. So assuming the Vikings say quarterback, I'm not even gonna say that as a Vikings fan.
It's for Quinyon Mitchell.
Oh gosh. It's for tackle.
Super DeJean.
No. Can you imagine?
We're changing the culture.
Okay, but who do we actually think it is?
It's got to be JJ. It's got to be
JJ.
JJ is the strongest link to this team. I think that's who it's got to be. Penix was the other noise that I was getting worried about.
I think Bo Nix was more than Penix though.
It was weird because Penix was really close to the Raiders and the Vikings.
Mhm.
I think at this point it is JJ McCarthy.
It's got to be. So real quick,
gotta be
I have
McCarthy.
JJ McCarthy going to the Vikings at 11.
I had him at 11 as well.
So is that point?
No.
Is
No,
not?
because
No.
it is not the
No.
10th pick. It is not the
No.
10th pick of the draft.
You're a loser.
Maybe
You
so,
don't
so,
get
so
points.
this is where we might need to refine the rules though too of like, okay, but if you like still get the team and the pick correct, you get like a consolation. Like,
Yeah, you got a
we're not
pat on
gonna-
the back.
We won't do that this year. We'll explore that for next year. But
You two can give each other a high five if you get the pick to Minnesota, right? That's
there
what
it
you
is.
get,
There it is. Yeah,
consolation.
if it is indeed
Ridiculous.
JJ McCarthy.
Dude. I'm trying not to get excited because if it's not, then it's all that excitement for nothing. But dude, JJ McCarthy as a Minnesota Viking.
Do we ever get chat results, chat feedback on who we thought it was? Who we thought it was going to be? My guess is that it was pretty much consensus JJ McCarthy, which means it's going to be something stupid like Byron Murphy the second now. Oh God, please. no.
Terry on Arnold.
If it's Bo Nix. No, you know. Okay, so we're gonna have callbacks to to 2022.
Wipe that off. Okay.
We're gonna have callbacks to 2022 when the Vikings traded back from 12 to
Spencer Rattler.
30. And if it's Bo
Joe
Nix,
Milton. He's got the traits. He's got the cannon of an arm.
hey, draft
Jordan Travis, baby. Go Knowles.
Cool. Yeah, he won't be living there in a couple weeks, so
I don't have my hat on the other one.
you have to give that. He's got his Knowles hat somewhere around
I
there.
thought I had it right behind me, but
You
I
gonna wear your
didn't.
Knowles hat and your Gators polo then?
Oh yeah.
You tweener.
I told my brother. So for everyone who doesn't know, my brother is a brand new Florida Gator.
Yeah.
He walks into that. We went to Gainesville together. That entire bookstore, every other turn, like you take a turn, Tim Tebow jersey. You can take another turn, Tim Tebow jersey. That is the entire bookstore. You walk on campus we were there for the orange and blue game. It was Tim Tebow, Tim Tebow, Tim Tebow, Tim Tebow, and then you get the one frat guy, Aaron Hernandez, Tim Tebow, Tim Tebow, Tim Tebow, and then it's just like that's the entire campus. It's just nuts. Gotta love Florida.
Oh, has his own culture at Florida.
He does.
That is unbelievable.
Oh,
So,
gosh, I'm gonna cry if this is Bo Nix.
Don't say that.
Quest, you better be cooking, my guy.
Look, for those of you watching, in case you can't tell, we are indeed Minnesota Vikings fans.
Oh my
Um,
god.
So emotionally invested in this pick.
There is too much anxiety
Man.
with us being a Minnesota Vikings fan. We have done too many things wrong for so long.
This will make or break the rest of my 20s.
You're 25. You have 5 years, dog.
I mean, if they take,
Should have just
I-
said your life.
we can't get mad. People were upset when they took Josh Allen in Buffalo and Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City. And I was excited when we took Christian Ponder in Minnesota. I mean, I was like 11, but so
Oh man.
I remember trying to think Christian Ponder was a good pick, and then I very quickly learned Christian Ponder was a terrible pick, despite what people in
JJ.
TikTok comments said the other day.
Roger,
right.
Please let Miss Ma'am just announce the pick.
I know they got to do the
Rip the
whole
Band-Aid.
long introduction. I love that we get to hear from teams for taps.
Yes.
We love that. I mean, I love that
Yeah.
they give the opportunity for people to give these picks, but
They're Vikings fans too.
all
are
right.
they
yeah.
Vikings picks? So
That's
here we
Vikings
go
hat.
with the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL
He's not
draft.
crying.
The Minnesota Vikings select
They did
JJ McCarthy.
They did it!
We did something right.
Yes.
Come on, Ty.
You know what the worst part is?
For the people. We did it. Oh, my
Well, they're hugging. If Vikings fans are unanimously happy,
we did it. We did
that
something
means
good.
this. No,
We did something good.
this dude's a bust now. 100%. We're all happy and excited.
You shut
We're
your
on
mouth.
cloud
Jackson,
nine.
mute him. Turn his volume. Mute him.
2 minute minor. 2
Dude,
minute minor.
No, that's a
That's
10-minute
helmet.
major.
That's a 10
This
minute
is
game misconduct. You get the bucket.
winner,
Oh,
efficient
goodness.
Alex Smith. That's what his thing is.
I
on
love the Alex
NFL
Smith at
now.
the end. Look, you can talk crap about JJ McCarthy all you want.
It's the
I
right
think you
pick.
really do have to dig into this guy's film to truly understand he can step up and deliver. He can make the difficult throw. Just because he wasn't asked to at Michigan doesn't mean he cannot do it. He steps into a Kevin O'Connell pass-friendly offense that will get Justin Jefferson open, that will get Jordan Addison open when TJ Hawkinson is back and healthy. With Aaron Jones, coming out of the backfield. JJ McCarthy is walking into success.
Mm-hmm.
And I find it hard to believe that I don't even think he's going to start right away. And I'm okay with that. I think they let Sam Darnold grip it and rip it for probably the first 6 weeks. As long as they take until they feel JJ McCarthy is ready. Because at the end of the day, they can come back, use that 2025 first to beef up the rest of this team as well, and really fill this team out around JJ McCarthy.
I mean, there were scouts and executives that, insiders would ask them,
oh my goodness,
who do you think is the best quarterback in this draft? And they would say that whoever goes to Minnesota would be the best quarterback. Bowers, baby.
And I think this is a Brock Bowers pick here. I would agree with that. I had Brock Bowers going at 9 to Indianapolis. Wow, what a rich comp from Daniel Jeremiah. JJ McCarthy to CJ Stroud. Setting him up to fail right away. You're right, Cameron. I'm on board now. JJ McCarthy's going to be a bust.
Oh, man. Jeez. What are we going to see next? Oh, he went to Michigan. He must be Tom Brady. Come on.
that was the Kraft connection up at 3 with New England.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, my. We got a quarterback.
Did you see Jackson giving us a little nugget? For the first time in NFL history, 5 quarterbacks have gone in the top 10.
For the first time in NFL history.
Hey,
wow.
We made history, boys.
First time in NFL history.
We might hit 6 in the first 12.
We made history.
We might get 6 in the first 12.
Honestly, because Denver's next.
And
so I would expect Denver to be a trade back candidate here.
They need to,
but you got Vegas right behind you. So do you risk Vegas going, we want a quarterback, we want Bo Nick? Like that's the only concern.
If I'm Denver, I do. That's not worth it to me. That's not worth it for me to take Bo Nix there at that point.
I think it's
Michael Penix went to the Falcons.
You got to factor in the Sean Payton effect.
I don't know anymore.
So real quick, here is the explanation that I would have. Oh, look at that draft room. Look at that. They are not super enthusiastic. But hey, you know what?
They said it's not Drake May, but we got the next.
And we got our 23rd. That's what they care about.
Yeah.
So right.
When at least the appeal for Michael Penix to go to Vegas was that Penix has an arm that neither Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell have.
Correct.
Bo Nix is, I'm not going to say that he's the same player as those two or similar. He does he's a little more mobile than those two guys. But I think if you need to add a new dynamic to your offense through the quarterback position, Bo Nix isn't going to give you that compared to what you already have for Vegas.
You're just saying it's not enough of an upgrade to be worth taking at the pick 13.
Right.
I get it.
I don't know. The Atlanta Falcons took Michael Penix at number 8, though. I don't know.
I'm calling Fasciano here.
Here we go with the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The New York Jets select Olu Fashanu.
I was right.
State.
Wow.
You did it, Cameron. Congratulations. I'm proud of you.
I'm a genius.
I'm proud of you.
Follow me on Twitter at CamelotFFF.
I will say,
let the people know.
I've missed the last 2 picks by 1 spot because I had the Eagles trading up with Denver for this next pick to get Olu Fashanu. So I don't know if the Eagles will be trading up with Denver.
I did have a tackle there.
You did have a tackle there.
I had JC Latham going.
Oh, you did have JC Latham going there. See, I had Minnesota staying home, taking JJ McCarthy, but again, I think they made the right move there. Go up, get your guy. Don't question it. So Olu Fashanu goes to the Jets, fills out a big need for them along the offensive line for Aaron Rodgers. They brought in Tyron Smith, but
Moses.
And what? Sorry,
and Morgan Moses.
And Morgan Moses. They brought in both of those guys, but you know what? Considering Tyron Smith has not been a clean bill of health, this is still a very, very strong need. And Olu Fashanu has the athleticism and versatility to rotate inside or out, kind of fill the hole as they need there.
I wouldn't be surprised if Morgan Moses is kind of that backup tackle that they need. It wouldn't make sense though with Tyron Smith, with how old he is, to stick Fashanu on the right side, because I mean Tyron Smith is on a 1-year deal. So it's like I think Fashanu is built to play on the left side. You wouldn't complicate it too much in that regard, but it'll be interesting to see how it all stacks up.
Do we think that this is them kind of saying, hey, we believe you guys? Okay. I want to preface this by saying this is not about my fantasy football team. This is an legitimate question. Do we think this is them saying we don't need an offensive weapon here? We believe Mike Williams is good enough, healthy enough to be the wide receiver 2 on our team.
I mean, you could have just you outed yourself by trying to say it wasn't about your fantasy football
It
team.
wasn't. No, I'm
is.
not trying to sell you Mike Williams here. I'm legitimately asking, do we think this is them saying, hey, our weapons are good enough that
Mike
we
Williams involved in them recently?
Too many.
Not
No.
anymore.
No. No, that's fascinating though, because I did think Brock Bowers was going to be the guy here for them. I thought they were going to go out and get Aaron Rodgers, another weapon underneath, like Garrett Wilson, continue to play the X, rotate him out to the Z if they need to. But clearly beefing up the offensive line is of importance, and I think this is a pick as well that suggests the Jets are looking past Aaron Rodgers at this point.
So I think the other thing too about the Jets going offensive line, I think a lot of people thought if they're going to go offensive line, they were going to take somebody that is a little more versatile than Fashanu is. Not saying that he can't be, but like Talize Fuanga is like he can play guard right away or tackle right away. There's just no market. People are willing to just sit.
Dare him to take Bo Nix?
Yeah, honestly,
I 100% think they're taking Bo Nix here.
they got to.
This is either Bo Nix or Dallas Turner.
I think
it's 100% Bo Nix.
a lot of people thought like Quinion Mitchell could be a pick here, but when you have a first, he just picked up his 5th-year option. Taking another first-round corner is a ton of money to that quarterback position. It's got to be. I feel like it's got to be Bo Nix, and if it's not, it's got to be an edge rusher because you don't have an edge rusher.
Here's kind of
you're hurting though if you're Denver, man. Oh man, I would have been so happy to trade back with any team in the late first round and pick up a 2nd-round pick plus additional capital to start filling out this team a little bit better. We'll figure out the quarterback later. You got Jared Goff, who will be a free agent. Hopefully Tua Tagovailoa, who could be a free agent. Dak Prescott. The Cowboys are playing goofy games with Dak Prescott. And I get you just signed a Russell Wilson, an aging quarterback, to a big contract, but like I feel like there's other options here. Bo Nix isn't exactly the lock of the century, but I also get it. Scarcity mentality.
Yeah, I mean, again, maybe there is no market. Maybe no one answered the call that George Payton and the Broncos were sending out for maybe trading back. And I wonder if you are just stuck between a rock and a hard place and you just got to be like, all right, we got to do it.
I want to give a shout out to the guys on TikTok. Since we restarted the live, I have been muted on TikTok and they finally just let me know. So they've been sitting here watching me, which I probably haven't said anything worth listening to, since we restarted. So,
if we actually had the helmet on you, I'd let you take it off right there because that's just priceless. That is priceless.
Jake and Fernando, thank you very much. You guys are winners over there. What was that?
How many are we sitting at over on TikTok?
186.
So we died down a little bit because since the Atlanta Falcons broke our freaking live stream.
I know.
Not only do they make a stupid pick, they kill our live stream.
I think we should sue Atlanta.
I'm going to sue the Atlanta Falcons. You take
Arthur
a
Blank.
quarterback, you make a stupid pick, you kill our live stream. It's enough for defamation.
The best
And you
part
stole
of
our
that is
quarterback
that,
originally.
I saw the pick early, and I tried to hide my reaction as best as I could, but I couldn't do it too well because it was too funny.
It was too
Well, the thing was, it didn't matter how you hid your reaction because even if you were like freaking out, those two would have never guessed Michael Penix, right? You could have made whatever reaction you wanted, and they would have never
guessed
gone,
Michael Penix. No.
It's Michael Penix.
That draft from Denver does not look happy. That is not. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to play poker face a little bit. That is
misspelled
not
that
a
name on
draft.
the draft card.
Could this be here we go. As Daniel Jeremiah's best available comes up, the top 200, Brock Bowers is at the top. Could this be the Brock Bowers pick?
That was commonly talked about, Brock Bowers going to Denver, because Greg Dulcich hasn't really stepped up, and he's dealt with injuries and stuff like that. But like
Alberto.
Albert Quakenbaum.
he's in Philly.
Albert,
now, isn't
no, he isn't.
Oh, he's not even there.
Like,
Here
I
comes
mean,
Roger
Denver
Goodell
right now,
strolling
just
out.
taking best player on the board. I feel like it would be Brock Bowers, right? So I wouldn't mind if it's Brock Bowers.
This is the question of the Broncos right here. Do you take team need? What in the world is happening? Are they doing a jazz dance intro for Detroit, the city of jazz? That's New Orleans.
Bo Nix.
For Bo Nix. The 12th pick in the 2020-24 NFL draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo
Oh,
freaking
man.
Nix.
I
out
nailed
of
that pick.
Oregon.
Boom.
They had to.
6 in the first 12.
That's
when
a-
everybody
Sean
thought-
Payton's ego is too big. He needed his quarterback. He
Yep.
thinks he can fix everything. Yes, I'm so happy.
I mean, look, I like Bo Nix, and I don't really want to get into the debate of like, is pick 12 too rich? Because like we haven't even seen these guys take a single snap in the NFL, but it's like, gosh, this has a Christian Ponder vibe to it.
So here's the problem. The track record for first round quarterbacks is essentially 40% hit rate.
Yep.
And we just saw 6 go in the top 12, which means we'll say 3 out of the 6.
2.3.
Yeah, 2.3. So maybe even only 2. 2 of these guys are going to work out. Maybe 3. And I think I'd be willing to lean on the side of 3 between Caleb Williams at the top, one of Drake May, Jane Daniels, and then JJ McCarthy in Minnesota. And that's not a bias thing. That is just JJ McCarthy is in the best scenario.
Yeah. Man.
Why 12 is too rich for me. That is why 12 is too rich for me. That is why 8 for Michael freaking Penix.
When you have Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Yeah, let alone that you have Kirk Cousins.
Oh my god.
Lunacy. Lunacy. So look, the Denver Broncos can shake hands, be happy. They're happy they got their pick in. I'm willing to bet they did not want to have to force their hand here. And
Literally the
reaction is like a celebration because they're hardcore Broncos fans at the Broncos draft party. I'm guessing most Broncos fans at home aren't happy with that pick. Any Broncos fans in the chats anywhere, let us know. Grade A through F.
Mhm.
I'm leaning like a D plus here. I'm going to be honest. I get it addresses a team need. 12 is too. Oh my gosh. And Vegas already has their pick in.
This is got to be a tackle, I think.
I think it's Terrion Arnold. You hear Antonio
Oh,
Pierce in.
Mitchell.
I think this is Terrion Arnold. You hear Antonio Pierce in recent interviews discussing, look, we can build out the defense. We can build around the defense. We'll deal with the rest later, but we got to start a solid corner in the foundation of the defense. It's something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but I'm willing to bet Vegas focuses on the defense here. And they were a team who I thought would trade up into the end of the first round to take a Michael Penix before he. We're going to be talking about Michael Penix the rest of the freaking night. I have Terrion Arnold here in my mock draft at 13. Who do you have, Tyler?
I have Penix.
Cameron?
I have Michael Penix. So
Man, you two are bums.
hey, I had Bo Nix for the last pick. So
You mad?
Did you have Bo Nix for the last pick?
I did have Bo Nix. Yeah. I
Hey,
did.
way to
Bo
go. You had Bo Nix too?
Yeah.
Oh, my
What are you
goodness.
doing over here?
I had the Eagles trading up and taking Olu Fashanu.
Oh, you Daniel Jeremiah stan.
Cooper DeJean here. Yeah, we could get a little Cooper DeJean here potentially.
I would not take Cooper DeJean as the first corner.
I wouldn't either,
Look,
but if you want a strong nickel, I get it.
The
Byron Murphy?
expectations for a white corner to be first corner.
New candidate. It's off my shoulders now with you two. I'm no longer that guy.
I'm just saying.
Ooh.
Here we go. As Roger Goodell steps up to the podium. Cameron, oh boy, with the 13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers. out
Didn't they
of
just take
Georgia.
Mayer?
They took
Last
Mayer
year.
last year. Where's
So-
Kevin?
Wow.
Kevin, you hanging out on the live stream? Bet you wish you would have traded me Michael Mayer now. This is
Ooh, interesting.
I hate
Wow.
I
This is
hate's a strong word. I am very confused by this pick.
I mean, outside of the Michael Penix pick to Atlanta, this is the most confusing pick of the night.
Is this them
Because
saying
why?
he's not a blocker? He's a slot wide receiver pretty much now?
I mean, he is more Kyle Pitts than he is. He's more Kyle Pitts and Dalton Kincaid than he is like a George.
Like that.
Someone
The
else.
Saints are listening to trade offers at number 14. Expect a trade coming soon. That's from Ian Rappaport.
So here we go. So this is, I think, where you're going to find the Philadelphia Eagles or a team late in the first round who want to trade up for a Talise Fuaga, a tackle.
I think the Saints want if Fashanu, now that he's off the board.
Yeah, that's where I had him going.
Out. Which I would not. I mean, they need an edge rusher. But
Is this the Xavier Worthy pick?
oh my gosh,
Someone trade up to get Xavier Worthy. I don't think so. I don't think
think
it is.
all that confess is for a quarterback, not for
Colts at
Brock
15 now, though. Colts at 15 now, though.
So
I think
That's a
they're.
corner.
You think that's a corner then?
Yeah, I think that's tearing up.
that's where I got
I don't-
Worthy going. I bought
I
that
don't skip
smoke.
one here, but Saints on the clock here at 14. I'm
Who do they
I'm
trade
very
with?
shocked they are looking at Talise
Rams?
Fuaga here. I'm shocked at it because he fills the hole at right tackle for him. You got Trevor Penning on the left side.
Oh, but Penning is.
I'm not saying Penning is.
not.
I'm not saying Penning is top notch, but I'm saying you just spent first round capital on a
I mean,
tackle not
you-
that long ago. I'm saying the line is still in need, and you're kind of running out of options.
I think if you're going to go offensive line, if you're the Saints, you need to just take like steady Eddie floor talent, which like I think a lot of people would be like, oh, Marius Mims because he's a tackle. They need a tackle. He is a
They already tried the
project.
Mauler route. They already tried the Project Mauler route with Trevor Penning.
So I would think like if it's an offensive line guy, it's going to be Talise Fuanga. But again, I keep going back to edge. Dallas Turner is sitting right there.
Yeah.
M. Jordan isn't getting any younger. And their number 2 guy is
Well, so if they're trading it though,
So
maybe
right,
they like their odds with Latu or Jared Verse. then,
Yeah.
maybe.
that's what I'm starting to wonder is
pick is in.
really
According to Rappaport, the pick is in.
Oh boy.
just lie to us, Jackson.
No, he lied to me.
No, you lied to me. You're fired. We're not
That's interesting
paying
because we're on YouTube TV. We're on a break right now.
We're enjoying the Zen right now. Nice creek.
But
of a nice-
Jackson, where'd that question come from? The Broncos one? I saw that scroll through our feed
Yeah.
over here. Where'd that one come through? And I maybe you just tuned in, which is totally fine. Welcome in. For those of you who are just tuning in, we're live for the entire first round of the NFL draft. If you're not following us already, make sure you do that. Drop some likes as well. We had like 800 people in here at one point as well. That was
before Atlanta killed our stream.
yes, but
Arthur Blank.
don't want to think of. I'm gonna lose sleep over that pick, and it's not even my team.
No, I'm not.
I might want to. I really want to see if I can get. Oh, you guys remember Justin Dade?
I
Oh
do.
yeah. Oh.
Live call in.
I really want to get a live. I really want to get a live call in of Justin.
I mean, you could just over the phone, just right into the
It-
mic.
I might.
If a
I might.
Falcons fan, for those who do not know who Justin
Big
Dade
Falcons
is,
fan.
a hardcore Falcons fan, a Wisconsin Falcons fan.
But does he know that we're live? That's the thing.
I'm gonna text him afterwards. I'm feeling for him right now.
You could, you know what? You should make him a source in your video tomorrow about the Falcons taking Penix and be like, my sources have told me that this is the worst pick in the last 20 years by the NFL fans.
So we just had a comment rolling over on Facebook. Dalton thinks Dallas Turner or Amarius Mims here potentially.
I feel like Turner. I feel like it's got to be an edge. You need an edge.
Yeah, that feels like. That
Do you
feels
think
like the
Byron
right-
Murphy has a shot
No.
here? Do they go?
Oh, I think Byron Murphy's
They
going to take a
could.
tumble.
They could use a defensive tackle though.
Could. I'm worried Byron Murphy takes a tumble here.
That's
He's
right.
the-
They signed Chase Young.
Yeah, so
I
they do have an
forgot about
edge.
that.
Yeah, they do have an edge. I'm shocked they aren't making this pick here. Well, okay, let me rephrase. So it's not confirmed that the pick is in. I'm shocked that they're shopping the pick. I just feel like the need is at tackle. So take Talise Fuaga, who's sitting right there. Unless if you think you can get a haul.
I mean, if they are not going to take Fuanga, it's because they have an unbelievable amount of faith in Ryan Ramczyk's knees. Because you're not going to play. You're not going to play Fuaga at the left side. You're going to kick Fuaga either inside or play right tackle. So, whoa, Cam Jordan had 2 sacks last year.
Oh gosh, maybe you
Brother,
do need an edge.
Get an edge rusher, even if you just signed Chase Young.
I do want to go back to TikTok though, because we did mention TikTok. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in. You asked about Bo Nix and the Denver pick. We never actually gave an answer to that.
We never.
I said that was like a D+, and that's just purely because you drafted out of scarcity. I don't know if Bo Nix is the true difference maker you need him to be. Which is the problem taking him at 12. But again, I come back to freaking. Is it worse than Atlanta taking Michael Penix at 8? No, it definitely isn't.
No. I mean, because at least the need for Denver was there compared to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna give it like a C+ because like I get why they did it. It's a very unfortunate situation. And the question that you have to ask for Denver is like, was there gonna be a team that again, we talked about Bo Nix going to Vegas, and I didn't think Bo Nix would be in play for Vegas. So I don't know. That's I'm going to give it a C+ because I get it, but it's just one of those you're just not super excited about.
So the pick is in for the New Orleans Saints here. Tidbit thus far, the first 13 picks, all offensive players, no defensive players taken thus far. No Dallas Turner, no Byron Murphy off the board. Saints are clapping. They were shopping this pick. They're excited they got the pick in.
Is there any chance it's wide receiver? Brian Thomas? Is there any shot they go? We need some sort of spark on offense because what we got is
Rashid Shaheed is B tier wide receiver.
I mean, like I think it would be tough to pay or take a Brian Thomas Jr. or Xavier Worthy here when you got Chris Olave. I know we just had teams last year, like the Vikings did it, the Seahawks did it, where they took another first-round wide receiver with all the receivers that are going to get paid on their teams. I just don't think that's the smartest way to build your team, is investing that much money to your wide receivers. Because, look, like Brian Thomas is a very exciting player. He needs to develop. And if he doesn't develop, you wasted a mid-first-round pick when you have other needs outside a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just confused why they're still shopping this, because I feel like this pick is I'm going to say for like the third time. I feel like it's Talise Fuaga. I don't know what you're waiting on. I don't know why you're expecting someone to bring in a superhero offer. Fuaga after he kind of, I don't want to say he slid down, but
it's actually probably a Lad McConkey, if we're being honest.
It's Roger Goodell strolls to the podium. 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Talise Fuaga out of Oregon State. I will take my 3 points there, gents. And right pick. I don't know why they needed to think about it. I don't know why they decided it was worth exploring a trade. This was the obvious need. And Talise Fuaga, like we were talking about Olu Fashanu potentially having the highest upside. Talise Fuaga might be the most aggressive guy in this class.
I mean, if he can figure out the pass protection, he is going to be a really, really nice piece on that offensive line. He's going to immediately give you something in the run game. He's going to be kind of hit or miss in the pass game. But again, if you can figure that out, that brother is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
He is the opposite of Fashanu. Like, he's the run first guy.
Yeah.
When for New Orleans, the way they played last year, it was we're either going to dump it off to Kamara or run it with Kamara, and then maybe we'll let Derek Carr take a shot where he throws it within 37 yards of Chris Olave 7 times a game. But
that's mean.
What is it wrong though? I mean,
No. But
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
wrong, but it's mean.
Remember when Derek Carr was a top 12 quarterback? Yeah, me neither. I mean, come on, guys. Like, this is.
I remember when we were having the discussion about it. And people got upset.
I
with
do.
Derek
Oh,
was
look,
better
they
than-
have Rashid Shaheed ahead of Chris Olave on the NFL Network.
Yeah, and they'd have
Look
Pop
at that
Douglas
featured
first out of
piece
all of them
right
on
in the
there.
middle too. Rashid Shaheed.
Between Chris
That's
Olave
my
and
guy.
Alvin Kamara. Look at that.
Can I give an update quick?
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Can I get breaking news here?
Oh,
He wasn't ready. He's like, why are you looking at breaking news, Lucas? You're not supposed to be. Just checked in with Justin Dade.
And
I
Our
sent
Falcons fan.
our Falcons. Yes, thank you. Our Falcons fan. I just texted him. I said, I am praying for you. The 2 crying emojis. And he said, I'm starting to wonder why I love this event and yet hate it all at the same time. Which is very true. So, what do the Colts do here? They're on the clock here with pick 15. They were a very popular Brock Bowers landing destination. Obviously, that is not going to happen with him
look
being
at
taken
that
by the Las
draft
Vegas
board.
Raiders.
Jeez.
Wow, that's a
My
lot of blue.
Oh, my Lord.
You know that was Shane Steichen, dude. Shane Steichen looks like the kind of guy who would require all of his staff mates to dress in blue for this.
Yeah, oh, totally. I think this has got to be a corner. I think it's Terrion Arnold or Quenya Mitchell. You need a corner on the outside. Kenny Moore is a solid nickel / safety. He does not play on the outside. You need an outside guy like Quenya Mitchell, who is. I know. Daniel Jeremiah just had Terrion Arnold as his top available player. I think for me, it's Quenya Mitchell because he's got everything that you want in an outside corner, and that's again what the Colts need. Hello, I heard a ding.
That was probably me. I don't know if we're able to hear you anymore, Cameron. I took out my AirPod and hopefully that didn't screw anything up.
I haven't been talking, so can you hear me now?
Okay, good.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I think I just changed. Oh, I know what it was. I changed the setting. It's noise canceling now on the AirPods. So.
High budget productions over here.
I was gonna say can't hear anything outside of Cameron talking now. So
How do I
so
so unnecessary.
So unnecessary.
Man.
You two chat about who you think India is going to take here. I admittedly, I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm stepping out to go grab a piece of pizza because I had half of one and I have not eaten today.
Ridiculous.
You go ahead. You go ahead.
I do agree. I think this is a corner here.
I do not agree.
You don't think it's a corner?
I bought into all of the rumors, all of the smoke.
Oh,
This is the Xavier Worthy pick. I don't think he's the 4th best wide receiver, but it was too many people talking about it for me to, for me to not buy into it. I bought into it full force. I think it would make this offense fun, right? Michael Pittman, finally got a guy that can truly stretch the field, right? Alec Pierce, he just wasn't doing it, right? And Josh Downs, right? Josh Downs isn't going to stretch the field for you. So, and then you give Richardson, someone that he can just unleash that cannon to. Any chance, though, Ty, they trade out of this?
I don't think so. I think there are just too many good players at positions that they could use. I think corner, they could definitely go with Brian Thomas here as well. Take one of the edge rushers too. Get a Leatu Latu who can just win in pass rushing and stuff because you have Kwity Paye, who's a decent run stopper, hasn't really gotten it done in the pass rush. And then you had signed what's his name from San Francisco. Whatever his name is. You need another edge. So it's one of the two. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
shout out to Toppers.
Yeah, can we get a sponsor?
Yeah,
we need that.
That would be sweet.
It's not a sponsor now, but
need that.
a sponsor. Pick is in for the Indianapolis Colts. That's what I was gonna do too. That's what I was gonna do.
Sorry, TikTok. Sorry, YouTube.
I know. Try not to munch to you all. What am I doing? Okay, give me 1 second here. Apple Music is opening up.
Oh no!
We are losing everything. What's next for the Vikings off of TikTok? It's pick 23. I got a feeling they're a trade down candidate.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that.
See,
You said trade down?
That's just
wouldn't
what
mind
I'm
it.
thinking. I think you're hoping that at that point wide receivers are falling, so you get a Buffalo, a Kansas City, right? Even like a Baltimore that wants to trade up to come get a wide receiver there, and you can trade back, grab one of the corners or edge rushers at the end of the first round. It is crazy.
Yeah.
No,
sorry, I was talking to Jackson.
it is crazy. You got no defense taken so far.
Yeah, I feel like again this would be a prime spot for defense to go, but
It is
Fix
interesting.
it. Fixed it so my one ear isn't deaf.
yeah, I was like, wow, did my
So-
ear just get like 10 pounds heavier?
So here we go. The Colts selection is in. Roger Goodell strolling up to the podium. Here we go. With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select. I'm trying to read lips. Latu out of UCLA. There's our edge rusher, our first defensive player taken in the draft.
Hey, I said if they take an edge, they should take a Leatu Latu. Hey,
I think that's the right
He's so
pick.
smart.
it's like
For
I know
them.
ball.
Yeah, I do think this is the right pick here. As we pull up our mock drafts on the screen, obviously none of us had Latu at 15. I actually had Latu being a trade-up candidate. At 19, the Arizona Cardinals coming up and getting him.
I had him going 27 to the Cardinals.
I mean,
So-
so here's the thing about
26
Latu.
at Tampa.
Yeah, so let's look at our mock drafts and you see where Latu is going. TikTok, unfortunately, you aren't able to see this, but there was medical concerns with Latu.
Yep.
This guy was medically retired at UCLA, which is concerning.
Very.
But if you're the Indianapolis Colts, he is very clearly the best edge rusher in this class. He is the most polished, well-rounded, ready to go. It's just, are you willing to overlook those injury concerns? And clearly the Indianapolis Colts are, because they did take him ahead of a Dallas Turner.
And I think the other interesting thing for Indy is that they have always been like traits, high athletic, scored players. Latu isn't exactly that. So I like it for Indy. I still think corner would have been the better spot, but again, I don't mind.
I would
an
agree.
edge.
Go Vikings. Let's go Vikes. Sorry, I'm trying not to talk with my mouth full, and then I realized nobody else was talking after me. Yeah.
I knew you
so-
were. Haha.
Yeah, I know. You just want to make it really awkward as I sit here and now talk with my mouth. This is so unprofessional, man. High quality
I can
production. man.
imagine eating, you ridiculous people. I was gonna add something that I forgot. Oh, I wanted to say for this next pick, Seattle. I have Seattle trading back here. I have them trading back with Philly. Philly
But
coming.
I don't.
I had Philly taking Talise Fuwanga, so
I got him taking Quinyon Mitchell.
I have.
I like that.
I have Quinion Mitchell going here, but I have him going to Seattle.
yeah, it makes sense for Philly and Seattle, honestly.
Right.
I
I think
need
you could
this
see
trade. I need to
Philly.
get back
I
in
think you
this
could
game.
see Philly trade up here for a Quinion Mitchell. But I also think you could see Seattle stay home here and add another lockdown corner next to Devon Witherspoon.
Mhm.
I know Tariq Woolen is still there. People were begging for him to be Defensive Rookie of the Year 2 seasons ago, but
He kinda he
up and
dropped.
down season last year. He kind of
Yep.
fell off. And I think if you can go out and get a Quinion Mitchell, debatably the best cornerback prospect in the class, look, I wouldn't blame Seattle if they just went out and did it.
I also I want to shout out. I think it was Josh, maybe it was Hayden over at Underdog Fantasy. They were going through their mock drafts. And I think it was Josh. I don't remember. They mentioned Cooper DeJean here as an option to kind of play that hybrid safety all over the field kind of roaming position. That makes a ton of sense because Mike McDonald had that with
I agree.
Kyle Hamilton. Cooper DeJean can be like that too. He's not as big, but I think that makes some sense too. I still wouldn't like it as the first corner taken or first secondary player taken. I
Right.
guess.
Cooper DeJean as the first cornerback off the board. I would agree.
maybe Seattle shocks us all and goes Brian.
Michael Penix Jr.
Spencer Rattler.
They traded.
Yeah, Spencer Rattler at this point.
Oh,
I mean,
gosh.
might
Jay
as-
Trav.
You also see this being Troy Fautanu.
yes.
Now I will open this can of worms because Fautanu from Washington, new offensive coordinator in Seattle, is Ryan Grubb, who was in Washington. So you have the Washington connection there. It was reported, though, I don't know if you guys noticed this. It was reported 2 days ago. Troy Fautanu, his knee was medically flagged.
I did notice this. I started picking up reports and
So he might
trends on that.
be falling. I think the connection is there for Fautanu to Seattle. Play him at guard. They need some inside interior help. I think the medical is going to push him down the board a bit.
But if you're Laiatu Latu and you still get taken at 15, how it depends. It depends on the team need. It depends on the concern around it. Because some teams the medicals won't be bothered. Some teams they will. Gosh,
Jackson.
you got to break that, man.
The Falcons.
Kirk Cousins. Oh, sorry, Jackson. I stole that from you.
To let him know. From what I learned, Cousins understood a QB would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's stunned. That's from Diana Rossini. Stunned.
Doesn't know. That's crazy. How do you do that? How do you sign a guy to $180 million for 4 years and don't tell him you're taking a quarterback at 8?
That doesn't matter that the pick is in right now. I'm looking straight in the camera for this one. You don't deserve Kirk Cousins, Atlanta. You are a bunch of lying scumbags. To go, why would you pay him that much money and then draft a successor 8th overall? Oh, and
How old is Michael Penix?
25.
Yeah,
24
going on 25.
25.
So if
He's
he's
27.
That max.
This is
3 years.
This
What
is a
an
2-year
awful pick. What a disastrous pick.
They just confirmed this is a 2-year, $100 million contract for Kirk.
Oh, yes.
I
Yes.
mean, that's the last 2 years because there's no guaranteed money there. See ya. It's 2 years, $100 million.
For comparison, Jordan Love was 24 going into 25 when he started his first season.
Oh,
Penix is 24 going on 25, about to sit on the bench for a couple of seasons.
Oh,
He's not gonna start.
my gosh.
He may not start his first NFL game until he's 27 years old. 27 years old.
Isn't Penix older than Trey Lance?
Yes.
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 Man, that's wild. Maybe they'll run a 2 QB set because they got a righty and a lefty. They got them both back there.
It's the Tim Tebow Jets days.
They both line up over the guard, so you don't know who's getting the ball. They snap it to the middle. One of them grabs it, and then it's just quick slants. You just don't know what side it's going to.
Warner was 28 when he first started for the Rams.
Yeah.
That dude was bagging groceries beforehand, though. Like, that's a little more cool, at least.
He was
A little more cool. Like,
arena football. Come on.
right. I mean, we're talking about a guy who was had his chance to play in the NFL. Look, Kurt Warner was bagging groceries. That makes up for the fact that he came in late.
Do you think there's any
The
chance?
fact Michael Penix is just old. Okay.
Do you think there's any chance like they wrote like a prank card that they were going to pretend to give, and then they accidentally gave that, and like they meant to take someone else?
It was the Vontae Max sticky note. That's what it was. Michael Penix, no matter what.
No matter what.
That's what it was. That's what it was for Atlanta.
Oh my goodness.
I can't
That's-
believe that.
It is wild.
So who is it here for Seattle? We kind of went off of it. But who do we think it is here for Seattle?
I really don't know.
I'm shocked they didn't
I'm going to
trade.
stick with Quinion Mitchell here. If the pick is in, if they're making the pick, I'm taking Quinion Mitchell.
I feel like if you're going to go defense, corner is the spot that you got to take. They have a lot invested at the edge rusher spot. Boye Mafe had some flashes last year. They just took Derek Hall last year in the second round. So, like, I mean, there is a saying like you can never have too many pass rushers. So, I mean, it could be an edge too, but I feel like if you're going to go defense, it's secondary.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely secondary here. Man, it's how about Peter Schrager though, saying he thinks there's going to be 10 plus trades. We've had one.
Schrager in the mud.
See, so this is the problem. This is the problem is when we start getting to extreme numbers like that, when we start getting to like almost overhyping certain elements of the draft, that's where I think that's where I start taking everything with a grain of salt. You know what? As much as I want to get cute and shift people around and have people make trades, if there's a report that big, part of me is like, you know what? I don't know if we actually will get many trades because I don't think the price will be right for teams. If they're talking about trading up, these teams are expecting a haul and they're like, you know what? At the end of the day, maybe we do just make our pick here. And they do. And that's what's been happening.
So I'm wondering too, if this draft teams just don't feel like it's that deep, that they just don't feel like it's worth moving off their guy to pick up later draft picks. So they just don't feel like the value is quite there. Like they don't, like earlier in the draft, we're talking about the Broncos. They don't feel like it's worth risking not getting Bo Nix to grab a second because they just don't feel like the value is there. And like that, I don't know if that's for sure. I'm just wondering if that's what's going through some of these teams, that they're like, I don't feel a need to trade back because I'm sitting here. I'm like, I just don't feel like this is a deep enough draft.
And we'll see who the Seattle Seahawks take here, because with the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select. I beat Roger to the punch.
He's chatting.
Here we go. He said something beforehand. Threw me off. The Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, the second defensive tackle out of Texas.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded up to 17.
I was ready for you to say
Um,
16 that we got Byron Murphy. So we traded up to 17. You got the package?
Details still to come.
Corner.
It's a corner. I think this is going to be our Quinion Mitchell or Cooper DeJean with nickel.
Tyrion Arnold.
Or Terry and Arnold. You want big aggressive tight corner, which I think is in play too.
I think if you're gonna go nickel, you go Tyrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, and then Quinion Mitchell. But here's Minnesota needs an outside guy. They do have Byron
Dallas
Murphy.
Turner.
I would say edge is the next position if it's not corner, because you did just go out and sign Grenard and Van Ginkel.
Yeah.
Oh
wow, that's crazy.
I'm really curious what this package is, because
probably a future third, because Kwesi just does not believe in day 2 picks.
Here we go. Jackson's got the details here.
All right. The Vikings have traded for pick 17. They've given up 23, 167, a 2025 third, and a 2025 fourth.
So essentially, Minnesota should be getting comp picks in 2025, correct?
That's their hope.
And that's their hope, is that they're getting comp picks in 2025, that they can give up a third and a fourth to move up from 23 to 17. And the pick is already in for the Minnesota Vikings. So this was a no-brainer decision. They were in discussion with Jacksonville already. Wow.
Kwesi's absolutely cooking.
He's in his bag right now. I was not expecting the Vikings to be a trade-up team again. I really wasn't. But at this point, I think you're looking at a corner and in a Brian Flores man-to-man coverage offense. Here's the details. 17th overall pick, 23rd overall pick. The Vikings received the 17th pick, and the Vikings give away the 23rd pick, a 5th round pick this year, a 2025 third, and a 2025 4th round pick.
Did you miss what producer Jackson said like 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, but that was for the people on TikTok. If it didn't get picked up on our mics over here,
hey, I'm sorry.
Repeating it for the TikTok people.
I'm sorry.
Wow,
just
brutal.
Making sure it gets out. Golly, Ty,
Brutal.
have some respect for our people on TikTok. Ty doesn't love you, TikTok people.
Whoa!
So here we go.
Wow,
Rogers already
good job.
sold. We're not wasting any time with the 17th pick here.
We got to come back and talk about Byron Murphy, because I'm still a little shook about that. I feel like
everything just kind of happened really quick here. So here we go with the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Minnesota Vikings. Oh my God! Oh no, there was a trade. I forget it's the trade. Now it's announced. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, The Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner, edge out of Alabama. I
Not
love it
mad.
for Brian Flores. I love it for Brian Flores.
Not mad.
I'm Quasey.
Cook.
Cook, go ahead. Go ahead and cook, Quasey.
Just an
He's doing his
athlete.
thing right now, trading up for Dallas Turner, debatably the best edge rusher in this class at 17. Yes, please. This is a home run for the Minnesota Vikings.
So if I got the school right, does that
No.
count? I had Terry on Arnold there.
I'll
So
give you a negative one.
Caffeine, by the way. They got caffeine. Okay.
Jackson's falling asleep at the wheel. He's got
the
her.
good one.
He's got the
cracking
raspberry
Celsius
acai.
right now. It's about to get real.
He's got the raspberry
This
acai
Steelers pick
Celsius.
is coming up. I got to get down.
Oh,
That's true.
yes.
So I had Quinyon Mitchell here at 17 to Jacksonville.
I had Cooper DeJean at 17 to Jacksonville.
But look, dude, Quasey's absolutely cooking.
Get
today.
Brian Flores exactly what he needs to build a stud defense around JJ McCarthy in this
Look,
offense.
You've got, I mean, Dallas Turner, Jonathan Grenard, cover 0 is going to be miserable for quarterbacks.
Oh gosh, it's gonna be terrible.
Brian Burns comp from Daniel Jeremiah. Oh,
Respectable,
you know what?
respectable.
I like it even more now.
I think
I
he's
mean,
more
this
of a
is-
Lawrence Taylor.
Were you muted on TikTok for that?
Like a lot or something.
No, I think they heard that. Patrick, I saw you just follow this over there. Did you hear that one?
Hey, boy, Patrick, thanks for the follow, my guy. Thanks for the
Yeah.
follow. How many we got hanging out? How many we got hanging out everywhere? I feel like I've always asked about TikTok, but I'm also like got to squint to see my number on. I can't even.
We got
read it.
45 on TikTok, so we've dipped a little over
Wait.
there, but we do got
Yeah.
60 between Facebook and YouTube right now.
Okay, yeah.
Is that Mason Dodd in the top left corner?
Fantasy flock tuning in from Minnesota.
Wow, draft party is
Popping. I mean, this is a win though for the Vikings.
it's
This
an
is a phenomenal
it's a
pick.
huge win.
So Cameron, I do want to go back to your mention though, of Byron Murphy going to Seattle. We spent like zero time on that pick because everything happened here so fast. Minnesota took advantage. What are you making hand gestures motions for?
Minnesota. Minnesota did something.
Minnesota, we're for once we're crushing this draft, making up for 2022, and last year wasn't terrible. We took Jordan Addison. I was pleased with that, but yeah, Byron Murphy the second. Why is that so important for you to come back to, Cameron? Why are you like still stunned by that?
I just think it was, we're talking corner. I don't know. I just felt like it was that just the fact the best player available right there they're feeling? Like, is that what we're thinking? Or
Byron Murphy was certainly one of the better players on the board.
Yeah. That's what I'm just wondering if they're just like, you know what, we're just going to fit, we were looking defense. We're just going to go best player available we had. I don't know. I also just want to come back because I just feel like we didn't do it justice. Because like you said,
No,
it just
we
went
really didn't.
so quickly of like the
the
second
pick was
that pick
in,
was
the trade
in, we heard the
happened, right.
trade. Yeah. And then the Vikings pick was in that second. So, but yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, what's their defensive line? You've got Leonard Williams.
correct.
Who are the other two starters on that defensive line?
I'm not gonna be able to tell you off the top of my head. I'll tell you that right now.
Let me do some digging. You guys keep talking.
Because Mafe is technically a backer, right? Or
Oh yeah,
is he
Mafe
a
is a back. Yep, he's a backer.
Do they run a 4-3 or 3-4?
It'll be a 3-4 now with Mike McDonald.
So
I
where are you putting?
So
right. Yeah. Ty, pull up the depth chart here, and you can give us the breakdown.
So with Byron Murphy projected to be one of the starters, it's Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy, and Draymond Jones. I don't know what Draymond Jones's contract is, but I thought it was a lot of money. So then your second rotation of defensive linemen, Jonathan Hankins, Jerron Reed, who is the former starter that now just got booted out because of Byron Murphy.
Yep.
And Mike Morris.
Who's
So
playing
like,
your nose then? Is Leonard Williams?
our lads, which is where I go for all of my depth charts. That's where you should all go for your depth charts too.
You're trying to show us like a link that's not there.
No, I'm trying to point at my camera for like Facebook, YouTube, and then like, top. they've got Byron Murphy as the nose,
Oh, interesting.
which I find interesting. I don't think Byron Murphy is a nose tackle, but you do have to put somebody there.
So I get from the perspective of the Seahawks that you don't take corner there because you do have your Tariq Woolen. You do have
Did it
Devon
disconnect?
Witherspoon. Wow. TikTok is
my
vibe
phone
killing.
Killing us.
Dude.
It's killing us right now. You just want to walk around, Ty? Walk right through. It's fine. But yeah, I think if you're the Seahawks, I think if you're the Seahawks, I get why you don't want to take corner there, but I just don't understand why Byron Murphy is then the consolation from that. That's fine. That's only in front of yours. It doesn't walk in front of mine. I think Seattle would have been the perfect trade back candidate there, and they must just not have gotten a good enough offer to trade out of Byron Murphy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That is. I just it's weird because I just feel like there's no teams that are moving. Like I felt like that's what we were promised, and we were just not getting any of that.
Again, I think we got promised with a poor reality, and that the reality it was not going to live up to the expectation, right?
Yeah.
I tweeted this out earlier today. I had said, we're getting promised with all these teams trading up, wanting to trade up into the top 10. That a lot of these teams want to trade it for tackles. I think we're being set up for disappointment. I really think we're being set up for disappointment. And I don't think we've been disappointed by this draft.
No,
The amount of
the
trades
movement.
that have been happening.
Yep.
The fact that Minnesota has been the 2 trades on the night, that should tell you something.
Yeah.
So the Bengals are on. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's just interesting. It's like I don't know, and there's still a lot of talent. I mean, there's a lot of corners. There's still we still got a couple tackles left. Still some wide receivers left on the board. So it'll be interesting to see how teams kind of have tier breaks.
Yep.
Of players of where they're like, "Ooh, shoot, this guy's gone. We got to go up and get our guy." Like who's willing to trade up, and if there's just teams that are like, "I see all these guys in the same tier. I'm not, I don't feel a need to move."
Right. Which the pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals here, by the way. We haven't done much talking about them. They are making their pick here. Ty, you had them trading out of the first round.
I did. So I watched Natty, so
Brock Bowers. So yeah, that's not happening.
I have them taking Troy Fautanu here. You get Trent Brown, his replacements eventually. I'm not going to be surprised if this is a corner though either. If this is Quinion.
Yeah.
Since I had Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean going the 2 picks prior,
they did lose Chidobe Awuzie.
so I do think I think this will probably be a corner here, and my guess is that it is going to be Quinion Mitchell.
Yeah, that makes sense. They do have nickel corners already.
Oh no, Jackson is in distress. We got breaking news.
Steelers traded back.
Not breaking news, just I got the pick spoiled for me, and as a Steelers fan, I'm not quite happy.
Oh,
Troy Fautanu.
Brian Thomas.
I think it's Amarius Mims. Jackson, who did you want? No, I'm just kidding.
Brian Thomas.
Oh, is it the T. Higgins replacement?
Brian Thomas.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims, tackle out of Georgia.
Sorry.
Hey, you got the pick
Jackson.
right. That's 3 points for you.
I did. Yeah,
Just not the right team, but you got the pick
I
right.
got the pick right. Heck yeah, brother.
So look, we've been
Thank you,
chatting.
brother.
Thank you, brother. We've been chatting about these tackles, how big and physical and aggressive they are. In terms of size and stature, there is not one bigger than Amarius Mims in this draft.
I mean, Joe Alt is 6'8". Amarius Mims is 6'7". Like massive human beings. And Amarius Mims, he has one of the higher ceilings of any of the linemen in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Joe Alt, Olu Fashanu, probably Amarius Mims.
Amarius Mims has got a pretty freaking high ceiling if he pieces it all together.
Honestly, like I can see why a Steelers fan would be disappointed that Amarius Mims is going not to Pittsburgh, but to a division rival because that boy is going to be TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith.
Yes.
So that's going to be a tough go.
So here we go. The Rams are officially on the clock. They are prepared to make their first round pick since 2016. Trivia of the day. Do you remember who the pick was?
Jared Goff.
It was Jared Goff.
I was hoping you would get that.
I really thought I was wrong the second it came out of my mouth.
You were just flipping cameras.
Yeah.
Just his knowledge.
Well, because that's the only stat that's been going around about the Rams. This is their first round pick since Jared Goff.
That's true. That's been pretty obvious, made known to everybody.
I
had them trading back with the Arizona Cardinals here for Laiatu Latu, who is obviously off the board at this point.
Division trade. Oh,
yeah. I had them. I had the Cardinals moving up. They just got so much capital to move up. Look, if you're the Rams here, though, there's a lot of different ways you can go. I'll tell you right now, there's a lot of freaking Xavier Worthy hype right now for the Los Angeles Rams.
Yep. You need Troy Fautanu, though.
You need Troy Fautanu. You need an offensive lineman.
To play tackle.
Guy by the name of Aaron Donald just retired. If you really want a new game wrecker and Johnny Newton up front. You also need help on the perimeter as well. You'd use a Quinion Mitchell here.
You need defense.
you need everything but what a lot of Rams fans were hopeful for, which was a trade up.
Xavier Worthy.
Right, which is an Xavier Worthy, right. So what I'm not going to be shocked if they go Xavier Worthy here. I'm not going to like that pick, though, if they go Xavier Worthy here. My guess is that it is going to be Troy Fautanu.
Let's get some questions here before the Rams get their pick in. As Vikings fans, I feel like we should give our due diligence.
Quick recap on McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Home run.
Love it.
Especially with Michael Penix going at 8. Home run.
Grand slam.
Very good.
Grand salami.
Very good. Very good.
No, I think JJ McCarthy, the situation is going to make him so much better. Honestly, the best landing spot of all the quarterbacks, and JJ McCarthy is still, raw enough that Kevin O'Connell can mold him a little bit more to that's what I'm most excited for. And him, look, JJ to JJ.
It's going to be talked about. It's going to be talked about for the next 5-6 years.
I need to ask this. Wow, that was an awful sentence. I need to ask this. JJ McCarthy or Drake May in your dynasty rookie drafts?
McCarthy.
Is it not close?
Solution, you go JJ McCarthy. But if you are very content playing long term, you could probably go Drake May.
I'm worried the tools of Drake may go to waste in New England. I'm worried about that. I'm not worried. Is he more toolsy than McCarthy? Yes. I'm trying not to overreact to the landing spot. That being said, I don't think Drake May is a guy who starts right away. I also don't think JJ McCarthy is a guy who starts right away. Who is going to develop better in their respective offenses? I would say JJ McCarthy, though I think Drake May has more upside.
Yeah.
I think it's close, but if I'm looking at Drake May or JJ McCarthy and I need a quarterback, I'm unless if somebody wants to trade up and the Drake May person wants to give me a little sugar on top to trade up and take JJ McCarthy, I'm just looking to take JJ McCarthy then.
Yeah.
What was the other? We had pick us in for the Los Angeles Rams here. We had another 2 questions roll through here that would be helpful to.
Who do the Dolphins take at 21?
I have them trading back with the Green Bay Packers. I think the Packers end up getting a tackle. I had the Packers taking Amarius Mims, who obviously won't be there anymore. But I have them trading back to 25 and taking Jared Verse. And I do think they go edge.
I think with Brian Thomas and Xavier Worthy both on the board, I think it could be wide receiver. But I will say, do not be surprised if it is a Graham Barton who can play the guard or center if they need it, because that's where they need help on their offensive line. I think their pick is offense, which will be interesting when they come around.
So Roger Goodell. So
I
I'm
don't
sorry,
matter.
I'm
That's
sorry.
fine. No, I don't matter. It's okay. We'll listen to you talk about Goodell.
It's okay.
I'll watch.
Hey, if you can say it, I can say it.
Oof.
Sorry, that. That's okay.
Cheetah Tyreek just followed us, and I'm pretty sure it's just
And it's
because of that
Jared
lion
Burke.
tie.
You say?
The 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams take Jared Verse out of Florida State.
Going old, baby. I like
Oh,
it. I think it's a good pick. I really like Verse. I was very high on Verse. Since these two are just unable to continue. And this is ridiculous over here. I hope you guys see what I have to work with on a daily basis. As the only serious one, the only one who gets his work done. I gotta put up with these two. But talking.
why are you still going?
Someone's gotta go. Unbelievable.
Oh. I really do like Jared Verse here. For the longest time, I did have the Rams taking Jared Verse because I think you're looking for a game wrecker to replace Aaron Donald. And I know Jared Verse is an edge, not a D tackle, but you're talking about a guy who is a speed rusher who will get up in your face and attack the quarterback, attack the lineman in front of him. I love this for the Rams. I'm surprised they went this route though.
I am too.
I shouldn't say surprised. I anticipated a different positional priority than edge rusher for them, but I love Jared Verse here for them. I really do.
I literally had Jared Verse in like 3 of my 4 mocks to the Rams because that would be the last edge rusher available for them. And I decided to get cute and go, oh, they need a tackle. It stared me in the face the entire time. Like, edge makes too much sense. They need an edge rusher. Like, Kobe Turner did really well in the interior. So it's not complete, like your interior presence is not completely gone. It took a massive hit, but I think getting a Jared Verse speed of power, yeah, that's a big fill for the Rams.
You have anything you want to add about your Knoll there, Cameron?
No, I think their whole defense, like with Aaron Donald, is hinged on having a game wrecker up front.
Yep.
So I think that's just the whole thing of, obviously Jared Verse is not going to be Aaron Donald. Nobody will be Aaron Donald, but to be able to just kind of put somebody up there that can get in the backfield, can disrupt plays, I think is really just what they're looking for some sort of replacement.
So we'll answer a couple more questions.
Yeah, we'll answer a couple more questions, but then I do want to hear from our resident Steelers fans, since the Steelers are on the clock here as well.
Make sure that he's doing okay.
So let's first go back and grade the Bears picks. Okay, they got Caleb Williams at 1 and Rome Odunze at 9. It's an A+ for Caleb Williams at 1 for me. Rome Odunze at 9, I'm gonna give it like a B-, not because I don't think it was a worthy or appropriate pick, but when you only have 4 picks in the draft this year, I don't know if you needed to go out and spend it on a Rome Odunze out and trade it for a Keenan Allen to help get Caleb Williams integrated into the league. Now you're going to be running a lot of 3 wide receiver sets. You got 2 guys on the outside, which is great, but I didn't see it. It was a luxury pick. I didn't love it. If I were the Bears, I would have traded back and garnered up more capital, but that is just me. They're loaded in 2025, which maybe is Ryan Poles. Tried to shut up to get the jingle in, but grades for you all on the Bears' pick. So I got like I'll be more kind. I have a B for Rome Odunze, A+ for Caleb Williams.
I give it just an overall A. I think, like, obviously getting Caleb Williams, A+. Rome Odunze, like, I just look at the talent, and I know that it's not the most ideal situation for him right away in year 1, but talent is there. I will say it'll get really interesting though when Rome Odunze is up for his contract extension, because then you're gonna have to either pay DJ Moore and Rome Odunze or whatever, because we're at a standoff between the Bengals and E. Higgins because they're wanting to pay Jamar Chase. So it'll be interesting when that happens. But I think again, just talent wise and building them up, I would just give it an A.
Yeah, I give it an A. Just looking long term, I think it's getting those two guys who can grow together, right? And you're just coming up. I think that's invaluable. I think getting 5 years of that, a duo like that, is going to be fantastic. So I give it an A. I would be very happy if I was a Bears fan.
Wow, 275,000 fans in attendance at tonight's draft. That is a new record for night one. That's
crazy.
That is absolutely wild. Let's hear from our resident Steelers fan, though. The pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jackson, who are you hoping for the Steelers to take here?
Well, I was hoping for Marius Mims. I wanted that big tackle. With Arthur Smith, I feel like they're going to be a lot more run heavy this year, so they don't have to rely on Russell Wilson or Justin Fields to be the big arm person. So having an offensive lineman would be great here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they end up going cornerback so that they have another person with Joey Porter Jr., someone that can help with that. They've struggled with their secondary for a while. So we'll see. I have also seen a couple mocks of them going Brian Thomas Jr. if they don't, have the firepower to trade for Brandon Ayuk. So we'll see what happens, and check back with me in a few minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the most important note, is that we might have to check back with you in a few minutes, depending on what the Steelers do here. I do agree. I had Troy Fautanu going to the Bengals at 18. I think he's in play here. I have Graham Barton mocked to the Bengals here at 20, or to the Steelers, excuse me, here at 20. Though you bring it up, Jackson, I think this is a Quinion Mitchell spot as well. I feel like I've been saying that for the last 4 picks.
The same with Terrion Arnold too.
But yeah, this is a Terry. This feels like the Terrion Arnold, Quinion Mitchell range, where these guys are starting to slide enough. Do you prioritize the secondary and the top and end secondary talent, or do you take the 6th, 7th tackle off the board, or the 5th, 6th, 7th tackle off the board?
I had Pittsburgh trading back with Buffalo for Brian Thomas Jr. So, I mean, this could be the Brian Thomas pick, and I still get points for it. But I feel like a Joey Porter Jr. and Quinion Mitchell cornerback tandem for the future.
Cam Hayward strolling out with Goodell here.
I mean, look, Bengals, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and Baltimore, Zay Flowers, Cleveland with Amari Cooper. I think that's a really nice tandem for the future.
So depending on who the Steelers take here, we just got this over on TikTok. It does look like the Lions are in a great spot to potentially get a DB that they need. But here we are. Cam Hayward is going to be making the selection. Excuse me. I'm jumping ahead of myself. I do think the Lions are in a great spot to get the DB that they need, with Quinion Mitchell not being off the board yet, with Cooper DeJean not being off the board yet, and Terry and Arnold not off the board yet. I mean, I believe I had here, I can count them up how many I had going in the first round. I had 1, 2. Did I only have 3 corners going in the first round? No, I had 4. I forget. I had Terry and Arnold all the way up to 13.
Ooh, and...
But here we go with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select. They beat him to it again. My goodness. Cam Hayward. Hurry it up. I'm sure you're a nice guy, but
great guy.
Great guy here. Great guy here. Great guy here. Cam Hayward, he's giving Walter Payton Man of the Year. This is why. Okay, I missed that part. This makes sense now. So now we're finally getting to the Steelers selection.
Jackson.
I'm butchering this. Jackson is...
This is getting brutal over here.
Jackson's got a... Sorry, I know. Amateur hour over there. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle out of Washington. I think this is a great pick here. Jackson, I'll let you chime in right away.
I think this is great. They need to have 2 great tackles. I don't know the last time that the Steelers have had 2 tackles like this. They're going to need to play bully ball. Najee Harris, I know he's not the sexy running back for fantasy that people want, but 3 straight seasons of over 1,000 yards. You have 2 great tackles now, 2 big guys. They're going to help the edge. And so I'm a fan of this pick. I I'm also surprised, though, that the Bills didn't trade up for Brian Thomas Jr., but who knows? It looks like he might follow them. They might not have to pay as much of a premium, but it's also a very deep wide receiver class. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I love as a kid on the Elijah Vera Tucker comp as well. I do. I look, if you're getting that on the opposite side of Broderick Jones, you got to be excited as a Pittsburgh Steelers fan there. This just kind of fell right into your lap. As much as you want Amarius Mims, I think Troy Fautanu is a phenomenal pick here if you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't work out at tackle, just kick him into guard, right?
Bingo. He can rotate in.
Yeah.
All right.
You got Isaac Sumalu. I think that's how you say his name. They are on 2-3 years left on their deals. Fautanu can just kick inside, and you can let one of those guys go. And Fautanu would be a really good guard.
I gotta ask: is it just teams aren't valuing the position, or are these corners, not quite like the tier of prospect that we kind of thought they were? Because I mean, we're at pick, that was pick 20, right? 20, and
Yep.
we had no corners yet. So
yeah, how many defensive players? 3. You've had Dallas Turner, you've had Byron Murphy, you've had Laiatu Latu 4, and who is the other one? And Jared Verse. You've had five defensive players go. That's it for the first 20 picks. It's been all offense. Otherwise, my gosh, the Miami Dolphins pick is already in.
Ty, this might be your Brian Thomas here.
I think it's either Brian Thomas or Xavier Worthy. It's wide receiver for sure.
I feel so. Here's the thing: if it's wide receiver, and I'm looking at it, I gotta think Tyreek's serious about those retiring at 30 comments. Like if I'm a fantasy manager, I'm getting a little worried if I got Tyreek on my team right now, because if they're drafting wide receiver, that means they think this, he's maybe got 1 or 2 years left. That's maybe I'm off, but that would be my thought.
So real quick, let's just do a hypothetical. Obviously, like, we know where the top 3 wide receivers are going. If Xavier Worthy is the Miami pick, and you are in a spot where you can wait a year for Xavier Worthy to become another guy in this Miami offense, I know that Jalen Waddle is still there. Is he worth investing with an early first-round pick in your rookie draft, son?
No. Early
We'll say
first?
we'll say early to mid.
Mid? No. It's Christian Watson. It's a Sky Moore Christian Watson trap that we can play with ourselves. Of great situation, Christian Watson for his case. It's just the athletic freak, number one option there. I think if you use a late first on him, I think that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried he's Sky Moore though for the first 2 years in the league until Tyreek Hill sees his way up and out, because then Jalen Waddle is still the one. You're never getting a wide receiver 1 at that point versus a Brian Thomas Jr., who I think, in Adonai Mitchell, I think is going to end up as a wide receiver 1 somewhere. I think Ladd McConkey could find himself in a decent situation. And then do you play the game of which situation is better? Xavier Worthy is the wide receiver 3 in Miami, or Ladd McConkey is the wide receiver 2 in maybe not as pass happy of an offense, but I still think there's a decision to be made there. I'm not pushing Xavier Worthy any further up my board if he goes to Miami here.
Sure.
They do have a need on the offensive line, though.
I mean, if there is an
they got need, yeah,
it's Graham Barton.
Yeah,
it's Graham Barton for sure.
And I think, and again, we keep hearing about teams are trading up for tackles. Teams want to trade up for tackles. Teams want to trade up for tackles. Nobody has traded up for a tackle, but teams are taking tackles here.
Yep.
Which half of that is true. So that's why I'm thinking, if I'm the Miami Dolphins, I'm not messing around. I'm just going to go ahead and take my tackle, not think twice about it. Get our guys, shore up the offensive line for Tua Tagovailoa, who is in a contract year, and they do have to make the decision of, are we going to pay this guy or not? So why not protect him versus instead get him another weapon when he already has 2 speedsters in Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle?
I do wonder.
Go ahead, Cam.
I do wonder if teams just like the trading up for tackles, because we had 6 quarterbacks go in the first 12 picks, it was, you're expecting, maybe we might see, a couple, 1 or 2 more go in that. Like, obviously we had a couple go high, But I'm wondering if that led teams to be like, oh, there's more tackles on the board than we originally thought there was going to be because so many quarterbacks went. So it's like, I don't feel the need to trade up now because the guy I want is probably still going to be here.
I'm just shocked that these corners are still on the board. The Terry and Arnold's, the Quinion Mitchells. I mean, I think we're starting to get into the range of Cooper DeJean, right? But I mean, we're looking at Christian Gonzalez last year. He slid down to New England. I looked like Jackson had something to say. He looked very peculiar for a moment.
He always looks peculiar.
He always looks peculiar. This is very, very true.
That's why he's not on the camera.
Tyreek Hill, wondering
go down
who we
again?
taking today.
Okay, good.
I was worried TikTok was down again. TikTok has been crushing us, man. I don't know what's going on there.
Wonder
We
if
just
my
like
phone
we just like
is-
lagged out. Has that been the issue? Do we know?
I don't know.
I wonder.
Inactivity, so I'm just.
Oh,
Weird.
really? Stupid.
That's what it said.
So I wonder if that's just a new thing with TikTok. Stupid.
Stupid. Considering we were sitting at like 400 people at the Atlanta pick, and it's all right. We're
So do we-
appreciative of those of you who are still hanging out with us. But go ahead, Cameron.
Do we think Tyreek's stunned like Kirk was if they go wide receiver here? Or do you think he's in on the
He's
conversations?
probably in on it. I think he is probably pretty serious about retiring at 30. For being honest, he'll have a lucrative career gaming and streaming and podcasting. So here we go.
Maybe
Goodell
still there.
wanders up to the podium here. Final picks of who we think it's going to be. I'm thinking Graham Barton.
Savior worthy.
Johnny Newton.
Oh, I like the Johnny Newton pick. That I didn't even think about that.
Chop Robinson. Ooh.
Wow. Look, this is higher than I had Chop. I didn't have Chop in my first round, but I very frequently was drafting him to the Detroit Lions, to the Baltimore Ravens, the San Francisco 49ers in the back end of the first round. But here we go. The Miami Dolphins got to get aggressive off the edge. They take Chop Robinson with Jared Verse off the board.
Well, it's interesting because Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips are probably going to miss most of, if not the entire season,
I
because of
forgot
their
about that.
Achilles injuries and stuff. So you need an edge.
Chop is about as athletic and quick as they come, though. I love his upside.
Yeah.
I love his explosiveness and his upside. That's what I love about Chop. And I think you pair him with, like you said, the Jalen Phillips,
Bradley Chubb.
Bradley Chubb. Thank you. You let them mentor him and mold him. This defensive line gets insanely scary all of a sudden.
I feel like there's edge rushers that you can take in the third or fourth round that can give you production right away. So, like, I think if you're going to go defense, you go with the Johnny Newton because you lost to Christian Wilkins.
Right.
So-
Which is when you brought up Johnny Newton, Cameron, I'm like, oh my gosh, I totally forgot Christian Wilkins is no longer on the team. That seemed like a Johnny Newton pick there, but
Unless they move Bradley Chubb inside to one of those like 3-4 DN spots, which
Right.
is odd, but which would
But
be
that-
odd, I'd say.
Would that be them saying he's lost a step coming back off the injury?
Maybe
Just not the same speed bending around that edge?
Philly on the board.
Just
Quinn-
quickly, yeah, a couple of people asking about Philly right now. Who do we think?
Quinion Mitchell fell right into their lap.
yeah, it's Quinion Mitchell. It's Quinion Mitchell
Oh
or
my word. How does that happen?
Cooper DeJean.
Potentially.
You
I
want a
think
nickel?
really-
The nickel is so underrated, man.
Yeah.
I love Cooper DeJean because I think every NFL team needs a high quality nickel. And if I'm the Eagles, I'm considering it here. I'm considering getting our high quality nickel and really shoring up the secondary. But I think the secondary is what you take here. It's either
Sorry. Howie Roseman likes to take SEC players. You know who's a corner from the
oh,
SEC?
gosh, you're right. It's Terry Arnold.
It's Terrion Arnold.
It's Terry Arnold. You're 100% right. That's the pick here. It's Terry Arnold.
It's Terrion Arnold. And if it's not Terrion Arnold, it'll be Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I don't know if I go as far as Kool-Aid.
No.
But
it's
Terry Arnold, I
Terry
think he is the favorite here. I would agree.
Man.
Cameron, you got a pick?
Yeah, I think it's Quinion Mitchell, but I think they go
Honestly.
corner for sure.
Here's the thing. 3 of the next 4 picks could be corners.
It really could.
I mean, this could be Quinion
Maybe
Mitchell.
should
Terrion
be
Arnold.
corners.
The next pick is Jacksonville. They would take a Terrion Arnold or Quinion Mitchell. Dallas wouldn't take a corner. But then Green Bay, if Cooper DeJean is there for Green Bay, Cooper DeJean is then a Green Bay Packer.
Just quickly, more of a fun fact for the Steelers pick at 20, Troy Fautanu. His favorite player growing up was Troy Polamalu, and now he gets
Troy Polamalu.
Polamalu, yes, I'm wearing his jersey too. Troy Polamalu represent. But just a little fun fact for the folks at home.
What are we doing? This is ridiculous. Unbelievable. See, this is just the crap that I deal with all the time. We saw it earlier. We're seeing it again. Luke is on the ground crawling. TikTok's getting a good view.
These AirPods, we really showed tough.
We need them wired earbuds again.
Could you hear that, Cameron? You probably couldn't hear that.
No.
No, we had music playing through our earbuds that whole time.
Oh, classic.
Our good friend, the Apple woman voice automation. No.
Oh,
You can turn that off, you know, like so that it doesn't just.
But I didn't think about it. You really want me crawling on the floor more? Do you really want me?
I mean, there was a spike in TikTok viewers when you were on the floor. I mean, so maybe.
Let me get on all fours and bark. Is that what you're telling me, TikTok?
Yeah, hey, I mean, sometimes you know, sex appeal works. You know, I mean, that's just where we're at. But
jeez, it's a PG
my wife
show.
might be watching.
My mom's watching.
My students might be watching. Stop.
Just quickly from TikTok, we have a question from Ian here. Who do we think, if we're looking ahead, who do we think the Cowboys are going to take?
Graham Barton.
If Graham Barton is there, it's Graham Barton.
A.D. Mitchell. Actually, I think they take Brian Thomas. I think they take Brian Thomas.
It could be a wide receiver too. I don't hate that idea for Dallas either. I originally didn't think Dallas was going to get a wide receiver to fall into their lap, but again, with a team as a team with a need on the offensive line, I find it hard to believe they don't take a Graham Barton. A Tyler Guyton would still be there as well. As my goodness, we're still working with low budget production over here. Things are just going terribly.
We're losing everything.
We're losing everything.
I'm just gonna be honest.
Suck.
The only person who hasn't had an issue so far tonight is me. I mean, I don't want to just like throw you guys under the bus, but
maybe you just need to stay in Florida then.
I mean, you guys are struggling over there. I feel like I maybe deserve a raise. Like,
When you're as ugly as you are, you don't even.
Oh, you and that caterpillar better quiet down over there.
Nice. Oh my goodness!
A home on that upper lip.
Oh, Dallas Cowboys though. Yeah, I think they go offensive line here as Roger Goodell is strolling out to the podium for the Eagles pick, but I think the Cowboys would end up going offensive line. Again, we just keep hearing teams tackle. And
if it's not a corner, I'm going to be shocked here.
Yeah, I'm going to be shocked if it's not a corner for the Eagles here. Final picks, Terry and Arnold. That's mine.
I have Terry.
Quinion, please.
With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select. Roger, what are you yapping about?
He's got to talk about his new initiative.
What are you yapping about, Roger? Someone fire me. I deserve to be fired. This is a very poor performance.
Deal. Don't have to ask me twice.
On you already been fired from my dad's company twice.
Oh my goodness gracious! Time. Come on, Roger.
I quit on him. Hit him with the Uno reverse. The 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select. Roger, what are we yapping about, dog?
This is brutal, Roger.
I'd like to let you all know that I have finished the script for the 2024 NFL season, and the Philadelphia Eagles.
It's Mailata.
Oh, look at that, Jordan Mailata,
live from Australia. It's gotta be like
7th round pick by the Eagles in 2018. Way to go! They're taking a tackle.
This is absolutely brutal.
This is pretty bad. This is poor production. Quinion Mitchell is the pick here.
I am a genius.
Gets one.
I
pick
had the
right.
pick right. I just had him taking him at 16.
I had a corner going at 22.
Yeah, we don't
That's
care.
one though, isn't it?
I had Bo Nix at 22. Here we go. So take a look at our mock draft over on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. I'm trying to find my pen here so I can make my note. Oh, it's over there because I dropped it. That's fine. So here we go. There's our leaderboard. I had Bo Nix at 22. Who'd you both have at 22 here?
Terry and Arnold.
Terry and Arnold.
I had Jared Verse going to the Seahawks.
You had Jared Verse going to the Seahawks. So Tyler, go ahead. He gets a point there. And do we have a score update, Jackson? I'm pretty sure Tyler's smoking us.
Yeah, last time I checked, Tyler was up 23. Lucas, you had 18. Cam had 16. Need to update after the last couple picks still.
And I don't think much has changed there. I think I picked up a few points for you, for Laiatu, for edge rusher, at 19, and then a tackle at 20. But here we go. Quinion Mitchell, the newest Philadelphia Eagle. They needed to show up the secondary. They get debatably the best cornerback in the draft. We now get who is 20, the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock here.
For Terry and Arnold.
Terry and Arnold or Cooper DeJean.
Trade back with Buffalo. Who takes Brian Thomas?
They did it last year.
Double trade back. I don't hate it.
So since I get +1 for Terry and Arnold.
Correct, because a cornerback was selected. It just wasn't Terry and Arnold.
I had Amarius Mims at 18 to Washington, but I had the player at the right spot. That's 3.
What?
So
3 points. Yes. Yes. I said that to you in a moment. Did you not?
No, I'm just clarifying.
You see what I'm working with?
Because it's been a minute since any of us have gotten any points on our mock drafts.
No, I got points for Fautanu for being Amarius Mims at.
Oh, sure.
I got points for all that, but I digress. So here we go. Jaguars on the clock. We all think it's cornerback, correct?
Yeah.
Cameron, is that a nod? You're not sure?
I think they're trading.
You do think they're going to trade? You think they're going to do the double trade down?
I do.
We got to have basically almost everybody else trade here. The rest of the draft, we're going to hit 9-10 trades.
Yeah,
I do have Johnny Newton here to Minnesota in my mock.
I do as well.
I don't mind Johnny Newton going to Jacksonville because their defensive line, they just signed Eric Armstead, but Eric, not Eric. Did I just say the same thing? It's a long day. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day.
I think Newton's a long shot, though, compared to a Cooper DeJean or Terry Arnold.
Double trade down. Who's the double trade down with, Cameron, here?
Buffalo. Buffalo comes up, takes Brian Thomas. I just think there's enough. We're in that range of teams that I think are going to start getting maybe a little bit aggressive to come get some of these wide receivers, the A.D. Mitchell, Brian Thomas.
Who, though? Who? I mean, you look
Buffalo,
at because it's Jacksonville right now. Like they could take a Brian Thomas.
I think Buffalo.
Dallas,
I think Dallas could. I think Kansas City. I think if San Francisco really can't figure out the Brand Ayuk thing, I think they could. I don't know.
Who's in for the Jaguars?
Just where I'm at.
Don't be surprised.
Wow, there are no trades. This is just like I was promised some just crazy fireworks. We're getting absolutely nothing.
So the thing is, like, I want to know why, because it's not even that I was promised trades; it's that Minnesota has been the only team to trade up.
I know.
Twice. They've been the only trades, and they've gone out and gotten their guys, which is fine. But is it that shallow at the rest of the positions that these teams just don't feel like they need to trade up and go get guys?
Yeah.
I come back to, we were promised, so many teams are calling to trade up. The price just isn't right for these teams. They're thinking, well, if teams are coming to trade up, bring your best shot. And they're just not bringing their best shot. And it's as simple as that. So I think the expectations just aren't meeting the reality here.
But it's weird, though, that it's weird when you've got teams like the Saints, you've got teams, the Jets, I think, also. Like, there have been reports, actually. You know what? I'll go out on a limb and say this. Tony Khan with the neck brace. Jeez. There has been more reports about teams making their picks available than actual trades happening.
Yep.
Which is bizarre.
So the pick is in for the Jaguars. We're all in agreement. It's quarterback. Let's knock out a couple of questions here while we wait for the pick to be made. Vikings trade up to 17 from our good buddy Dawson Baker. What did we give up to trade up to 17? We gave up 23, gave up a fifth this year, and a third and a fourth in 2025. And I'm not even going to try and time it with Goodell here because Goodell is just infuriating.
The 23rd pick of the NFL draft, Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas
Jr. There it is.
I got the player right.
I would like to say Hayden Winks of Underdog Fantasy, our good friends over at Underdog. He was on top of this. If Quinion Mitchell is gone, Brian Thomas Jr. could be the consolation.
Man.
I'm still surprised this is ahead of Terry and Arnold, though.
I mean, Arnold is not the biggest corner, so size concerns is what's probably pushing him down the board. I never thought that outside of the top 3 wide receivers for Jacksonville that they should go wide receiver.
Hey, remember when I brought this up on the podcast like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, this makes the Gabe Davis signing feel so just ridiculous.
I mean, Zay Jones is on the chopping block at this point.
He's
but it's
gotta be
like
gone.
What does Brian Thomas do that Gabe Davis doesn't already do from a field stretching standpoint?
Stop.
Stop. Okay. No. So
Stop.
I do think that there's slight validity to roll, right? Because I think Brian Thomas is going to be a little bit more of a field, like he's not the Gabe Davis where he's strictly a field stretcher, but I do think there's just a slight thing with roll. Obviously, Brian Thomas is going to play over Gabe Davis. Like I don't think like talent wise they're close,
right?
But I do think there's like fit in this offense. I think is just strange.
So maybe I should phrase it differently. You didn't need to go out and sign Gabe Davis then if you're going to if Brian Thomas is going to be there for you. And like I think it was hard to tell at the time that you signed Gabe Davis.
Yeah.
But it's just like you have a lot of vertical guys now, and Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram are now the short guys, which like
I think this hurts Christian Kirk again.
Oh, absolutely.
It puts him back in the same role as last year. Because last year
it wasn't a terrible role to be in.
But from a fantasy perspective, you're disappointed, right? Because he just wasn't on the field as much when Zay Jones was out there. Because he's not playing on the outside. He's relegated to strictly a slot role. That's what sucks, is because Zay Jones was playing over him. And I'm going to be honest, I think Christian Kirk is 100 times better wide receiver than Zay Jones, right? Because Zay Jones is on the field more because he's playing on the outside. That's what sucks, is Gabe Davis is probably going to be on the field more than Christian Kirk will at this year.
So in tandem with the Gabe Davis signing, I get it. I thought this was a sneaky spot for Brian Thomas Jr. the entire time, because you tried it with Calvin Ridley. It didn't work out. You gave Christian Kirk a bag. Kind of worked out. You need some sort of higher ceiling wide receiver than what Gabe Davis, than what Zay Jones, than what Evan Ingram, than what Christian Kirk can provide you. And Brian Thomas, now paired up with Trevor Lawrence. I'm not saying he's the Malik Neighbors or Rome Odunze, right? But he's got size, he's got speed. I think he's going to have the opportunity for a more developed route tree in Jacksonville as well. I think this is a situation where he is all of a sudden can become a lot more versatile of a wide receiver and can blossom into kind of the 1B that this offense needs. With, I think, Christian Kirk still being the 1A, but only because he's running out of the slot and Doug Peterson can just, slot.
You know who this hurts the most, though? Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
Travis Etienne had 50 catches last year on 70 targets. We're going to see that at 30 or 40.
So the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock at this point. Oh, I switched our buds again, Ty.
I just went deaf on this here.
Yep, it's noise canceling. Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. Question from, I believe it's TikTok, correct?
Yes.
Raiders pick. Brock Bowers. What do we think about it?
Oh, no. It's YouTube. It's a question from YouTube, but
question from YouTube.
What do we think of the Raiders?
No,
it's Weird.
C minus. That's where I land. It doesn't feel necessary. I don't know what Brock Bowers does for your offense when you already don't have a quarterback, when you have holes on the defense, when you let Josh Jacobs go, so you really don't have a run game. I mean, I know you have Zamir White. Probably pick up a running back day 2.
Mm-mm.
I didn't see what the benefit was of taking Brock Bowers at 13 when it just wasn't a need. It's not taking it. It didn't fill a hole. It felt like.
No.
I mean, I'm gonna try to word this the right way, but like, what does Brock Bowers do in the short and intermediate parts of the field that Devontae Adams doesn't already do? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, what then happens to Jacoby Myers? Like, I guess you try to make it work with Gardner Minshew this year, but it's like,
I mean,
hey, pal.
are they just relegating Mayer to a blocking role? Like, is that?
Well, they have to at this point. I mean, you spent an early second
Now-
on Mayer. That's the part that shocks me.
Now the thing is, like, Mayer wasn't a Telesco pick.
Sure,
That's
fair.
true.
So,
It's a
like-
different regime. So is Mayer gone?
I feel like he's going to be a trade piece.
Yeah, he would have to be at this point.
But who at that point, like, I know last year, like, we had the Jalen Ramsey trade that had Hunter Long from Boston College in it, but it was like,
Mhm.
oh,
Detroit has traded up to 24.
Terry
Trade
Arnold.
details come.
Terry Arnold.
Terry and Arnold's.
Terry Arnold right here. No question whatsoever. Pair him up with previous teammate Brian Branch at safety. You go ahead and you get the physical corner you need for a lot of people, the best cornerback in this class. This is it. It's very clearly Terry Arnold here, and I'm sure Detroit is thrilled to go ahead and start shoring up their secondary here.
I would love Aiden, just personal.
Just for
personal
chaos.
bias and
For chaos.
and stuff.
See, that's what I was wondering. Have they given up on JMO and they go AD Mitchell here?
I mean, they've literally resorted him to just gadget trick play guy.
That's what I.
Yeah, I
Super
guess
regime.
I suppose that get your nickel.
But that's what Brian Branch does.
Right, Brian
Oh,
Branch is more
true.
your nickel.
Yeah.
So I'm
I really think it's corner. And like, I think it points to
gotta be.
Terry and Arnold, but I wouldn't mind Kool-Aid McKinstry because it's the same scheme, press man. Nate Wiggins has a ton of talent too. I wouldn't be surprised if it's him. I just think it's corner one way or another.
if it is an AD Mitchell, I think I would be really shocked by that.
I would be shocked too, but it would be kind of.
Dallas gets a third.
Wow, this is a no-brainer if you're Dallas.
job, Dallas.
Dallas gets a 29th overall pick and a third-round pick this year from Detroit.
Brad Holmes isn't going around smashing tables.
No, to move up, and Detroit gets 24 and a 7th-round pick this year in return as well. So
This was
That
at
is
the
a-
buzzer, too. There's 30 seconds left
Yeah,
on the pick clock before this happened.
That is true. That was, and you saw the timer going down to like a minute. And you're like, that is getting dangerously low.
So they did acquire Carlton Davis. The Lions did from the Buccaneers. I don't think that really moves the needle for you at cornerback. Again, this feels like such an obvious Terry and Arnold pick. And I bet the Lions didn't even think he'd be on the board here at this point.
True.
So at this point, yeah, go ahead, give up your third. Go ahead and get your guy who is going to go ahead and be probably a starting caliber cornerback that will lead your secondary for many years to come.
How about a Lab McConkey? Anyone?
You're just trying to create conversation.
Oh, this is the Xavier Worthy pick.
No,
More speed.
No.
More speed.
Stop with the Xavier Worthy. We all
Is this
we all
Spencer
did. We
Rattler?
all lost. 7
Hey,
quarterbacks in the first
Jared
round.
Goff, Hendon Hooker, and Spencer Rattler in the same quarterback.
We'd love to see it. Yeah,
Can you believe Michael Penix was taken with the 8th overall pick? Can you believe that? I still can't believe that.
it hurts my
It's-
brain.
Yeah,
I
It
just
hurts
can't
more
believe
than
you
my
do
brain.
Kirk dirty like that.
yeah.
Like the fact he didn't know is just wild to me.
That makes the pick even worse. It was already an F. That makes it an F minus minus. It has to be.
It's just crazy. I mean, he better come out and be the best quarterback ever after Kirk leaves. Like in order for
He
that,
has to be.
he's got to be a top 8 quarterback
He's gotta win the Super
instantly.
Bowl. He's
Yeah,
got
he
to
does.
Super Bowl.
100,
least.
like, I mean, it's just, what are you telling your team at that point? You know?
Right. New regime, getting our guys.
Because he's
They
not playing
brought in
for at least
Kirk.
Which is hilarious because Terry Fontenot was still the general manager before Raheem Morris came in. So it's like,
Unbelievable, man.
it's Edgerrin Cooper because they need another off-ball linebacker.
I'm still going corner here. I don't know what's taking so long. We know the pick is in. Just come on and announce a pick, Roger.
Peyton Wilson.
Tyler Newman?
Since we have a little bit of time, here's a question from YouTube from Damien. What are we doing with Bowers now in Dynasty?
Gosh.
Oh,
Can I be honest? I don't want to touch him in the first round anymore.
no.
That was my question. Okay. You go single QB league right now. You got the 102, 101, 102, 103 has been set for, however long. 10, because now you got Brock Bowers here. I mean, obviously AD Mitchell, like if he's a Bill or if he's a Chief, then he becomes really interesting.
Running backs.
But Bowers, like,
I would even take 3 running backs ahead of Brock Bowers.
that's what I'm wondering. Is all of a sudden like whoever, if Jonathan Brooks is a Cowboy, is he the 104?
100%. Yes, I think so. I would consider
What if
Brian
AD Mitchell's a Bill?
So I would do.
104, baby.
I might consider Brian Thomas Jr. ahead of.
I think he still
Jonathan
is.
Brooks.
It depends if
4.
you believe in what's his name, Trevor Lawrence. If you believe in Trevor Lawrence, then I think Brian Thomas is a pretty safe pick.
Yeah, but I definitely think you do Brian Thomas Jr. at 4. But I think Jonathan Brooks and the Dallas Cowboys running back becomes an option at 5. So here we go.
Does that say Griffin? Oh, Griffins. I thought it said Gryffindor. I was like, wow.
With the
Harry
24th
Potter.
pick in the 2024
The 2024
draft. The Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama. Well done, Detroit. This is a phenomenal pick. This is a smash pick. Again, I don't think they expected him to be here at 24.
No.
And you got to go up and get him at this point if you're the Detroit Lions. This is a home run. A+.
W.
I feel like we spent so long breaking down that pick that there's not much to reflect on after that because they got exactly what they need.
That was the pick.
Yeah. So we move on to the Green Bay Packers, who are now on the clock. Cooper DeJean still on the board here. They could use a nickel in their secondary. They also have a need on the offensive line as well. I had them trading up to get Amarius Mims earlier, so I do think they could attack, the offensive line position here. Where do you all think the Packers go?
I think Graham Barton makes a ton of sense for them.
Mm-hmm. That's what I have.
No sense. I think Nate Wiggins makes a ton of sense too. If you don't think Eric Stokes is to be the guy next to Jair Alexander, I think it's really those 3. I think, but I would
Newton.
I would lean Graham Barton over Cooper DeJean right now. Now,
I would as well.
Thing is, Green Bay is notorious for developing day 2, day 3 offensive linemen. So they always use their first round pick on a defensive player. Always.
I know, that's why. Johnny Newton
can make some sense too. Here's the thing with Johnny Newton. I love the talent of Johnny Newton. I just knew the medicals were going to push him down.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. It's interesting. It's getting weird, I feel like, right now, because this is where we were expecting a ton of trades, and obviously now we got one with Detroit coming up, but it's they're
only the 3rd trade in the night.
Yeah.
I did predict 3 trades on the night in my mock drafts. Just not these ones.
No bonus points for you.
There's still like TikTok. 7 picks left.
Fernando over on TikTok, Brian Branch and Terry Arnold about to save lives. You better believe it. They're about to save your secondary. They're about
Carlton
to keep
Davis too.
They're about to keep Detroit atop of the division here for for years to come.
And now look at all the fans leaving because Detroit made their pick.
All right, we made our pick. Yep.
go to the bars.
Smash pick. All right.
I want to run through this real quick. 12
Yep.
man super flex. Let's talk 101 through 109. Just super fast. So we got Caleb Williams 1, right? That
Yep.
one's pretty obvious. Marvin 2.
I would do.
Or you got J. You got
I would
JJ.
do Jaden.
Jaden 2.
So I will say I think that one's like right now in our dynasty league. I got the 102, and I got Mahomes and Lamar. I'm going Marvin Harrison there, right? Because I think it's
that one makes
close
sense.
enough that you can go Teeny. But so then we'll go Marvin 103. You go Neighbors 104, or does JJ sneak in there?
I would go Neighbors.
I think Neighbors too.
I'm gonna lean Neighbors, but I think we're talking JJ at 5 then.
So you're taking JJ over JJ, and then you going Rome, or you going May?
Rome,
May. So we got 107. Then you got Brian Thomas probably.
I
108.
might go May ahead of Rome.
I think those three, JJ,
Yep.
Rome, and May, it depends on where your team is.
For sure.
I think they could go
Sure.
any which way.
Sure.
But then it does feel like it's a solid Brian Thomas at 108. Is that how it feels like to you guys?
Yes. Yep.
That's
at
kind of
this
where
point.
I'm at.
At this point, I mean, like
And
if
then-
you have like an 80 Mitchell lane in Kansas City,
80 Mitchell in Kansas City is the only place I would put him ahead of Brian Thomas.
Buffalo.
could I?
No,
oh,
I'd still do Brian Thomas.
Oh,
could I
think
interest
I'd
you in
go
a
Buffalo.
Lad McConkey to San Francisco if Brandon Ayuk or Devo are traded?
Not at the 108. No.
We talked about this when we broke down the wide receivers. I think Lad McConkey's ceiling is a really nice wide receiver too, or
Yeah.
really good wide receiver too in the league. I don't think
Uh-huh.
he could be an alpha. I think Brian Thomas Jr. has the upside to be an alpha. 80 Mitchell, based on his landing spot, has the potential to be an alpha. So, yeah, I think the only spot I would put 80 Mitchell ahead of Brian Thomas would be in Kansas City. In Buffalo, I just worry about them spreading the sugar too much.
Makes sense.
So then 109 is just all landing spot dependent, but we're saying it doesn't feel like
80 Mitchell.
Bowers is there anymore.
No,
I wouldn't. No.
I want even Jonathan Brooks if he ends up on the Cowboys.
Oh,
Trey
totally.
Benson. You got 3-4 running backs that could be taken ahead of Bowers too at this point. I would rather
Knicks,
not.
how high are we
Yeah,
thinking
Bo
Knicks?
Nick-
Is
you
he
gotta throw Bo Nix in
112,
here now, too.
111?
Yeah.
Michael
Is he in there?
Penix.
God, Michael Penix is
So there's the other question. How far is Penix?
Why would they take him at 8?
Because would you spend the I have the 206. Would you spend the 206 on Penix knowing he's going to sit on your bench for 2 years no matter what?
Here's the thing. CJ, I mean,
You gotta freaking love Michael Penix. I don't.
Well,
I don't love Michael Penix.
We are talking super flex, but last year in our main league, main rookie draft, I got CJ Stroud at the beginning of the third.
Yeah. It's just I don't know.
We've discussed it a little bit. We'll wrap up our conversation here on the 109, turn our focus back to the Packers. But yeah, Michael Penix at this point. What do we?
I don't think I could in Superflex. I don't think I'd be higher than mid-second.
Yeah.
Yeah, mid second is about where I'd be looking. But again, you got to like Michael Penix. You have to understand. I wasn't as big of a fan as Michael Penix as others were coming out of the draft, or coming into the draft. Michael Penix is a fine passer of the football.
Yeah.
He is not a precise passer of the football. I think he got bailed out by big body wide receivers, athletic wide receivers at Washington. Still doesn't know how to throw the ball with
touch.
Great touch. There's just so much developing there. And I get if you want Kirk Cousins to do that, but you don't sign Kirk Cousins to a multi-million or multi-year massive contract to do that.
$100 million for the next 2 years.
Right. You don't do that. You just don't do that.
All right.
So we go, the Packers here. They have their pick. I'm not falling for Rodgers' antics this time. He's there laughing. He's just
having some
joke, making a joke. Your division rival is on the clock now. Jordan Wolf selection here, ahead of Graham Barton, ahead of Tyler Guyton, ahead of Jackson Powers Johnson, interior offensive lineman. But Jordan Morgan, I did have him sliding in at the end of the first round to the Baltimore Ravens, but interesting that the Packers go ahead and take him here at 25, 6'5", 311. He's not a bad prospect. I expected Graham Barton and Tyler Guyton to both go ahead of him.
I'm curious where they're going to play him because he played left tackle. He can play guard, but I mean, you did let John Runyon walk in free agency.
Yep.
Yeah.
But like you do have a need for a guard. I thought that would be more Graham Barton, and maybe teams look at Graham Barton as a center. They don't see him as a guard or a tackle.
Already, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have their pick in. Why couldn't we have gotten this with Caleb Williams?
Yeah, right.
This took 30 seconds. So
they rushed the card in for
who?
JPJ?
Right.
Graham Barton.
This could be Jackson Powers Johnson. I do have them taking Jackson Powers Johnson here at 26.
Ryan Jensen retired, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
So
They have a massive need on the interior.
Yeah, their whole interior offensive line is just.
Whoa, put
It's
some
really
respect on North Dakota State legend Cody Mock.
Oh yeah, right. The Giants.
So we're looking at the mock drafts here. As you can see, I do have Jackson Powers Johnson here at 26. Who do you all have here?
I had Jared Verse.
I had Latu.
There's no edge going here.
No, I don't think there's an edge going here. I think you're looking at the amount of offensive linemen available. It's got to be one of these guys for Tampa. And with Graham Barton and Tyler Guyton still on the board, I'm wondering if this is the Graham Barton pick.
Graham Barton would make sense.
I think
Nate
it's
Wiggins?
him or Jackson Powers Johnson here. And I'm only saying Jackson Powers Johnson because I actually think you like JPJ.
Nate Wiggins, like Cam said. Cam, you got it. You traded Carlton Davis. Your only corner right now is Jamel Dean. And I'm sorry, Jamel Dean is one of the more sus corners in the league, in my opinion.
Say it with your chest.
So he is sus, okay?
Like this.
I don't mind Nate Wiggins. I also don't mind Kool-Aid McKinstry. Just getting them a corner because, again, you need it. You need it. I mean, Zion McCollum, who was a 5th-round pick last year, I think, is currently slotted to be your starting corner.
Let's go ahead and chat about some of the biggest winners so far. Sounds like we're getting a lot of questions about that. Let's chat winners and losers so far. Fantasy centric. We'll keep it fantasy centric. It's interesting because the amount of linemen that have been taken, the amount players along the line, are guys who would be fantasy relevant at this point. You know, you're looking at the 6 quarterbacks. You're looking at the 4 wide receivers that have been taken and Brock Bowers. That's it. So fantasy winners, and you're looking at, can you call Justin Jefferson a winner? He's so good as it is. Like,
yeah,
I don't know if he can be a winner, but he got a quarterback for the future.
Yeah.
I would call him
Marvin
a winner.
Harrison.
Marvin Harrison Jr. is flat out a winner. Kyler Murray is flat out a winner. I would 100% agree.
Caleb Williams got to be a winner. Getting Rome.
I mean,
yeah,
getting Rome. Sure, if you want
Rome.
to make it around getting Rome, yes.
I think you could say that Jahan Dotson, Terry McLaurin are winners too for getting Jaden Daniels.
For sure.
Yeah, I think you could consider them winners. The losers are where it gets interesting. I think Keenan Allen, DJ Moore are both losers.
Keenan Allen for sure.
For the Roma Dunze pick, correct.
Yeah.
For the Roma Dunze pick. I think, I mean, we can instantly just say Brock Bowers is a loser.
I think you could say every Jaguars wide receiver for Brian Thomas now too.
Yeah, as much as the NFL fit makes sense to me, yeah, you worried about all those the targets funneling away from them to Brian Thomas Jr. Mm-hmm. So I do think you have to say Christian Kirk, obviously Gabe Davis, Say Jones.
I think like Christian Kirk is probably the least, the smallest loser out of the 3.
Yeah, not that many people were too concerned about Gabe Davis or
everyone is filed out. Holy cow!
I think Garrett Wilson's got to be a winner.
Oh, big winner!
Yeah,
big winner. No, they didn't add anybody.
Yep, and you go offensive tackle, so Rodgers got more time.
Not many people in the Buccaneers draft for him there.
You could say George Pickens at this point.
Yeah,
the Steelers.
Yeah, right now I would say I think they're a day 2 wide receiver team though.
Yeah, they are definitely going to add a receiver at some point, but at least from night 1.
From night 1, George Pickens is a winner.
You mean Calvin Austin isn't a winner right now?
He is the winner right now.
Jackson's doing so much for us right now. I can't ask him to mute himself, and I can't ask him to leave. He's doing too much for us. But
maybe I should just expand it and just say Steelers playmakers. Najee and Jalen Warren now with Troy Fautani to really complete their offensive line. Like they still need a center, but and George Pickens doesn't have a round 1 capital wide receiver to work against or try to fight for targets against, right? Like,
here's my thing.
What are we talking about? Oh, we got Antoine Winfield Jr. there.
Yeah.
Man,
Cooper. Who is on the off season? One of the biggest winners so far, including the draft, has got to be Will Levis. What team has done more? Bringing in multiple pieces to try to support. Will Levis going into this is kind of like, is he going to last the year? And now it's like they're building.
If he doesn't last the year, my goodness, what's Tennessee
done?
Building
they're building this entire offense around him, right? They're trying to give him every opportunity. Like obviously Calvin Ridley, D Hop, Traylon Burks isn't exactly like the wide receiver core that you dream of. But, it's not what New England's wide receiver core either.
Jackson.
What is
this is an interesting pick.
No, I was just laughing about New England's receiving core. That was all.
The 26th pick, the 2024 NFL draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton.
We lost TikTok.
Tackle, center, guard, out of Duke, all the above.
All of them.
They have him labeled as a center here on national television.
Seriously,
man, TikTok dropped again. Man, I don't know what's going on with the TikTok tonight, man. This is brutal. Unfortunate. But here we go. Graham Barton out of Duke. I think this was definitely a need the Buccaneers needed to address. The interior offensive line. We brought this up. This makes so much sense. You can play Graham Barton at guard. You can play him at center. He can fill whatever hole they need from this team.
Yeah. I mean, they need it. You just need interior offensive line help. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
100%. We just broke the stand for TikTok.
Did we lose Jackson?
Do we need to get your in?
You can put mine up. That's fine. What a mess over here. What an absolute mess. The Arizona Cardinals pick is already in.
I got you, Jackson.
Pick is already in.
Where are they going here?
Low budget production.
So they could go. Yeah, this is fascinating. They could go a multitude of different ways. They could go Johnny Newton. They could get the game wrecker up front. They could go ahead and they could take a cornerback. They could take a Cooper DeJean here. I like it. I like them getting a nickel. You could go ahead and get more offensive linemen. I mean, you still got Tyler Guyton here as well. You got Jackson Powers Johnson to play on the inside. I think you could take any of those guys. I personally would like Cooper DeJean here the best.
Do they go Darius Robinson?
The Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson. There it is. He was talking about a Darius Robinson. And here he is. They get an edge rusher. Darius Robinson out of Missouri. Darius Robinson was one that people flirted with going in the first round.
Wow.
Now here he is. Pick 27. Cameron pulled that one out.
From top rope.
Honestly, Lucas, are you the one that's got him in your had him in a lot of mocks earlier?
I did. I had him at the tail end of the first round going to San Francisco quite a bit.
That was the only reason I said that, because I'm thinking, because I had been thinking maybe they go D end. And I'm like, there's no edge rushers left. Wow. I don't deserve any credit for that. I was more joking.
I'll let you go ahead and talk about Darius Robinson. Ty, you can kind of give your 2 cents on Darius Robinson here once you go ahead and change the graphic for Jackson. I'm going to step off here. Buffalo Bills on the clock. What do you like about Darius Robinson? Hopefully I'll be back to then talk about the Buffalo Bills pick, because it's my time to try and talk about my boy.
Darius Robinson, he's kind of an interesting one because he played defensive tackle in Missouri for the first 3 years of his career. And then they moved him out to edge. And he then he started producing from the edge spot.
Mhm.
I don't really know. Actually, let's do this on the fly. Jonathan Gannon runs a 4-3 scheme.
Yeah.
So, like, in some ways, very early on, very, very early on in the mock drafts, I would put Darius Robinson to San Francisco because of it's like an Eric Armstead in some ways, where he's big enough to play defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Not exactly quick enough to be like the edge that you want in the NFL. So
sure. He's not turning the corner like Chop.
Exactly. And it looks like, at least our lads online has it playing the 3-4. So, I mean, you could put him as one of those 3-down linemen at the defensive end spot. I don't really think he's a stand-up, off the edge kind of guy. So I have never really thought of those guys as highly productive or highly regarded prospects enough to be taken in the first round, but
Can I just acknowledge the turnaround that just happened as Jackson was behind the camera trying to fix our TikTok live, and now he's here breaking news right away?
The Kansas City Chiefs had traded up.
It's A.D. Mitchell.
No, with Buffalo? With Buffalo?
With Buffalo, it looks like the Chiefs are now on the clock.
With Buffalo.
A.D. Mitchell, please.
Oh, I need this to be A.D. Mitchell.
I
need
Tyler
this to be
Guyton.
A.D. Mitchell. All of my love and hype for A.D. Mitchell will be worth it for this very moment. I was going to be satisfied with Buffalo. Not in my mind did I think it was going to be the Kansas City Chiefs.
I did have, not in this mock, not in my mock for tonight, but in my TikTok mock that I posted yesterday, I did have Kansas City trading up for a wide receiver, just not for this pick. But
okay, I have trade details here.
Trade details from Jackson here.
Okay, so the Chiefs trade the 32, 95, 221, and the Bills trade away 28, 133, and 248.
So swap of sevenths. Buffalo gets a third, Kansas City gets a fourth, and they swap first.
Which, if you're Buffalo, I don't blame you for taking that deal. I just find it so hard to believe they still don't want to take a wide receiver here.
Dude,
they just must not be A.D. Mitchell fans.
Must not be.
They must not be. You want to know who is though? You want to know who else has diabetes on the Kansas City Chiefs? Noah Gray. I'm telling you, he's falling off of A.D. Mitchell, falling off of team's first round boards.
They went to the combine and watched.
He's got diabetes, man. Those diabetics, man.
Got diabetes.
Kansas City ain't scared. We already got one on our team.
So, hey, real quick, let's go back to your 101 to 109.
Call him type 2.
Superflex question. A.D. Mitchell is in the running. It should be the 109. If not, maybe
he's ahead of Brian Thomas Jr. for me now.
Yeah.
If this is right, okay.
I hope this is not A.D. Mitchell.
I'm hyping it up as if it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be A.D. Mitchell here now.
This is the Xavier Worthy pick.
Oh, if it's Xavier Worthy, that makes everything worse. Oh no.
Oh no. All my hopes and dreams just died right then.
Notice how just one player just takes us to just total vibe kill.
I just
two people, even friend of the show, Kevin Vieira is saying Xavier Worthy.
You're gonna say something like that, you should give us a super chat.
Kevin, I bet you're sad you didn't accept that trade for Michael Mayer now that I sent you a Travis Kelce in it.
Okay, so let's say Xavier Worthy goes here. Are you still taking Brian Thomas over Xavier Worthy?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I am too. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah. You plead the fifth. Do you think it's that close?
I'd trade back. I would trade back.
You want to know what I'm going to be really upset though? If this is A.D. Mitchell, because I had them trading up to 27 to take A.D. Mitchell. I'm going to be one pick off. One pick off from being perfect. This could have put me in the lead if I nailed this.
Yeah, true.
It could have. Yeah, it could have put you in the lead.
I got the Vikings trading back to get Nate Wiggins at 28. What the heck? Unbelievable.
What the hey, man?
What
What the hey?
to be fair, in my mock,
Not the
for
real
our
Michael
resident
Mayer
Steelers
talk.
fan, I did have Jackson Powers Johnson here to the Steelers at 28.
I'm
This is
really curious to
brutal.
know who the pick is here for the Chiefs. Their pick is in.
This is gonna be interesting.
Do they go left tackle though?
There is no left tackle,
That's Tyler Guyton's right tackle. You're right.
and he is way too raw to just play a left tackle right away.
Oh,
I
this is
can't.
brutal.
I'm shocked the Chiefs would trade. I just don't. I wouldn't have pegged the Chiefs to trade up unless if they
I'm shocked
really
the
think
Bills
Rasheed
traded
Rice.
with the Chiefs.
Right. That's the thing with the Rasheed Rice news. I'm shocked that is who they opted to trade with. Go for it, Jackson.
Let's not forget about Hollywood Brown too. This
Right.
isn't they don't have a number 2 open. They still have a solid receiver there.
Right. That's why I keep coming back to. I don't know if this is a wide receiver. I don't know if this is AD Mitchell. Hollywood's on a 1-year prove it deal, which is the only reason why I would still be inclined to believe this could be a wide receiver. But
Cooper DeJean.
do they go? Yeah, Cooper DeJean is who comes to mind then, but you got Tyrann Mathieu there still.
I mean, you know, Tyrann Mathieu.
no,
like the
you're right.
Saints.
You're right.
I was like,
Sorry, I went way throwback there.
I mean, this could be a corner though, because they did trade L'Jarius Sneed,
They did.
so this could very well be a corner. It would have to be an outside corner though, because I think they like Trent McDuffie to move inside to that nickel spot when they.
I'm
Right.
hoping it's just anyone but AD Mitchell. I just want to see you guys crushed. I want
mean,
to see Lucas cry.
I wasn't expecting this. It would be a pure gift. A pure gift if I got 80 Mitchell to the Chiefs.
There's always
I wasn't expecting it. I
There's al-
wasn't.
There's always one pick though in drafts that because of the landing spot, like a player in rookie drafts, there's always one player.
Zach Frazier, guard.
He's more center than
He's
guard
more
for me.
center than guard, right? I'm just thinking of like the Creed Hunt type, right?
Oh, why is
Like-
he bringing people out with him?
I don't. Patrick Mahomes.
I shouldn't
in
say this.
20
I
years?
don't know why.
40 years.
I don't even know who they are. Just, gosh.
Don't try it this time, Lucas. He's talking.
So with the 28th pick in the two. No.
With the 20.
Final guesses at who this is. I think the more we talk about it, the more I'm less confident on who the pick actually is.
I think it's Xavier Worthy.
80 Mitchell.
Real quick.
80 Mitchell. If you're going Xavier Worthy, I have to go 80 Mitchell.
Are we counting Darius Robinson as an edge?
Yes.
Sweet. I got +1 then for that pick. So I had Leatu Latu
There you go. Yeah, 27.
at 27.
I had Xavier Worthy at 27.
I had a lot to a 26. Man, this game sucked.
3 picks in a row.
I was within like 2 picks. Like 5 times.
The fact that if this is AD
Dang.
Mitchell, I'm gonna be so upset.
Oh gosh, that smile. No.
Here we go with the 28th pick
Oh,
in the 2024. Oh, no, not yet. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Kansas City Chiefs
Super Bowl champions.
select
Oh, God.
Xavier Worthy. There it is, out of Texas. I cannot believe it.
he's the next Tyreek Hill.
5'11", 165.
Golly. You
God,
better not
he's-
better not send him over the middle. That boy get crunched.
Can we? I know it's out there somewhere. This is where I wished we had. Damien called it. Damien over on YouTube. Kevin, bang! Get the Kevin and the
Mike Breen.
Mike Breed, bang!
Bang!
Xavier Worthy at 27.
Dante DiVincenzo 3 for the lead.
The
Bang!
double bang!
I love the disappointment on your face, Lucas.
On
Of
Texas.
what could have been.
I
Oh,
just don't get that.
I don't
Do you-
either.
So real quick, do you remember when we were going through these wide receivers in our podcast? Who Xavier Worthy reminded me of by comp for him.
You should just tell me I'm going to spend too much time thinking.
Hollywood Brown.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. The undersized seemed somewhat underdeveloped skill set. Boy, go fast, but that's all he do.
I don't. That one doesn't really make sense.
Love that boy go fast.
That boy go fast. That's true.
He do go fast. The Dallas Cowboys pick is already in. This is a Tyler Guyton pick.
80 Mitchell.
True. Jackson Powers Johnson, Dame Brugler from The Athletic. He had said that he doesn't really see that Jackson Powers Johnson would be a fit for Dallas, which is interesting because they do need a center.
Right.
80 Mitchell.
I wouldn't mind that next to CeeDee Lamb. I wouldn't mind that.
I don't like this draft anymore. Johnny Newton. No, they just used it first on Mozzie Smith last year.
If they take
Johnny Newton is still on the board.
Johnny Newton is still on the board.
Cooper DeJean is still on the board.
You know who I had?
Oh no! Is this the Cooper DeJean pick?
I don't
Play
think
next.
so.
Play next to Trayvon Diggs.
I mean, they like Deron Bland.
I do like Deron Bland. You're right.
I am going to lose my mind if they pick Johnny Newton here because I had them picking Johnny Newton at 24. So it better not be.
Brother.
I'm not playing this game next year. This
Cameron's just tired of losing.
this is brutal.
He saw the pick. Jackson saw the pick. I thought Jackson had breaking news, but he just saw the pick.
Lad McConkey, baby.
Well, that'd be an interesting one if they take Ladd here. They take Ladd here as a wide receiver 2 to play against CeeDee Lamb.
I would not be surprised though if this is actually going to be Nate Wiggins.
You could take another corner here if they do like Deron Bland.
Mike Zimmer's
Troy
your defensive
Franklin.
coordinator.
Oh, Roger, drop the car. Roger, Butterfingers.
On the back.
Oh,
This is not a good omen.
Play it out. Yeah, you all playing it cool, Roger. That's how we like it. All right, the Dallas Cowboys on the clock here. Pick 29. With pick 29 of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle out of Oklahoma. There it is.
It feels like a
Beef
Jerry
up that
Jones pick.
offensive line. It's a Jerry. It feels, yeah, it really does. You lost offensive lineman in free agency. Go ahead and take an athletic guy in Tyler Guyton to go ahead. 6'7", another massive guy, 322. I think he could fit in right along their offensive line, fill some of the holes they need to protect Dak Prescott, get CeeDee Lamb time to get open across the middle, downfield, wherever it may be. Kind of an expected chalk pick here for the Cowboys. You don't think so?
You're going to try to develop him into being a left tackle. They have Tyler Smith going out to left tackle.
Correct.
So where does Tyler Guyton play?
On the inside.
At 6'7"?
It's big. I get it.
That is tough.
Or they rotate.
Do they put Terrence Steele inside and then they put...
That's what I'm thinking they might actually do, is put Terrence Steele on the inside.
Gosh, that is tough.
So Tyler Guyton goes to the Cowboys. They beef up the offensive line. I'm not very surprised by that pick. The Ravens are on the clock. I want to pause because we'll have plenty of time to talk about the Ravens. Jackson said he has a Kirk Cousins update. Or now can we go through and give the timeline, the Kirk Cousins timeline tonight? Okay. Kirk Cousins at approximately 7 p.m. tonight was sat down to watch his team in the NFL draft, fully expecting that, he is a starting quarterback and then they're going to go ahead and put a complete team around him. And Kirk Cousins feels pretty great about himself tonight. We get to the 8th overall pick, and the Atlanta Falcons do the dumbest thing in mankind and take Michael Penix Jr. with the 8th overall pick. And they have Kirk Cousins, just paid him $100 million. Now, your last update, Jackson, I'll let you chime in here at their last update.
So the last update, we were hearing from some people that really they had no idea. And this is basically just kind of adding on to that. This is from his agent himself.
Mike McCartney.
In quotes, yes, it was a big surprise. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is, the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons when they were on the clock. That was the first we heard. It never came up in any conversation.
Brutal.
That's so bad.
That's a good
That
way
is
to treat a
so
$180 million investment.
Why would you pay a quarterback all that money and then go do this? God, this is such a bad time for that. But like, I get it. The Ravens pick is in. It's a true. It's a true.
Jackson, that was
statement. It's a true
awesome.
bingo. It was very well comedically timed. Well done, Jackson. It was great. Well timed.
Man,
The Atlanta Falcons have got to be the laughing stock of the NFL right now.
I don't get it.
Nothing about that pick makes sense.
Nothing.
Literally nothing.
yeah, I mean, if he's not a top 10 quarterback his first year in the league, because that's the thing is his first year in the league is going to be in 3 years. So then you only got 2 or 3 years to evaluate him, and he's going to be 27 when you're doing it. At the end of his first contract, he'll be where Dak Prescott is right now. Age-wise.
It just baffles me. Absolutely baffles me. Let's make predictions here for the Ravens pick. It is in. We get people asking about it here in the comments. Feels like a Jackson Powers Johnson interior offensive line. Get your some help there. That's kind of where I'm at.
I think it's offensive line or corner. I think Kool-Aid makes some sense. I think Nate Wiggins makes sense. Just
I like
someone to
Wiggins
opposite Marlon Humphrey, who always seems to be hurt. Always.
No.
So I think it's one of those two positions.
Yeah, I had them taking Tanner Morgan here, but obviously he
Who?
went Tanner.
Go to you.
I think you found that. Think you found that funnier than
Former Gophers quarterback Tanner Morgan.
Jordan Morgan. Golly. I looked down and I say, "Yep, Tanner Morgan, Jordan Morgan." Morgan.
Brutal.
I started laughing. I was like, Tanner
man.
Morgan.
I'm like, wait, what do you mean? What was so funny about that? No, Jordan Morgan. It's
Chris
funny.
is
I
like,
made
you're
that-
not funny.
I'm like, you're not funny. What are you talking about? I'm just a freaking idiot. That's all I am. Jackson Powers Johnson. That's my pick.
I get Nate Wiggins.
Nate Wiggins is who I'm with as well.
Yeah, I think they could shore up at corner here as well.
There
Go
it
ahead
is.
and pick Nate Wiggins picked 30.
And guess who had Nate Wiggins at 30?
Oh, I had him at
Baltimore?
29 to Detroit.
I am
Oh,
at 28
man.
to the Vikings.
That is plus
Close
3.
only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
I think that's
I had Chop Robinson there.
Oh yeah, you've been ahead. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
this one's not close right now, Ty.
This is yeah. You've been running away with the time.
Ah,
I told you I had too many trades in my mock, and
what are we betting on this?
Nothing.
It's got to be a punishment.
So real quick,
Kiss on the cheek from Jackson.
Shut up.
I'm sorry, TikTok. You missed a great Jackson out here.
That was brilliant. That was brilliant.
He had that one teed up too. That was impressive.
That was all Jackson. He's gonna leave.
That
Cam,
sucker
I've
was.
been waiting for that for a while. You've been talking quite a bit this draft.
Oh, that was great. All right, 49ers on the clock here.
Now you're playing around.
Now he's just hitting all the different buttons.
That was me.
My bad.
You have the 49ers on the clock here. Where do we even begin? I had this as the Michael Penix trade up spot, but obviously he went at pick 8 to the Falcons.
To where?
Falcons. I can't believe I'm seriously gonna lose sleep over that. I'm gonna go home tonight. I'm not gonna be able to sleep thinking about why in the world the Falcons would have taken Michael Penix at 8. So the 49ers on the clock. Who do we think they're looking at here? A lot of the guys I had in contention for them here are either gone at this point. Darius Robinson was the one I frequently mocked here.
I had Guyton here.
Yeah, you had Guyton here. I think they could go ahead and reach down the board a little bit and get a tackle. I think they could do that.
It's interesting.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's interesting. I mean, we got like Johnny Newton, Cooper DeJean, A.D. Mitchell, Kool-Aid, right? I mean, those are 4 guys that were pretty consistently mocked first round.
Yeah.
We only got 2 picks left in the first, so it'll be interesting
They
to
could do
see.
Cooper DeJean here.
Interesting to see where they fall.
I wonder if this is Washington trading up.
This could be a Washington pick too.
Adam Peters just came from San Francisco. Problem is, though, I don't know who they would trade up for.
Right. That's where you're at if you're Washington. I don't know who is here that you would sacrifice capital to trade up for. We had quite a few questions about the Chargers pick come in with Joe Alt. I'm good with it. I think I'm interested to see who they shift around on their offensive line. If Joe Alt plays at left tackle, if he slides in at right tackle, we'll see. We'll see. But I don't mind it. I think the Chargers, it makes sense that they showed up their offensive line. It was an area of need-ish, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, if I'm going to give it a grade, I'm going to say it's like an A-.
I'd give it a B+ because I think it follows what everything was pointing to. Like it was, we all knew it was going to be offensive line. I keep coming back to the part. I'm just like, curious how they're all going to organize it,
right?
How it's all going to play out come week 1 of the NFL season. Because really the only open spot is guard or right tackle, and you kick Trey Pipkins inside, and I don't think that's an option. So,
right.
I don't know. It'll be interesting, but I like the talent of Joe Alt. That's why I give it a B+.
Right. That's why I come back to. I like the talent. I know they'll figure it out. They have a plan in place, which is why I come back to more so of an A-. But Cameron, what about you?
Yeah, I really like it. I think I like it more if they pick up a wide receiver in round 2 or even round 3, right? I mean, because Herbert needs somebody, to throw the ball to. So that's what it is for me. Is like I like it because you're protecting Herbert, right? You can establish the run now, but if you don't get him a wide receiver, I mean, I don't know. That's the only thing that I just don't like.
Yeah, and that is, I think, again, they have an early second round pick that they can't. My guess is that they're going to have a hefty picking of wide receivers here as the San Francisco 49ers pick is in. I think you will see they have a hefty picking of a Troy Franklin. Look, if A.D. Mitchell does make it past 32 here, they'll have probably an A.D. Mitchell available to them. If they want a crafty route runner in Ricky Pearsall or Lab McConkey, I mean, they'll have a plethora of options, but this is a team that I think is going to leave the draft with multiple wide receivers in the next few rounds versus just one elite one, which you then decide, okay, is it worth the tackle? The tackles are going to fly off the board really quick, though. So do they take their guy there? Do they take one of the elite wide receivers? I feel like if you're the Chargers, you couldn't have really done wrong. I just think some people have stronger preferences than others, and that's kind of what it came down to. So what should the Chargers do at wide receiver then?
I think you got to go the route runner. I think you got to go Ricky Pearsall or Lab McConkey, just guys that'll get open.
Yeah.
Because Quentin Johnson isn't going to get open. Josh Palmer is Josh Palmer, but like you need a guy that'll just get open. And I think one of those two guys would fill that role.
Yeah, I think you got to go get a Lab McConkey. As much as I think Troy Franklin would be a fun piece in that offense, you already have a Josh Palmer who can get downfield. You already have a Quentin Johnson can get downfield if you need him to. Jackson's got a disgusting face at what appears to be the pick. Tell me it's A.D. Mitchell.
Tell me it's Lad McConkey.
Tell me it's a Brandon Ayuk trade in A.D. Mitchell.
Tell me it's Luke McCaffrey.
If there was a trade, I'd break it. You'd know that.
That's true. That is true.
Here comes Roger.
Roger comes strolling out. He's tired. You could tell. That smile is more and more fake as the night goes on.
Yeah, it's
He's like, yeah, golly, had me up till 11 p.m. every
It's midnight there.
That is true.
It is midnight here.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the 49ers take Ricky Pearsall out of Florida.
Oh,
bye, Brandon.
Wow. Okay.
Bye, Brandon.
All right, Ricky Pearsall.
Bye, Brandon.
Look.
That's for Jackson, because guess who Jackson has on his dynasty?
Yeah, that's a Brandon Ayuk. We're probably gonna move on from you, which
I did have wide receiver.
Deanna Rossini, I don't know. I've just screwed that up.
Yeah.
Said today, Tebow or Brandon Ayuk, one of the two most likely is going to be gone. They're trying to shop at least one of them.
Yeah.
Interesting that they threw Debo's name into that.
Yeah,
Is it?
right.
Oh.
This is it's just fascinating. Ricky Pearsall here specifically is fascinating. I figured this would be a Ladd McConkey. This would be an AD Mitchell. But teams are high on Ricky Pearsall, and I mean, frankly, he is a guy that could fit right into this 49ers offense with the clean route running, the good hands. Kyle Shanahan should have no problem scheming him open, but it's just a matter of, okay, what do you do with McCaffrey, with Debo, with Ayuk, with Kittle?
Yeah, I think
Carolina just trade up?
They did. They traded up to 32.
No.
This is AD Mitchell, isn't it? Oh my gosh. We went from the high of AD Mitchell to Kansas City to this. Oh no.
Oh, they're so happy. This is 100% AD Mitchell.
Oh,
I hope
they
it is.
killed him.
Trade back one spot. That'd be awesome. Oh.
They swapped 5th and 6th to move up one spot. That's the trade. I'm going to compose myself because
It's got to be AD Mitchell. There's no way it's not.
Xavier Legette, because Xavier Legette said, if you're there, we're going to take you.
Then Canals came out and said
Xavier Legette.
ahead of AD Mitchell in the first round.
Canales came out and said that he said that to 50 some
50.
prospects.
50. And I said that to 50 other guys. And then I decided I like Dave Canales a little bit less.
Yeah, because that's definitely not true. He said it's supporting that.
Brutal. Man, if this is 80 Mitchell,
Okay, so are we in agreement this is a wide receiver?
I don't know why else you're trading up here.
To get ahead of Buffalo? I feel like this is wide receiver.
Unless you thought they were
Especially when
going
you
to
see
take
Xavier Worthy, Ricky Pearsall starting to go here at the end of the first round. Look, I'm just praying AD Mitchell lives to see another day. Honestly, that's what I'm hoping for at this point. I hope he lives to see the second round. I don't want to wish that on my guy, but
I feel like it's got to be a wide receiver because that's why you go up and get the 5th-year option, right? Because
Right.
you're afraid of paying that huge price tag. Because,
right.
I mean, like Johnny Newton, you're not like super, D lineman. I don't know. I feel like wide receivers.
It's Jackson Powers Johnson.
JPJ, baby.
The only
most Carolina thing to do.
you are the only thing I have playing through my head right now, because I'm so confident this could be AD Mitchell, and I'm gonna have to cry about it.
You better have that sound ready to go.
So what's going to be worse? AD Mitchell to the Panthers or Michael Penix to the Falcons? The NFC South is just out here robbing Lucas of any joy.
Right. So the pick in and of itself is AD Mitchell isn't a bad one for the Panthers. It makes sense. You have a need at wide receiver. I'll remove my AD Mitchell love in this scenario and say it makes sense if you're the Panthers to go out and get AD Mitchell. This is not the place you want to land if you're AD Mitchell, though.
No.
This is not. I'd like AD Mitchell. I'm writing him off. Then I'm done. Like I'm all my stock's gone. I'm literally going and selling my last bit of AD stock that I can right now for what I have left of it.
Crazy.
So we'll see. The pick is in for the Carolina Panthers.
Our mics died.
Oh, we have no mics over on TikTok now. We're literally screaming.
No.
Just take the adapter out and we'll scream. Mike's died.
Mike's died.
Hey,
Hey,
TikTok.
it served us really well, though.
Sorry, I know. It was almost 4 hours. It gave us about 4 hours.
Oh, Jake said he could only hear Cam. Man, you guys must have been living at bliss for a little bit on TikTok if you're only listening to me. Didn't have these two
probably were.
knuckleheads.
You probably were. I'll be perfectly honest. You probably were. Here's the deal, though. The Panthers, I fear this is going to be AD Mitchell. And it makes sense, but this is not the spot to go if you're AD Mitchell. I don't think you're going to develop properly here. As much as I like Dave Canales, as much as I think he can turn things around for Bryce Young, you got Deontay Johnson.
No,
you got Adam Thielen.
This is Cooper DeJean, ladies and gentlemen.
You think so?
They lost both of their safeties.
Oh,
You lost Jeremy Chin and you lost Von Bell.
yeah, and Buffalo has a need in the secondary too.
Make it be 80.
Go ahead, see if they actually are going to take Cooper DeJean or not. Yeah, this could be Cooper DeJean here too. I'm praying AD Mitchell lives to see another day. With this 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers.
No
season-
way! No way!
Oh no!
No way!
Poverty.
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 Wow.
Poverty.
That's a temper pick.
Oh, that's too good.
I said that to 50 other guys too. Well, apparently not Dave Canales.
Ahead
Wow.
of ahead of AD Mitchell.
Both Xaviers find their way into the first round. AJ Brown upside, baby.
No, he does not.
He does
Not in
not.
Carolina. He does not. Oh, I get he's big and physical and explosive, but this dude is built like a running back. He's not built like a wide receiver.
Oh my word.
Man, that's crazy. What a way to end it too.
That was actually a very wild stretch to close out the draft. I think we can
It
acknowledge.
was.
You hold it.
It was.
Oh, okay. I gotta hold it down for Ty here.
Unreal. That's crazy.
All right, so let's get a recap of the first round. I gotta pull up a first round recap here. All I have is my mock draft on my computer. I gotta actually get all of the picture. We'll go ahead and recap everything because that ends the first round of the NFL draft. That is it. The Carolina Panthers wrap up with pick 32. Cameron, let's go through a recap. We'll kind of give our immediate thoughts and our initial reactions. To
For
each
sure. Do
pick.
you want me to read it off or you got it?
Yeah. Do you want to read it off? It's going to take me too long to pull
All
it
right.
up. You want to
We got
flip back to the intro graphic too, Jackson?
We got Caleb Williams at 1, Jane Daniels 2, Drake May 3, Marvin Harrison 4, right? I mean, I think through those first 4 wasn't any surprises, right? I mean, that's that's kind
Pretty
of what we
popular.
thought. Joe Alt 5, that was something else, that I think until probably 48 hours ago was the thought if, the Chargers weren't going to trade out.
Right.
Neighbors 6, Tennessee 7, or Neighbors 6, JC Latham 7 to Tennessee. Then the big one, Michael Penix at 8, Rome Odunze 9, and JJ McCarthy 10 on a
So do we
trade
want to pause?
from the Jets. Yeah.
Yeah. Do we want to pause there and
Yep.
discuss the madness that unfolded in those top 10 picks there? Because you have surprisingly, maybe not surprisingly,
1
the
through
first
6.
7 picks were relatively set in stone. It felt like
Yes.
maybe you had the Chargers taking a wide receiver instead, but for the most part, you weren't overly shocked when they took Joe Alt.
Yep.
When you get to 7, though, and it's JC Latham, you're a little bit more shocked. You get to 8, Michael freaking Penix, man.
Set the world on
What?
fire.
It still makes no sense. And why you would use the 8th pick, I don't know,
Yeah.
maybe you knew teams were going to be quarterback need, but even so, that's not that you don't need a quarterback.
Yeah.
So then you get Rome at 9. Fantasy impacted that. I don't love it. I hate all the Chicago wide receivers now. I really don't want anything to do with them next year. And at 10, then you get JJ McCarthy to Minnesota, which I think is a fabulous spot. I think he's going to thrive in Minnesota.
Yeah.
So that's our top 10.
Yep. And then Fashanu to the Jets, which
Yep.
I think we all agreed. Fashanu. Why? See, I want to say Fashanu, but then I know that one of the ways is wrong, and so I go the other way. Which I think we all agree was a good pick. Bo Nix 12. These next 2 picks were the next two that really made a scratch ours. Bo Nix at 12 and Brock Bowers at 13 to the Raiders.
Yes.
It was just Nix felt early, but at the same time, it was like Penix felt early too. So all the quarterbacks were going early.
The Michael Penix pick made the Bo Nix pick feel less bad.
Yes, it did.
That's kind of where I'm resorting. And I don't know if we have people joining us on TikTok now after the NFL draft here. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. Maybe people have just totally tuned out. That's totally fine. Maybe you can't even hear us right now because our mics died and we can't actually. Oh, you can hear just fine. Great.
Hey.
Wonderful. Hopefully, if you're hanging out with us, we're kind of giving our thoughts on everything NFL draft. If you want us to grade the picks that your team made, let us know. We're just going to run down the list right now. But yes, I would agree. The Michael Penix pick at 8 made the Bo Nix pick at 12 feel less bad, but still kind of equally bad in my mind.
Yeah. And then Bowers was one that we didn't see coming at all.
No,
that was one, right. Michael Mayer went second round last year, tight end to the Raiders. It just felt out of place, right? It kind of felt
entirely
like
out of place.
Michael Penix-ish for this team. Then Talise Fuaga to the Saints. Why am I the one reading names? I'm the worst with names in the entire
You're
world.
not the names guy, but tonight you are.
Then we had Latu go to the Colts, which I'm going to be honest. I got Josh Downs in a couple dynasty leagues.
You're feeling a lot better about that.
I am. I breathe in a little sigh of relief because I really felt like they were going to take a first-round weapon, right? They could still take a second day two guy at the wide receiver position, but I'm feeling a little bit better about that. Byron Murphy goes 16th to Seattle. I think that was one that we didn't quite see coming. That one felt like a corner pick.
Yeah.
But I did feel like they were going to go defense. Our Minnesota Vikings trade up to 17, grab Dallas Turner.
We only have 4 picks left this year, but you know what? I'm not too upset about it, honestly.
Oh, you're feeling good.
When you're getting like talents like JJ McCarthy and arguably the edge one in the class, who fell to 17, I don't care.
No, that was worth it.
Left.
So I think Minnesota might have had the. I'm going to slow down before I push the cart before the horse.
They had one of the top 5 nights.
Yes, I would even go as far as saying top 3. I think Minnesota had a top 3 night.
Yeah.
You only had to trade up one spot to get your guy, and you went ahead and paid the price for Dallas Turner off the edge. But man, he's going to fit so well in Brian Flores' system. And again, he was talked about as a top edge prospect in this class, mostly because of Latu's medical retirement, but that was a no-brainer for Minnesota. So sorry, continue going, Cameron.
Then we had Jackson's favorite pick of the night, Amarius Mims, going to Buffalo, or not Buffalo, but the Bengals. Excuse me. Jared Verse going to the Rams. Troy Fatanu going to the Steelers then, and Chop Robinson going to Miami. Tackle edge.
Yep.
Right.
That was kind of the theme of the middle of the first round here.
Yeah, it was. I mean, most of those picks felt about right. Chop felt a little early.
Yep.
But at the same time,
agreed.
It's an interesting fit for Miami, right? We talked about that, having obviously Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb coming back off of injury, but then you're left with 3 edge guys, so definitely an interesting spot. Eagles get Quinion Mitchell, which I think we all felt like they were going to trade up to go get them, and they didn't have to. So
they have 50 and 53 in the second round. They were prime trade up candidates with a team like the Denver Broncos. But
oh my gosh, you know what? Philly's going to trade up early day 2 tomorrow, and they're going to take Jackson Powers Johnson to be the Jason Kelsey replacement.
Oh,
it's brutal.
Or do they wait on Zach Frazier, who kind of has that physical toughness of Creed Humphrey? Smacks himself in the face with the microphone.
Almost taken out. Jeez.
Brutal. Then we have
self-sabotage.
Go ahead.
Then we have Brian Thomas Jr. going to Jacksonville. Another interesting one. I think we kind of talked it through. We can kind of see like the long term, right? Maybe it working out, but right now it feels a little clunky in that wide receiver room.
Yeah.
Lions trade up with Dallas, get Terrion Arnold. I mean, that feels right up the Lions' alley.
That's a top 5 night for me.
I was gonna say the Lions gave up assets to do it, but you know what? That is they needed to. That was a home run for Detroit.
Yep. Then we had 2 tackles in a row. We had Jordan Morgan, not Tanner Morgan, commonly mistaken, taken by the Packers. And then we had Graham Barton out of Duke, going to Tampa, who was listed as a tackle on PFF. I think they showed him as a center on NFL Network, and he's probably going to play guard. So
right,
we have no idea where he's going to end up, but
right.
Offensive lineman is what we will call him. Then we have the surprise, which was probably my best call the entire night. Pulled it out of out of
True.
thin air.
True.
Oh,
Darius-
just 1 or 2 picks that he just pulls.
Darius Robinson
Robinson.
to the Cardinals after no, they didn't trade back. They got that from Houston earlier. Then we had the Chiefs trade up to take a Texas wide receiver. Made Lucas very excited, except for the fact that his name is not A.D. Mitchell. It is Xavier Worthy.
I was sad. I was a sad boy.
Can we pause a moment? We just had a question come in about Darius Robinson. So
Yep.
going 27 to the Cardinals. Looking at the board, you're getting a best edge rusher available at that point.
But it's so weird though, because Cam and I were saying, all right, you had to go fix something on your
Right.
computer. They're a 3-4 defense. Darius Robinson is not as a stand-up edge rusher.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He has more experience as like a defensive tackle. So he's probably playing that defensive end on the 3-4, which just get Johnny Newton.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
You must have just hated the medicals at that point.
Medicals. That was the thing with Johnny
honestly.
Newton. That killed him.
So I don't know. Like it's a weird one because I thought that Johnny Newton, yeah, the medicals are a thing, but I thought like he could, if medicals weren't a thing, he would have been top 20.
Oh, 100%.
So Arizona at 27 would have made perfect sense even with the medicals. But it's like, wow, maybe the medicals are an extreme red flag. So
Yeah.
I don't really, I guess I get it, but at the same time, Arizona needs some corners, and you were staring at Cooper DeJean, you were staring at Kool-Aid McKinstry, and you pass them up.
Yeah. Definitely interesting. Like we said, Xavier Worthy goes to Kansas City in a surprise trade up with Buffalo. Feels like it's Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. So you got probably the highest hopes for him out of any team he could have gone to. Tyler Guyton then goes to Dallas after they had traded back with
Another
Detroit.
weird for me, but I get why they went offensive line.
Yeah.
Feels like a
it
Jerry
makes
Jones
sense
pick,
why they
is
went
what I
offensive
said.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nate Wiggins to the Ravens. I think we all like that one. And then we had two huge surprises to end the first round. Ricky Pearsall going to San Francisco.
Yeah, that one was.
I love it because you know what? Ricky Pearsall, you know who he reminds me of? Sorry.
Adam Thielen.
Adam Thielen, Danny Amendola, Julian Edelman.
Cooper Kupp.
Renfro at all?
Hunter Renfro a little bit too. Yeah. Kind of that like that on his client and the arm goes up and then he cut back outside. Yeah.
But that does feel like most likely we're gonna see one of Brandon Ayuk or Debo leaving.
Yep.
And then the real surprise, we had the Panthers trade up with Buffalo at 32 to take Xavier Leggetti.
So here's
Xavier
so here's the question with that though. Okay. Sounds like Chad is saying Bill sold. That's absolutely sold. Not in my opinion, if A.D. Mitchell is still on the board,
Yeah.
they're just picking up capital to trade back. That's kind of
They
where
got
I'm
so
at.
many holes is the thing.
I know, which
They had
is
to cut
why I'm
so
okay
many
with,
players.
yes, which is exactly why I'm okay with them trading back.
Mhm.
Honestly, like
With A.D. Mitchell still on the board, because they can still take A.D. Mitchell tomorrow at 33 and still fill out so many of those other holes. They have a second round pick as well. They can go ahead. Or if they want to take a Cooper DeJean, first thing tomorrow instead. I mean, they have options. They really do have options. And if they don't want to take wide receiver, which it sounds like front office is saying, we got our tools. Like we want to retool. We don't necessarily need a Diggs. We don't need a stud one. And A.D. Mitchell might be on that awkward tier of like too close to that. He might be too much of an alpha for what they're looking for. So they take a Cooper DeJean to help out in the secondary. And then later in the second round, maybe they do start looking at some of these, Troy Franklin kind of players. So did they sell? No. Did they win? Not really, but they didn't hurt themselves today. They're not the Atlanta Falcons by taking Michael Penix at 8.
And I mean the board fell in their favor with them trading back too. So it's like kind of in some ways that's a win in itself, because like I'm looking at available wide receivers, right? A.D. Mitchell, obviously, Lab McConkey. Troy Franklin, Keon Coleman, Jalen Polk, Malachi Corley, Jermaine Burton, Javon Baker, Tez Walker, Johnny Wilson, I think I said Jalen Polk. Any one of those wide receivers at 60 is perfect, is A-okay. At 33 tomorrow, you can get a Cooper DeJean to be a Jordan Poyer replacement if you need him to be. You can take Kool-Aid McKinstry because Lord knows, I mean, you let Trey White go. Your only corner is Rasul Douglas because Khair Elam is just a bust. So, like, take a corner at 33. And again, I'm repeating what you just said, but corner 33, wide receiver at 60 is exactly where they should go. And it makes sense that they traded back. They didn't need to force a corner at 32. They had a team calling for a receiver that they probably weren't even really going to target.
No, that they could have taken with 35.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just that Carolina pick baffles me. But no, I don't think the Bills sold. See some chatter with some hype around Nate Wiggins is at 30 to Baltimore as well. I think we can all agree that's a great pick by Baltimore. Shore up that secondary. You get a physical corner like Nate Wiggins. The problem is he's not great in run stopping.
The dude is 170.
Yeah, so that's where you don't like it. But if you which is interesting with the Ravens because they did lose some help along. Well, I guess they brought back Matabuke, didn't they?
Yeah,
they did bring. So they still do have some help up front. But
I was surprised. I mean, I was surprised that it wasn't offensive line, but I also get that there really wasn't an offensive lineman that was worth taking because, like, Jackson Powers Johnson would have been the best available offensive lineman, but you have Tyler Linderbaum, like you have your center already. So it's like, then go corner. And Nate Wiggins, even I'd be really any one of the three corners between DeJean, Wiggins, and Kool-Aid McKinstry would have been great picks.
Yes. So there we go. We have our first round recap there. How many people we got hanging out across all the platforms here? I don't want to just automatically say we're going to bail, but if we have more questions coming in, we're happy to field a few more here for a few minutes as well.
We have 85 between Facebook and YouTube. And then for TikTok, we have about 52.
Okay. All righty. Yeah, we'll stay on here for maybe like another 10 more minutes or so. Field any more questions that people have. If there's nothing coming in, we'll probably head out. But yeah, if you got questions, pour them in right now. We'll give our thoughts on whatever's kind of coming in. I don't know, Jackson, if you want to jump in here and kind of just instead of texting those to us, you can just kind of ask them as they're flying in here. That might
I guess I just have a question for me personally. Since it seems like Debo might also be shopped by the 49ers, who would you rather see leave the 49ers, Brandon Ayuk or Debo Samuel?
Depends. If we're looking for who's going to add value to Ricky Pearsall, I think my vote would be Debo.
Mm-hmm.
That's fascinating. I think my answer is Debo either way.
Yeah.
When you have a young quarterback like Brock Purdy that you don't have to pay, you keep guys like Brandon Ayuk on your team, which is what makes zero sense to me about all the Brandon Ayuk trade rumors. But I guess if you don't want to pay your guy, you don't want to pay your guy. So
sorry, I just realized you and Cam are. I guess it's just because it's my screen that I'm.
Yeah, it's your screen. Yeah,
I just noticed that. Sorry, that's low budget production.
Oh, it's yours just isn't mirrored on your own.
No,
screen.
and yours is mirrored for your
right.
screen, but anyway.
Yeah, so I would rather see. I think I would rather see Debo traded.
It's late.
It is late. I think I would rather see. My answer.
I'm an hour ahead of you guys, so it's even later for me. Yeah, I agree. I'd rather see Debo go. What's Debo's contract look like though if they move him?
I think he's got 2 years.
He's got 2 years left.
What's the dead cap if they move him?
Oh, that is a good question.
That I don't know off the top of my head.
So I will say this. Last year, it was very, very apparent and obvious. The 49ers zone coverage beater was Debo Samuel. Their man coverage beater was Brandon Ayuk. Because it was really like we rarely saw both Debo and Brandon Ayuk put together good performances in the same game. So when you look at it like that, I get the Debo one, but at the same time, maybe Ricky Pearsall is going to be their new man beater. So
right.
They're like man coverage beater. Pause.
Good clarification.
So like I kind of think Ayuk is probably going to be the odd man out. But I don't really know. I think the other part of this too is that Ayuk is going to be the more valuable asset, that you're going to get a higher return for an Ayuk
Correct.
than you will for a Deebo Samuel. So
Debo, he's a
Yeah,
$21 million cap hit. However, you're not paying Purdy until a cap hit's done. So that
Right.
would be the
That'd be the incentive to
caveat
keep
to
him
that.
on.
Yes.
So I mean, again, like that's why Debo is available in trade talks, because they're like, we can eat the dead cap or whatever. So
Let's talk about the Jets pick. Saw that come through. Tulise Fuaga. Then we'll get to the saw one pop up on YouTube there. Tulise Fuaga. What do we think about that pick? Again, they have the need to tackle. I think it's an
Fashion for the Jets.
Oh, it was Fashion. You're right, not for
I was like, what are you
Sorry.
talking about?
Yeah. Sorry. No, yeah, you're right. Fashion. It was Olu Fashion. Great pick. A plus.
I give it an A- because I get why you go offensive line. I thought they would like more of a positional flexibility with a tackle. So like a Tulise Fuanga would have made more sense to me. But maybe Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith aren't guaranteed starters, that they will throw Fashanu in right away. So I give it an A- just because I think flexibility would have served them well. But again, like Fashanu was arguably a top 10 pick in most people mock draft. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah literally had him 9 to the Bears. So it's like, I'm not going to, complain too much about it. It's at a position of need and a good talent.
Yeah, I agree. I think just having a guy who's maybe one of the best pass blockers in the draft, I think is just huge for Aaron Rodgers. Because I mean, it's all about win now. It's all about Rodgers. I mean, that's what your whole team hinges on. So I definitely like that one. I can throw this one back up here.
Yep. So what first round rookie wide receiver will have the best fantasy year? Which one will have the least impact? Xavier Legette's gonna have the least impact. I'll tell you that right now. That is no brainer. Don't have to think twice about that one. Most impact. I feel like I don't have to think about this one much either. It's Marvin Harrison Jr. in Arizona. Let's not overthink it. Brian Thomas Jr. is probably going to be 1B to Christian Kirk. I'm just rewinding all the picks for Ricky Pearsall. You obviously have both Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel there,
and Kittle and CMC.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Let alone Xavier Worthy. You couldn't make a case for.
Probably need a year.
Needs a year. I would 100% agree. So then you start looking at.
I mean, because the other thing is too, like, let's say Rashee Rice's alleged suspension that is going to go into effect at some point.
Yeah.
Say it's only 2 games. Are we really going to put Xavier Worthy in over a Marquise Brown right away?
Right.
With Travis Kelce.
So then you have the big 3. You got Marvin Harrison Jr., you got Malik Nabers, you got Rome Odunze. I do really like Malik with the Giants. I think some people be like, oh my gosh, the Giants, Daniel Jones. It's like, well, Brian Dable.
Just Malik.
But it's just Malik, and Brian Dable will work wonders with him.
Now, can I pose the question? This Bears team and situation is going to be considerably better than the Giants for at least the next 2 to 3 years.
I don't care. Rome is too far down on the depth chart. I already know what you're going to ask. No. Malik Nabers.
Next question.
I'm just being honest. I don't think I've been like vocal on our podcast or anything about this, but in our group chat, I've been very clear that Rome to the Bears, I am seriously knocking him. Not because I don't like the talent, but you brought in Keenan Allen, you brought in DJ Moore, you signed DeAndre Swift, you got an offense full of weapons. Like, we're talking like the 49ers level of like potential inconsistency. And Rome, debatably might have the least impact out of the 3 wide receivers there, which is why I'm just like, no, it's Malik Nabers. Just let Daniel Jones, let Brian Dable get him open in space, and Daniel Jones will figure it out.
I pose the question just because I think there will be people that say Rome Odunze over Malik Nabers.
No.
And it's like, don't do that.
No.
Take the talent.
Yeah.
Take the talent.
I think
the better player.
I do want to ask the question. Let's say hypothetically in a super flex league, like you're sitting at the 105 and you have Caleb
know who that
Williams
would
going, you have Caleb Williams go at the 1, right? Marvin Harrison 2, Jaden Daniels 3, and Malik Neighbors 4. What are you doing at the 105 there?
You want to trade ahead of me? You want to trade?
I don't want to trade because I want to see what you do.
Yeah.
No, but there's a guy you would want you to take. I know you would want Rome.
I want you to take JJ McCarthy.
Maybe. We'll see. Cards close to the chest here. If you want to work out a trade, we can work out a trade to send me a serious offer. If you want to get back ahead of me.
107.
You can take your 2 guys. You can take your 2 guys. You can go ahead and give me 106, 107 for 105. Throwing a little, however you want to throw in a little sweetener there.
All right, 105.
Not for Kyler Murray and Jonathan Taylor. No. Just
Kyler. Kyler on the 105 for the 106, 107.
No, because then you're just gonna take my quarterback. That's pointless for me. That's pointless for me. I saw we had another question come through. Dream landing spots for running backs tomorrow, because running backs will likely go off the board tomorrow, rounds 2 and 3,
really quick too.
And I think they will probably go off fairly quick. So we're looking at Jonathan Brooks. Let's talk about Jonathan Brooks. For me, it's the Dallas Cowboys. No questions asked. I think he is a lock for Dallas in round 2 tomorrow. And they just got capital in a trade back as well. Wouldn't surprise me if they trade up to try and grab him as well.
For Jonathan Brooks, for me, I would say, as I'm looking through the draft order, I guess Dallas. Yeah, I'll say Dallas.
This is dream landing spots. I know we want to try and be realistic, but
if we're talking dream, then yeah, I was gonna say I feel like Vegas could get frisky.
Vegas could get stupid tomorrow.
I was gonna say Vegas for Trey Benson.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's dream landing spot. I don't know if I'd love him in Vegas. I think that's definitely a realistic one. That's for sure. For Trey Benson, though, I feel like I have to say Cincinnati.
Sure. I mean,
for Trey Benson,
Zach Moss only has $3.5 million guaranteed on his contract.
Yeah, he doesn't have much there.
They could definitely take a running back in
round 2 there after going offensive line in the first. Cameron, what about you for Trey Benson?
I mean, I really hope he's a Charger. That's what I've really wanted. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, they're not taking. I don't think you take him at 37. So I feel like you'd have to either trade back or trade up out of the 3rd. And I'd rather have them take a wide receiver in the 2nd. So I feel like you trade back up out of the 3rd if you really want Benson.
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to wrap it up there for questions at this point. It's getting late for us. We have work tomorrow. As much as we'd love to hang out here, chat with you all tomorrow. Maybe we'll go live at some point, do a little bit of Q&A before day 2. We'll see how that pans out. But we've been live here for the last almost 4.5 hours now. So we are going to hop off. We are going to go ahead and get ourselves some rest. So thanks for those of you who have tuned in over on Facebook and YouTube and dealt with our low budget production over there. Those of you on TikTok who have, my goodness, been dealing with all of our lagging streams and getting kicked for inactivity. Just 2 dudes here just trying to cover the draft. And of course, it drops out right when Michael Penix flies off the board. Unfortunate timing. It is what it is, but we're going to keep doing this every year. We have a lot of fun with it. Anything you 2 want to add before we officially sign off for the night?
If you guys are watching the draft tomorrow and Saturday, follow me, Tyler_Plath. Tweet me any questions that you got or any fantasy or just good pick, bad pick questions that you got. Follow me, send me those tweets. I will be watching along with everyone else pretty much. So I'd be happy to answer all of your questions. So Tyler_Plath over on Twitter.
There we go. You can bug Tyler with all your questions tomorrow. With that, I think we'll sign off. Cameron, you don't want anything, do you?
You can follow me at Twitter at CamWaFFF. I will be retweeting each one of Tyler's tweets. So if you would, if you want to see them but not support Tyler, follow me.
I'm at Lucas Wenzel on Twitter. That's all I'm going to tell you all. Thanks for tuning in. We will see you all soon. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy. Thanks for hanging out with us for the first round of the NFL draft. We'll see you all soon. Deuces. Now we got to awkwardly end these live streams because I got to get over to the computer. Then we still got to get over to TikTok. So thanks.